Hello, good morning, good morning. Thank you all for joining us. I'm Elaine Bedell, I'm the Chief Executive of Southbank Centre, and it's our great pleasure to welcome you to the Purcell Room and to those of you joining us online for the 2023 Social Prescribing Show. I'm delighted that we're hosting this important event, further underlying our ongoing partnership with the National Academy for Social Prescribing, who have been resident here at Southbank Centre since 2021. The Royal Festival Hall, which is just across the way, is a legacy of the Festival of Britain, a remarkable idea by a post-war government who decided that a traumatized nation after 5 years of a world war, what they needed most was a festival of well-being, a festival of art and culture, a celebration of ideas and innovation, which they called a tonic for the nation. And that idea that art and culture should be available to everyone and should support well-being is built into the very bricks and mortar of the Southbank Centre. So these buildings followed on from that in the 1960s, but still with that ethos, and particularly that it should be freely available to everyone. So our foyers are open 7 days a week for people to come in. It's free to enter and to meet and to mingle. And our hope is that whilst here, you will bump into some arts and culture. Over 40% of what we program here at Southbank Centre is free. Supporting the well-being and the development of our local communities is very important to us. And last year we held over 400 well-being events, reaching nearly 10,000 people. Our arts and well-being continues to focus on reducing social isolation and loneliness by building connections across communities. We had a flagship art project, Art by Post, during lockdown, on which we partnered with the National Academy of Social Prescribing. And we've got a new project coming up, also with NASP, which is Art by Post, Poems for Our Planet, a new series of 6 booklets focusing on how creativity in the natural world can support our well-being and to explore positive action around the climate crisis. And later in the year, as part of a big festival that we're doing here at Southbank Centre about the climate emergency, which is called Planet Summer, we'll commission a new public art installation to feature some of those poems from that project. Our arts and wellbeing programme also includes relaxed hour events at the Hayward Gallery, enabling participants with access needs to enjoy a supported visit to the gallery, taking part in workshops and meeting the curatorial team. And our monthly Skylark Cafe, which goes from strength to strength as a sort of 21st century social club. And our monthly Mix and Move intergenerational social dance events are a great occasion for anyone to come and take part in the restorative activity of dance and meet new people. And every month we introduce a new dance style that reflects our local community. And our Mix and Move teachers will be leading a session later today for you all at lunchtime. So you'll all be able to practice your moves. In addition, we partnered with the Elemental Software, a social prescribing software platform to facilitate referrals from GPs and healthcare professionals. And we are the first arts organisation to do this. We also work with a number of partners, including our wonderful Queen Elizabeth Hall roof gardeners, supported by Grounded Ecotherapy. And our head gardener, Paul Pulford, will be leading guided tours today of our beautiful rooftop haven. I'm not sure today's the day to see our beautiful rooftop haven, but when it's not raining and sleeting, it is an absolute haven. We look forward to making many connections with you here today, so do find members of the Southbank team who are here during the day. And it now gives me great pleasure to welcome Charlotte Osborn-Forde, the new Chief Executive of NASP, who starts in April. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Elaine, for the lovely welcome and also for hosting us today in this really prestigious and beautiful venue. So today is a really important day. It's an important day for us to come together and reflect as a movement on the incredible progress that we've made. But it's easy to forget that we were the first across the world to introduce social prescribing as a core element of healthcare in this country. This is the biggest investment in social prescribing by any national health system and legitimises non-medical community-based activities and holistic support alongside medical treatment. That's a hugely innovative, ambitious and pioneering step forward that was made back in 2019, and it was unique. Back then, the ambition was for 900,000 people to access social prescribing in their GP practice by 2024. So where are we? 1.6 million people have been referred to social prescribing link workers in primary care alone in that time. So we're on track to double the target. What that shows is there is incredible demand, both from patients and from GPs. But there is so much more to be done. We all know we're in an epidemic of loneliness, of disconnection, of physical inactivity, with all of the health problems that that brings. And the traditional medical system is really struggling to cope. So we have to address the root causes, and we have to make social prescribing a central response. The National Academy for Social Prescribing was also formed in 2019. And in that time, we've made huge progress developing and delivering a range of really successful programs regionally, nationally, and globally. But social prescribing is in its infancy, and there is so much more that it can do. So I'm really pleased today to highlight some of the key priorities in our new strategy. Connection. For social prescribing to be effective and for it to be inclusive, we have to build a robust infrastructure that links social prescribing better to healthcare and also better to the voluntary and community sector. We have to build new networks. We have to identify innovation and share and promote that innovation so that it's embedded, and build robust pathways so that every single patient is asked, what matters to you? And can access community support alongside their medical care. Investment. For social prescribing to be effective and really inclusive, we have to build the case for more investment into community activities and the voluntary sector. 5% of the NHS budget is spent on prevention, and a tiny proportion of that will go directly into community activities. Yet we know this investment pays dividends. If you look at the outcomes from our Thriving Communities programme, you'll see the benefits to people and communities, to health and well-being. So we have to work not just with government and with new NHS organisations like the local integrated care boards to argue for that sustainable investment into local communities, but we also need to work with the private sector, with philanthropists, foundations, trusts, to develop new channels for that investment to flow into community organisations, particularly community organisations working in deprived communities or encouraging and promoting diversity and inclusion. But key to all of this is our most important priority, and that is investment. Sorry, evidence. Come on, slides. That is evidence. So we won't secure this investment in community services. And in fact, some investment in community services is actually being jeopardized at the moment with the financial pressures that we're under. So in order to secure that sustainable investment, we need the most robust evidence that those community activities are making a contribution to people's health and well-being. But also, we won't see social prescribing properly integrated with medical care unless everybody truly believes that it works. We're making great strides with this already. So NASP is working with leading academics and experts around the world to build the evidence base. But still, I'm regularly challenged that the evidence isn't sufficient to justify the investment. So I'd like to look at this for a moment. I'd like to tell you about a scheme that I developed in Kent. This was a social prescribing link worker scheme. It was initially funded by the Department of Health as a pilot. In the end of 2019, we were challenged by the local NHS to prove that the pilot reduced demand on NHS care in order to secure ongoing funding. It was challenging, it was complex, but we did it. We got the data, And we showed that for the patients supported, their A&E attendances reduced by 13%, their unplanned hospital admissions by 12%. Then again, the challenge. It was a small cohort. It was a pilot. It was only in 5 GP practices. We need more evidence. So this month, we ran the data for 6,000 patients that we've supported with social prescribing. This showed a 20% reduction in A&E attendances. Here's some data here. For the frail elderly cohort, it was 23% reduction in A&E attendances. It's important to remember that this scheme is not connected to a hospital. It's a community-based social prescribing scheme. Imagine what we could do with a team of link workers in every A&E. That's the thing about social prescribing evidence. The more scrutiny you put on it, the harder you look, the better it gets. So I call for the highest standards of evidence and research, randomized controlled trials, economic analysis, so that nobody can doubt social prescribing is not a really important part of our healthcare. The reason we're doing all of this is simple, so that more people can benefit. There we are. So that's our other priority, to raise awareness. We've got to make sure that more people understand social prescribing and know how to access it. So we need to build knowledge, we need to share knowledge, and we need to promote social prescribing, but with clarity, focus, and consistency. And that's why we're all here today on National Social Prescribing Day. So at NASP, we're really excited about what the future holds for social prescribing. We're really grateful to the Department of Health and Social Care for their support, and all of our partners, and all of you here today, part of the movement working on this with us together. I'm going to introduce you to Kamal, who is going to be our host for the day today. And welcome, Kamal.
Hey, thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much. We can put hands together for Charlotte Osborn-Forde, please. Thank you so much. Oh, good morning. Not bad, just this side, good morning. Middle, good morning. This side, good morning. Everyone watching online, good morning. Fair, they're not mic'd up, not a problem. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Today is Social Prescribing Day, and this is the second social prescription show ever. So technically, you are part of history. Thank you so much for joining us today. What's really important today from you as the audience is energy, right? So when we're bringing on our panelists, when we're bringing on our performers, it'd be great to have a bit of energy from you. So all we're going to do, right? Just want to see where we're at. So we're going to start with a level 1. A level 1 is like a sarcastic clap. You know, like when someone tells you they support Tottenham, you're like, okay. So if we can just show me your level 1. Beautiful, beautiful. Level 5 is like you're halfway there. It's like you've had a little bit of breakfast, you're sort of ready for the day, and you see that colleague, you're not best friends, but you want them to feel happy there. You know what I mean? So give me a level 5. There. Not bad at all, not bad at all. And where we want you to be today is at a 10. A 10 is like the feeling where in the 98th minute, Reece Nelson scores against Bournemouth when you thought it was all over and there's still hope. A 10 is when you go in to the shop and there's only one croissant left. And there's one person in front of you in the queue and you're thinking, please don't want a croissant. And they leave it and it's yours. That's a 10. So can you show me a 10? Beautiful. That's where, perfect. That is exactly where we want to be. Now, we don't just want to have a great time in here. We want to let the world outside know how much of a great time we're having. So by show of hands, who's on Twitter? Perfect. Elon hasn't put you off. Beautiful. Who's on Instagram? Wonderful. If you could tweet, what do you call it when you do an Instagram? Tweet, Instagrizzle. Tweet, do some posts on Instagram. But our hashtag for the day is Social Prescribing Day. Hashtag Social Prescribing Day. It would be amazing to get trending today. Like, no pressure, but it would be pretty cool. My final thing, just from you, right, is I just want to test your focus. I've got a very simple instruction. All you have to do is anytime I say clap hands, you got to raise hands. Raise hands, you got to clap your hands. Cool? Huh? So just do a quick, so clap your hands. Oh, a few of you. I like it. If I say clap, you raise. If I say raise, you clap. So clap. Not bad. Raise your hands. Raise. Yes, not bad. Raise your hands. Raise your hands. Raise your hands. Clap your hands. Clap your hands. Not bad. Not bad at all. To warn you, today you are all going to be stars. There are photographers around, so if you don't want to be a star today, just let one of the NAS staff know, and they will basically walk around in front of you like this for the day. There's also a photo booth outside. Now it's free. So use the photo booth because it's free. There's props and all sorts. The more photos, the better. So please be sure to use it. And we will be live streaming the event. So if we could all say hello to the online people. I don't know where they are, but they're somewhere. So they're here with us. So it's not just you. Everyone else is here as well. Now, there is a help desk and NAS staff available if you need anything at all. Just let them know. Each of the panels that you're going to experience today, at the end, there's going to be an opportunity for you to ask questions. So while you're listening, while you're taking part, please remember you get to ask questions at the end, and there'll be a roving mic walking around, so you get your time to shine. If you're online, type your questions in, and we'll try our best to make sure they're answered as well. Seating today is unreserved, so don't do that thing where you take your jumper off and you put it over the chest and no one can touch it. Keep your stuff on you as we go outside. And finally, they spoke about the rooftop garden. And then England did what England does. The gardener has said that they may do an indoor planting activity. So if you are interested in that, don't be put off. They're going to just make some adjustments to make it work. So do not stress. Now, we're going to get a chance to warm up our tens, because I'm going to introduce our first company today, which is ESOP. ESOP is an arts enterprise with a social purpose. And they do something called Dance to Health, which is an evidence-led pioneering falls prevention dance program for older people nationwide. And they're even going to be leading a demonstration so you can see it in practice. So I think this is a wonderful time to practice. If we start at a 1, just to warm it up, that's nice. A 2, let's get to a 4, show me a 5, get to a 7, give me a 10. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. And stop. I didn't need you to stop. I've just always wanted to do that. And that was beautiful. So I'm going to welcome to the stage Tim Yoss. Back to a 10, please. You've got to keep the 10 going. It's quite a walk. It's beautiful.
I was dreading number 1. I thought that would be really terrible. So thank you very much. My name's Tim Yoss. I am Chief Exec and founder of ESOP that Kamal was just telling you about, and I created the Dance to Health program. So it's all about social prescribing today. When the social prescribing world talks about artistic activities, they usually talk about 3 levels, not your 10 for your applause, just 3. The first one is like watching, listening, reading. The second one has a bit more involvement. So that would be painting, singing, dancing, making a film. And then the third level is where the arts actually have developed a particular program to address a particular health problem. And that's what Dance to Health is about. And the problem, as Kamal told you, is about falls. So this is older people's falls. They cost the NHS and health systems around the world a lot of money, hip fractures, rehab, all sorts of things. And also picture it for the older person. If they have a fall, it can be quite traumatic. It can lead to loneliness, loss of mobility, loss of independence. It can be really bad. So there are ways through exercise to make sure that older people hold on to their strength and balance and don't have one of those nasty falls. So Dance to Health now is being taken up by the health system, I'm glad to say. It's growing. And I think one of the big reasons why it is growing, and this has already been mentioned by Charlotte, is the evidence. We worked with University, Sheffield Hallam, and the evaluators found the following. First of all, we reduce falls by 58%. Then there's some nice extras. So 96% report improved mental well-being. 96% say they're generally more physically active. And lastly, on the statistics, about 87% of them make new friends. So it's a rounded, holistic thing. We also know that we can save the health system's money. And the last thing that I wanted to mention about this evaluation, and it's a moment where the evaluators, I'm not sure how often you read evaluations, they can be really rather dry, but there is a kind of almost poetic moment when they start talking about the way in which Dance to Health empowers participants and gives them confidence to go further. So they're reaching higher, they're bending lower, and they are embraced by the music, and they are lost in storytelling or memories. So isn't that lovely? So enough from me. I would like to invite now one of our dance artists, Jenny Murphy. She's based in Birmingham. All our dance artists have got the qualification for falls prevention exercise. And Jenny is here today. I'm hoping that she will arrive. Jenny is here today with representatives from, here they come, from two groups. There's Ladywood and also the focus group. So welcome, Jenny. Welcome all of you. I will hand over. Thank you.
Well, that was amazing, wasn't it? I felt invigorated just watching from the back there, and wonderful to see you guys joining in. Now, I'm just going to spend 2 minutes very quickly talking to some of our participants. So, guys, do you want to come up? So, just really wanted to ask you guys, what made you want to come to Dance to Health to start with?
Well, I was looking for something creative. 8 years ago, I had my first hip replacement, followed a year after by my second. And I'm not the sort of person that likes to go to the gym and wear lycra and look in mirrors. I just want to be, creative. Found out about this dance, improving mobility and stability class. Came to the class, really enjoyed it, and it's really enhanced the exercises that I did after I had my hip replacement. Because when you discharge from hospital, you're just given an A4 sheet of paper, do the exercises, that's it. That's no good if you want to get maximum use out of what you've been through.
Yeah.
So that was my reason, and I think it's really boosted my mobility and creativity and exercise.
Fantastic, that's great. How about you, Janice? What's the impact of Dance to Health been?
I think the impact has been, well, I can't describe how many different areas. After COVID, when we were all a bit more, to come back together in a group and be so welcome. We were part of the family, and it was that support is absolutely wonderful. And I find now, if I'm going down the street and it's a big step, I think lunge. And it stopped me from falling over quite a few times. I've gone to trip on something and I've been able to write to myself. And I'm 71, and I think that's quite good to still be able to do that.
That's amazing. That's great. And Viv?
Well, I've got Morton's neuroma and a painful foot condition. I've got wedges in my shoes, and I've had 3 badly sprained ankles, and I broke my ankle. So I felt really that I'm very unsteady. You might have noticed I was holding on to someone in balance. I'm a little bit shaky, but I have felt that during the classes, it's really improved that. But I think I second what Zoe and Janice said, but I think it's a lot more than that, because it's like a little oasis in the week when you know that you're going to get a full workout. It's a physical, it's a mental workout. Doing some of Jenny's routines, you've really got to be on the spots, and you've got to working out like left, right, and sequencing. So it really helps mentally. And also emotionally, because when you've gone out of class, you just feel so much lighter. And like Zoe said and Janice said, it is like a support, because various of us during COVID had some very challenging times. We've been there to support each other, and we had Zoom sessions when we couldn't meet up, which was fantastic for reducing social isolation. So I think it covers all bases, really. It's amazing.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for talking to us all today.
Well done. Oh, brilliant, brilliant. It's lovely to see the power of social prescribing in action, right? And I'm watching backstage, I'm like, yes, it just feels good. It feels good. So I can only imagine taking part, how good that feels. And by the way, I had a little look and I see some of you. I see your moves. I like it. It's beautiful. There's going to be even more opportunities to get interactive later on. So I'm keeping an eye on you guys. Now, earlier on, if you remember, we broke a video. We fixed it. And we're going to show you it. But I had flashbacks. So do you remember Blockbusters? So I had to go Blockbusters like once a week, right? And if I was good, I could rent out one video. And I remember like putting things in it and twisting it back when there was a problem. And like you lift it up, you just like and blow it. These kids have no idea. These kids have no idea. I was in a school the other day and I said to these kids, oh, you know when you're off school ill and you watch daytime TV and that rubbish? They were like, what are you talking about? I was like, daytime TV, the rubbish TV. And I'm like, no, we watch Netflix, obviously. And I just realized I'm getting old. It's beautiful. So in Netflix style, we have our video. It's from Steve Bryan, MP, who couldn't be here today, but has a video message to share. So we're going to try again. Roll the tape.
I'm delighted to be invited to say a few words at the start of the Social Prescribing Show. I'm only sorry that I can't be there with you in person. It sounds like a fantastic day. As chair of the Health and Social Care Select Committee at the House of Commons in Westminster, I know just how vital social prescribing is. The committee recently launched a major new inquiry into prevention, which is one of my top priorities as chair. We began our inquiry with a unique opportunity for stakeholders and the public to propose particular topics related to prevention that would benefit from select committee scrutiny. We'll use our findings to set a challenge for the government. We intend to set a clear direction on what steps ministers must take now to achieve a new goal by the end of the decade. In 3 weeks, we received nearly 600 proposals and social prescribing came up multiple times. The National Academy for Social Prescribing, who organised today's event, of course, submitted their own proposal, which makes it clear that not only does social prescribing have enormous benefit for people's health and well-being and for tackling health inequalities, it's also a very cost-effective intervention and can reduce pressure on primary care. The committee hasn't yet decided which of the hundreds of inquiry proposals related to prevention we're going to take forward, but the strong interest in social prescribing that runs through many of the submissions is an indication of just how big a part it has to play in the exciting future of prevention. I'd like to end my remarks today by wishing you all a very happy Social Prescribing Day.
Beautiful. Quick check. Clap your hands. A few of you. It's all right. It's all right. I'm going to get you all day. Raise your hands. Clap your hands. Clap your hands. Not bad. Do you know what? We're getting there. You've got potential. And we're going to make it work. We're going to move on to our first panel of the day. And remember, with the panels, there's also an opportunity at the end, if there's time, to get your questions answered. So again, engage in your panel, but think of any questions that they can answer at the end. So it's my absolute pleasure to introduce two of our regional leads at NASP. This panel is going to be chaired by Tom Watkins and Esther Watts. If we can get to a 10 again.
Good morning, everyone. We can do better than that. Good morning. I'm Esther Watts. No, I've got it wrong already. It's great to see so many of you here. It's great to be at the Glastonbury of social prescribing. And great to have so many people joining us online today as well. As you can see from this wonderful stage in front of us, we have a fantastic and stellar panel, and we're going to get stuck into it. So to start off with, let me introduce Jane Horty.
Hi, can everyone hear me okay? Yeah. Hi, I'm Jane. I am a social prescribing link worker in an organisation called One Knowsley, as the name would suggest, based in Knowsley, in Merseyside. I'm I have been a social prescriber for around 2.5 years now, and I'm actually in a very unique position in the sense that I've worked for an organisation that does social prescribing not so well, and currently work for an organisation who, in my opinion, has got the perfect mix. Our organisation is a 10-strong team of social prescribers. So within One Knowsley, we have a social prescriber specifically for perinatal mental health, and we also have a health and wellbeing coach within the team. One Knowsley is actually a story of two halves. We have the community development sector within One Knowsley, and we also have the social prescribing team. This puts us in a really unique position because we're able to focus on the need of the local community and the need of the sector, not just the social prescribing service as such. So we look at the two sections of One Knowsley as one whole. This usually helps with bridging and plugging gaps that we find within our service. So I'm sure people in the room have experienced where we're looking at sectors that are saturated at the moment, where we've got organisations that are at capacity for numerous reasons, whether that be statutory or community organisations. And in One Knowsley, we have a community development section that help support that. We are the safety net for the sector. We're able to build resilience, and we focus on that throughout our work. And we're able to look at the links between primary care and social prescribing and build those vertical and horizontal relationships between the different parties that are involved in social prescribing.
Thanks very much, Jane. And next up, we have the wonderful Lisa Jarvis.
The wonderful Lisa Jarvis. Wow.
Everyone's
Okay.
wonderful on this
Yeah,
one.
absolutely. We're all wonderful. So my name's Lisa Jarvis. I actually have two roles. So I'm the youth social prescribing lead for a fantastic organisation called Street Games. And we support lots of organisations across the whole of the UK to really grow youth social prescribing and help them develop that in their local areas. And then in the other part of my job, I work for NHS England in the Southwest, and I'm responsible for social prescribing across the whole region. But I also lead on a national demonstrator around armed forces social prescribing. So children and young people social prescribing and armed forces social prescribing are my two passions. And I think what I'm here to represent today is children and young people social prescribing, because I think that often children and young people's voices go very unheard. And we know up until very recently, some people thought that actually you couldn't do social prescribing with children and young people and that it was only for adults. But actually that messaging is very much starting to change, and we're starting to see a really big demand for children and young people social prescribing, particularly post-COVID, because we know that obviously mental health support needs have gone up after COVID, lots of social isolation, lots of loneliness, and actually social prescribing can provide a really helpful solution in that, with some very normal everyday solutions that allow young people to have the permission to have their voices heard and to have that choice and control. And I guess what we see with children and young people social prescribing is helping young people to develop a bit of their own kit bag. So actually they have the tools that they put in their kit bag, and they don't always pick up their kit bag, they don't always take it with them. But actually when life gets a bit tough or things are a bit rocky, they can dip into their kit bag, and that helps them create that resilience, that stability, also developing skills for life and that independence. But I think the other thing to say about youth social prescribing, as well as all social prescribing, is it's really, really important that we work in a collaborative way. We can no longer work in our silos. We're all experts and we all have a bit of the puzzle. And I think it's really important, a bit like you see on the panel today, that we have all those experts coming together to support young people to have the best, great lives possible based on where they're at.
Thank you, Sam. I was going to ask a follow-up question, if I may. How can we ensure that there is more social prescribing for children and young people?
Okay, so I'm really aware that actually I don't want to take up everybody's time, because I could sit here and we'd still be here at 5 o'clock discussing that. So if you really want to discuss it, grab me in the foyer afterwards and we'll discuss it. But I think it's about looking at that specific skill set for people to deliver youth social prescribing, because it is different and you do need a different skill set. And it's about actually working with your local organisations, voluntary sector, education, social care, to really look at the model that's going to work for your local area so that we're delivering social prescribing properly at place.
Thank you, Sam. And well, please, Lisa, do please talk to Lisa in the foyer later. She's very happy to discuss this with you. Next, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Dagmar Zuna, who is the Director of Public Health from Merton.
Hi, I'm really delighted that you actually picked a Director of Public Health, because I had a little bit of a confidence crisis, to be honest, in the artist's room, and said, I'm the odd one out. But so I'm Dagmar Zuna, as Esther said. I'm working in a London borough as just a normal Director of Public Health. I actually also am one of the vice chairs of the Association of Directors of Public Health, so you can feel I'm pretty passionate about what I'm doing. But I used to be a pediatrician, so I'm feeling a bit more relaxed. I'm sitting next to Lisa. And when I was a clinician, the one thing that really bugged me was how limited my options were. And, you know, working with kids, I felt it was just so unfair. The distribution of health and sickness in kids, they haven't chosen, you know, who their parents are, etc. So I was looking for something else, and went into public health. And so my proposition, when I'm thinking about social prescribing, and that's why I'm so passionate about it and delighted to be here, is that I actually think it should be part of a public health approach. Because the beauty of social prescribing is that it actually absolutely says we're after a social model. And it's not just a biomedical model of ill health or disease. It's actually a social model of health. And that's a really key thing about public health. But there's also something that is a bit more agitating, and I love that amongst the social prescribers, and I can see it in the audience. There are advocates, because they know the community and they have a legitimacy to talk to our politicians and say things must change. So the two things go really well together. And before I get stopped, I needed to slip in one more thing. I was involved in social prescribing right from the beginning, you know, in the early days when it wasn't really talked about much. And we were agonizing over the name. Social prescribing, I thought, actually, that's still pretty medical, that prescribing bit. And now I thought, probably Tom and Esther just get a little bit of a panic attack. It's now a National Academy for Social Prescribing, and I'm saying change that name. So I'm not. I'm turning it round, because what I think we now have is the opportunity to go the other way. So to export the ethos of social prescribing into other prescribing. And Sam, we've got you here. You're a clinician. Because, you know, when you dish out your blood pressure tablets, it's a bit more to blood pressure normally than just that tablet. So for me, there is an opportunity. So stick to them.
I have to say I agree with you. I also had my doubts about the prescribing name, but it's helped us get under the skin of things. And can I also say, before we move on to Sam, there are no odd ones out here. We are the odd ones out, and we should be proud of it. Yay. Sam Alford.
Hi, everyone. It's lovely to be here today. So thank you very much. And assuming that you can hear me. So I'm the Green Social Prescribing Programme Manager working for NHS England. So some of you may already be aware of the Green Social Prescribing Programme. We've had 2-year funding from the Treasury, the Shared Outcomes Fund. And it's a cross-governmental programme, and it's all about how the different departments can work together to really embed green social prescribing, so nature-based activities to improve people's health and well-being. And on this programme, we have a particular focus around embedding it to improve people's mental health. So it's about tackling and preventing mental ill health. And we've been working with 7 test and learn sites. So we've had sites dotted around the country, and I'm sure there are representatives here in the audience and maybe online today as well. And I'll say a little bit about some of the work that they've been doing to try and change some of the cultures and the systems in place and the processes to really make this work at a place-based level and within integrated care systems. So it's been a very community-based approach. We've really encouraged the green social prescribing sites to engage very widely with their local people and local communities. We've asked them to undertake a co-design approach. So we asked them to work with people with lived experience of mental ill health and of living with some of the inequalities that lead to the different access issues and the things that lead to social inequality and health inequalities and inequalities in experience for people. And we've asked them to bring those people together with some of the green organisations working in local places. So that's voluntary and community organisations quite often that are delivering nature-based activities and interventions. And also bringing the views of health and care professionals and other professionals working sort of in the voluntary sector. And it's been really interesting because they've been focusing on how to remove some of the barriers to participation in green social prescribing activities. So things like transport, for example, and access. And they've also been looking at how they can sort of plan and promote and deliver some of these services in a way that makes sense really to local people and in a way that people are more likely to obviously want to attend these services and participate. So the co-design process, as I said, is very much focused on sort of removing some of those barriers. And I'll just give you a couple of examples, if that's okay, around how some of our sites have done that. And just to say, although I'm going to name check a couple of our sites, I just want to say now they've all done an absolutely fantastic job. And I haven't got time to mention everybody, but we have got various information reports, case studies, etc., available on the NHS Futures collaboration platform. If you look at the social prescribing pages, and there is a green hub on there at the moment as well. So in Greater Manchester, they've done an amazing job actually of delivering their green social prescribing activities in their city parks. So they've got a fantastic network of green space across the city. So they're delivering those activities where people live in those local communities, because as I said, we know that the ability to travel and the affordability of travel costs and the distance to travel to things are major barriers for people. And local people have actually informed where green social prescribing services have been delivered. So, for example, in our South Yorkshire site, they were very keen, the local community were very keen that the services should be delivered in communities that had high levels of deprivation and where there were higher levels of health inequalities. And by working with local community leaders and local community groups, the sites have been able to really reach out into those health inclusion groups, and our emerging evaluation data does back that up. So that's very pleasing. And then just quickly, other ways in which the sites have engaged people. They've been involved in developing the grant criteria in some of the sites that have had grant funding available. They've informed those criteria. People have sat on the grant panels, so people with lived experience of mental ill health and health inequalities have sat on those panels and actually helped to shape the decisions about how money is invested and which activities have been delivered for them in their local areas. So I just finished my section by saying that we really believe that it's about offering lots of different opportunities to engage with local communities. And it's about doing that over the lifetime of a project or a program. It's not just doing it at the beginning or just talking about it when you want to evaluate how things have gone, but providing lots of opportunities in an ongoing way, and basically just to keep listening and to keep learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. And last but very much not least, we've got Dr. Sam Everington from Bromley by Blow.
I'm going to tell you a secret, and I don't want you to tell anyone else. The reason
The wrong room to say that to, I think.
Possibly.
the reason we called it social prescribing years ago was it was a secret conspiracy to re-educate all the doctors and nurses in this country using their language.
Brilliant.
But don't tell them that, okay? So I'm a GP at the Bromley by Bow Centre in East London. We've been doing social prescribing for about 30 years. As a lead of commissioner, I put it in every practice in Tower Hamlets, and then we persuaded government to put it in every practice in the country. We are so far ahead of what happened all those years ago, and we see that in the family we are here together with today. Why social prescribing? Why was I passionate about it as a doctor? Because I've been trained as a scientist, as a biomedical expert. And that's because virtually on day one, and by the way, the first thing I did in my lockup surgery with 2 outdoor toilets was to set up complementary therapists in the surgery. I realized that actually I could only deliver 20% at most of people's health if I didn't do something much wider than a traditional doctor. But it's worse than that. And actually, I think Dagmar illustrates that. And when you look at some of the figures now, over 65s, up to 20% of admission to hospital due to adverse effects of drugs. Social prescribing isn't just about providing 100% of health. It's also about challenging some of the things that we know are wrong going on in our health service. Now, that does not mean we don't do fantastic biomedicine. We're absolutely at the front of digital, but you cannot be a good healthcare worker or a social prescriber unless you're doing all of this. You don't need to do it all yourself, but you need to have a family around you to make it happen. And of course, I've got a family at Bromley by Bow. There's over 100 different projects there. And actually, we define our role as a family very simply. Our mission statement, it's not something typical that you'll see in systems, which is great outcomes. Yeah, I mean, you know all these things. It's very, very simple. And I want you to remember this because I think it goes to the core of social prescribing. It's fun, it's friendship, it's compassion, and assume it's possible. And it's no more simple or complicated than that. So then I'm going to illustrate, I'm going to take you in a 1-minute tour of Bromley by Bow. So how do we actually make some of this happen? So if you came to our centre, 3-acre site, 100 different projects, you start on the street with the connect zone connecting into the cafe where our social prescribers hang out. And that's the way to describe it, because people just walk off the street, talk about their hemorrhoids, talk about their plumbing, whatever it is they want to talk about, focusing on what matters to them. And of course, that's the key thing that you have driven also. What I was taught at medical school was, what's the matter with somebody? What we are talking about now is focusing what matters to people. And of course, great things come from that and better health outcomes. You could come into our cafe there, which is a training centre for people with learning disabilities. We share space. You can walk behind our reception. You can walk anywhere. There's no barriers. There's no CCTV cameras. By the way, that's much safer, if only people realize that. And you walk into our space, there's no signposts. There's no signposts telling you where to go, because actually we encourage our guests to get lost. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, what happens when you get lost? 2 things. One is somebody says, you look lost. How can I help you? Or you say, I'm lost. How can I help you? Imagine if you took all those signposts out of the hospitals and everyone got lost. Imagine the human conversations that would happen. It's a church, a United Reformed church. My first amazing wife was a tiger mum. You'll know these sort of characters. And 28 years ago, when my second of 5 children got christened, she looked at the vicar, Andrew Mawson, who's now in the House of Lords, and said, Andrew, I've got a problem. I don't believe in God. Now, 28 years ago, it's probably a little bit more acceptable now. That's kind of a showstopper. And he looked at her and he said, oh, no, that's not a problem. Now, what do you want in the service? And that defines our ethos too, is actually taking everybody as they are and welcoming them into our family. That's what social prescribing is. And that's why I love these events, actually, because it's like going home to my family. It's about allotment gardens. So we're in a park. So we developed allotment gardens, gardening and health. We persuaded National Gardening Scheme King's Fund to do a report on gardening and health. It's probably the best thing I can prescribe for my patients in terms of mental and physical health. We're connected to the schools. So as the GP social enterprise in Tower Hamlets, 36 general practices, we now run the school nursing service. Only 1 whole-time equivalent in every school. Our campaign is to have one in every school. And when I say nurse, it's a bit like, actually, what is a doctor now when you see the sort of things I've done? I'm talking about social prescribing and everything that goes with it. And so badly needed in terms of children. Haven't they suffered under COVID? Just significant mental illness has gone up from 12 to 17%. And when I trained as a doctor, you never saw type 2 diabetes except in the elderly. Now I'm seeing it in teenagers. We have a ticking time bomb. I come from Norway, 15% of people overweight, 60% in this country. And finally, there's something, assume it's possible, it's also about saying yes. Our systems, our structures always say no. By the way they say no is, can you show us the research? Can you give us a business case? Even though it's blindingly obvious social prescribing, there's nothing to prove. There is something about what is most effective. There's something about saying yes, but the system often says no. And the final thing I want to leave you with is that I've learned over the years, if you're not breaking the rules, you're not doing the right thing. So my challenge to you tomorrow and next week is to break a rule every day. So I leave you then with how I started about our mission statement. What are we about? How do we connect communities? How do communities connect with us? We are like actually a mothership is often how I describe the Bromley by Bow. That's a space of fun, friendship, compassion, and assume it's possible.
Thank you so much, Sam. That was very inspiring. And a well-deserved clap. We've just heard an example there of a place that is well established in its community. It's not the only one, the only site that's doing that. We've got some incredibly successful sites that are rooted in their community where it's going very well. But we also need to acknowledge that there are some challenges, and I will ask our panel to be very brief because we do want to make sure that we have some time for questions from our audience. But I want to acknowledge that there are some challenges. So Jane, I'm going to come to you first. What would happen if One Knowsley closed its doors tomorrow?
I think that is a really great question, because I think we all within our own silos see our own importance with the role that we're doing, but it is definitely within social prescribing about our communities and about the bigger picture and the impact that we make on our communities and the sector that we work with. And I think within One Knowsley, I think if we were to close the doors tomorrow, the focus on resilience would be lost. The focus on managing sort of the complexities between that primary care community and third sector would diminish. I think we would also lose focus on what matters to you for our patients. We are always reminding our primary care clinicians and other members of the community that the focus is on the patient, that holistic approach. And I also think that the safety net for the sector would be lost.
Great answer. Great answer. Dagmar, if I can come to you next. We're in a situation now where we've got integrated care systems that are just establishing. And what opportunities do we have for ICSs to change, to grow, to reorganize themselves, and what opportunities are there? How are we harnessing those opportunities best? And how can public health play its part in that?
Just a tiny little question, isn't it?
Nice short one.
Got 1 minute.
Let me just have a go. So first of all, I think, and I can say that as a friend of the NHS has to let go of some really ingrained habits and attitudes. If push comes to shove, the NHS says top down. Give me a dashboard, give me a business case, give me a comfort thing, and everything will be fine. They also think better is and bigger is better, be it an organization, be it a geography, if you push them, yeah. And then the world of the NHS, and I love them dearly, so don't get me wrong, is very NHS-centric. So when they talk about partnerships and integration, there's between primary and secondary care. Wow. Yeah. Now, it is jolly important that primary and secondary care do integrate and plenty of work to be done and plenty of good work happening. But that's not the end of the story. So for me, that's the first challenge. If they're allowing themselves to let go of those habits, then I say focus on place. So in the integrated care system reform, there is reform for place. Now, often that is a sort of afterthought. Yeah. So you will have heard, and the jargon is overwhelming, but a lot of effort, masses of fancy slides are now being produced for an ICP strategy. Pardon? Yes, an integrated care partnership strategy. And that is at a big level, and it is generic. And to be honest, for me, it hasn't really rocked the planet. But where I want them, and I want them properly in there, is at my local place. And the ICS strategy does allow and says, yes, we will have some place-based structure. And I tell them, actually, I run a health and wellbeing board. That's statutory. I've put a lot of my effort in. We are looking after the conditions for people to thrive. I want you now, with your local partnership committee, to work hand in glove with me to, in a way, complement with holistic services. Because if you have the conditions to thrive and the holistic services, now we talk business. That's public health. Now, what we need, though, for that is that people send me their best staff. Yeah. But if you look at the NHS career structure, up, 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 not the other way down. It's quite a flipping thinking. We want the most senior people, and I want them to spend time not in fancy big Zoom meetings. I want them out there. I've got an absolute gem, can I say, there locally. I drag him out. Now he needs to work with my counsellors. Now, do you know what? Counsellors normally care for their communities. They can be difficult, but who can't? But you need to speak to them, and you need to confront the community. Now, the majority of the community care for what they do. Yes, some are unreasonable. Yes, some are angry for good reasons. But that's where we need NHS people, yeah, to connect and truly integrate. So I think it's a fantastic opportunity, and that's where I put a lot of effort in to actually work with my health and wellbeing board and my ICS committee to make it really something effective, not just yet another governance structures. And then the other thing is we have to be crafty. Nobody sits on piles of money. You know, nobody has it hidden behind the sofa now. We all need to be super crafty. So let's go with what we've already got. And again, the NHS doesn't understand enough the council. I didn't either when I was in the NHS, if I can confess that here. But, you know, we're talking, Fuller report talks about neighborhood teams. I love the idea. I think that sounds, you know, Sam, along what you've talked about. Actually, you know, there's a lot of work in local government going on around 15-minute neighborhoods. Sounds a bit sounds a bit the same, isn't it? We're talking, the 50-minute neighborhoods have their origin in the climate emergency. Well, it's a health emergency. That's our joint emergency. So why don't we, when we talk about the Fuller report neighborhood teams and the 15-minute neighborhoods, maybe talk together? We're developing in London super zones around our schools. It's another bit of jargon, but it's a neighborhood around the schools. I can't tell you how much good stuff we've already done. It's another neighborhood approach, and it's for the kids. And then we have the family hubs. There is a lot happening out there. So that's, again, where I want our focus. And if we manage to hold it locally, I think we are on a winner. Obviously, all of you have read the news. The ICB is now almost just born, still with their meconium on, so to speak, in the NHS, now need to make 30% cuts. So the NHS has to hold their line and not revert to type and say, okay, where do we take it from? Let's just get rid of the local stuff, then we have.
Thank you.
Another well-deserved round of applause. I think that part of what's holding people back on social prescribing is a little bit of squeamishness about getting involved with communities' problems. And if we think communities are messy and difficult and complicated, that goes even more so for children and young people. Lisa, how do we encourage people to be brave, get over themselves and get involved with children and young people?
So I think it goes back to what I said earlier about the right person for the right job. And actually, you need people who've got that real almost youth work skill of being able to engage with children and young people and recognizing that it's different. And that's our kind of social prescribing workforce, and where we see people with those skills to be able to engage and have a conversation with a young person, that works really well. But also to be able to kind of know what's in and what's out. Apparently I'm not cool anymore. It's just that apparently it's an age.
I disagree.
I'm very, very rude. But actually, I don't understand TikTok and Snapchat and all these things that kids use and kind of like that culture of social media in that way. But actually there are people out there that are engaging with young people all the time that are able to kind of get into that complexity. But I also think it's about that collaboration. There are some absolutely amazing organizations out in the voluntary sector who are working with young people at grassroots level, in parks, on doorsteps. Street Games does a doorstep sport. And actually, it's about how we really engage our voluntary sector community and really work in not just a clinical multidisciplinary team, but that much bigger community multidisciplinary team where we all kind of get involved and hold our bit of the puzzle to support young people to have great lives. And I think the other bit about being scared to get involved, about breaking rules. Young people break rules all the time. And actually that's part of learning, that's part of growing. And so we've got to allow them the right to get it wrong, because actually that's part of our role as social prescribers, to test, to try, to see what works for them. And it will be messy along the way, but that's part of the fun.
Absolutely it is. Absolutely.
Thank you. Sam Alford, I was going to ask you. So I know that we've heard that the test and learn phase of the Green Social Prescribing programme is coming to an end. Can you tell us what the next steps are?
Yeah, thank you. So yes, as you said, the funded test and learn phase is coming to a planned end at the end of March, but those sites have been working incredibly hard to establish some of the systems and processes, and most importantly, actually, the relationships that allow this work to really be embedded. And so now we're looking at how do we start to transition all of that learning and that good practice to become business as usual in those local places. And then to look at how do we start to scale that out? How do we start to work with neighbouring integrated care systems, for example? And the national partnership, it's been very effective, very helpful to be able to work with colleagues across government. And there's a commitment across those national partners to continue to work together so we can look for all of those opportunities to continue to embed it in policy and in practice moving forwards. Thank you.
Fantastic. And finally, Dr. Sam, you come from a site that is doing some really fantastic work. You've been very successful and you're very fortunate to be in the position that you are. But looking around at places where social prescribing still has a way to go, what's still standing in our way? And how do we enable more clinicians to be as passionate about this, as stronger believers in social prescribing as you are?
I mean, I think the secret to making this work is a win-win scenario to everyone in the process. In the early days, a lot of skeptical GPs. I remember a guy with a pinstripe suit coming to Bromley Ribo, utterly horrified that patients could walk behind the reception desk and what was going on in reception. And then I said to him, yeah, but guess what? We run reception and that saves us money. Suddenly a light bulb moment. With doctors on our early referral form, we put social isolation, weight, financial problems, and then repeat attenders. Now, if you speak to any doctors, the patients that cause the most problems, struggle, difficulties are those repeat attenders. And they struggle with them. They call them, by the way, heart sink patients, because that's the impact it has on them as clinicians. And so what we were able to then say to them is, look, actually, give us all these patients. We'll help look after them. So the secret with all of this is win-win. Don't go in and be just evangelical about what we do. Yes, that's absolutely vital. But look at the person in front of you. That's what I do as a GP. My first statement always to a patient is, how can I help you? What can I do for you today? And it doesn't matter who you go into, even if it's Jeremy Hunt. So I'll tell you a secret that when I go in, when I went into him, I'm a natural scruff anyway, but I dress down. I wear my Norwegian jumpers because the messages I've come as a friend. And I don't go in and bash him. I say, well, actually, Jeremy, tell me what your problems are and how can I help you? So it's a win-win scenario, absolutely crucial. I think the other thing I'd say to you is you've got to be fearless. I have this philosophy in life, it's not a rehearsal. And this is a good place to say that, isn't it? It's not a rehearsal. So there are moments you need to be as leaders, and the very fact that you are here tells me you are leaders. There are moments you need to be brave and bold, and it's difficult. Even with me and all the challenges I've done with people over the years, I'm just about to do another one in one of the newspapers this weekend. Even me gets nervous about doing these things, but you have to challenge the system. So one of the challenges on the children's issue is 27% of the population, 4% of the NHS budget. And do you know what? When I started saying that initially, people said, well, 4% sounds a lot to me, they said in my commissioning NHS world. So I said, yes, but what should it be? Should it be 4.25 or 4.5? And the answer is they didn't know. And so you've got to go in and challenge, and you do it with charm and passion. Sometimes you do it by marching on the street. Trust me, I've used every single tactic under the sun. But you have to challenge these people. And then you have to appeal to their better sense. Everyone has better sense. You know, you can give a business case. We obviously over the years had tons of ministers come round Bromley by Bow. First of all, I always do it very informally. I don't tell people who they are when they come round. And we bump into people and people tell their story and they realize the authenticity of it. But what they go away with is something that relates to them as a human being, their mother who had breast cancer or their grandfather who's got Alzheimer's. They are human. All these people who hold this money, and by the way, there's tons of money, assume plenty, it's just being spent on the wrong things. My son, as outspoken as my first wife, he's a 30-year-old GP, and he says, Dad, you're an old git who's got a good pension, and by the way, who's ruined the world, and you've screwed us because we're not going to be able to afford to buy houses. Well, do you know what? He's got a point. He has got a point, actually. The intergenerational discrimination in this country is quite shocking, okay? And nobody's really addressing it and dealing with it. And if we don't, we're building up a ticking time bomb. And you see that in what I described as 60% overweight, or the teenagers with type 2 diabetes. And go in and challenge them. And by the way, virtually all these people are parents or grandparents. So appeal to them on that basis. But the key thing is a win-win. And how can I help you? That is a real partnership. And my final point would be, you're partners with everyone. At Bromley by Bow, we're partners with international banks. We're partners with the church. We're partners with the NHS. And we're partners, obviously, with the voluntary sector.
Perfect answer. As I'm sure you're all aware, we could probably have this conversation for the rest of the day, but we don't have too much time, and I want to make sure that we get some questions from our audience. We've probably only got time for a couple. I believe we've got a roving microphone. There's a question over there I can see.
Do I just introduce myself and ask the question, or ask the question directly? Hi everyone, my name is Aaron. I'm the CEO of the International Social Prescribing Pharmacy Association. I'm a PCN pharmacist working for Bespoke Clinical Services, and I'm also the Chief Metaverse Officer for Kings. My question is, don't you think it'd be a good opportunity to leverage the existing footprint for community pharmacists, PCN pharmacists, the dance community, but also you're leveraging Web3 technology to create the foundation of the decentralized social prescribing movement? Because at the moment, the current infrastructure globally is a centralized system, but using decentralized is going to give ownership to the people on the floor, if that makes sense. So my question is, pharmacists, dancers, and Web3 technology.
Does anyone want to come in on that? Anyone got a burning desire?
Can I come probably in around the community pharmacy because we're trying it out. You're absolutely right. And it was quite interesting. I'm honest with you. Again, there was some innovation funding. You all know how these things happen, not that much time to think. We had the brainstorm. We thought winter fit, it was at the beginning of the winter. What could our community pharmacists do? And they obviously have a fantastic reach, particularly they speak different languages, often ethnic minority languages. And the idea of initially just a winter fit sort of signposting approach, all of a sudden we had that penny dropping and saying, actually, that's social prescribing. And it is so exciting because all of a sudden there is a sort of boost of energy. And they're training their own social prescribers. And we're starting small because if I look back when we started, and Sam has made that point as well, you have to first earn the credibility as well and really sort of tune in. What's a day in the life of a community pharmacist? I don't actually know. You run with it and then you start to see where are the opportunities. So that's what we're doing. So I think you're spot on.
Just to support, that's something that we're actually doing already in Knowsley, so that's working really well so far. Early days, but so far so good.
Great.
And Sam?
Just very quickly, so we have on one of our sites, we have Greenlight Pharmacy Social Enterprise. We have a joint venture with them where we train the pharmacists jointly, and all our surgeries now have community pharmacists in them as part of our team.
Really kills me to cut this conversation short, but it will go on for the rest of the day. Please do bring your questions to the big conversation later on this afternoon. And I hope you'll join Esther and myself in thanking our wonderful panel, Dr. Sam Osborn-Forde, Dagmar Zuna, Lisa Jarvis, and Jane Horty. Thank you very much, everyone, and we'll see you later.
Amazing. Oh, thank you so much to Tom, Esther, and the panel. Please, one more level 10 for them really quickly. Beautiful, beautiful. It's about that time, so we're going to have a very short break. There are refreshments in the foyer. If you're interested in the roof garden tour, meet by the big screen in the foyer. If it's too wet upstairs, they're going to do some activities inside, and we will reconvene in 5 minutes. So go and drink, eat, be merry, and we'll see you in a little while. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Come on in, take a seat, get comfy. How you doing? Did you have a good break? Beautiful. Okay, ladies and gents, thank you very much for returning so quickly. I appreciate you probably had enough time to grab a tea and a milk and like no sugar. Thank you for your flexibility. If you haven't yet, make sure you do get on your socials. Make sure you're tweeting out, you're Instagramming. If you're a TikToker, then TikTok and let the world outside know what's going on in here. We're about to start a very important panel. The next panel is about funding and investment for a sustainable social prescribing future. So as with before, we're going to have the panel up. If we don't have time at the end for questions, what we're going to do is in the breaks, our panelists will be out and around, so feel free to stop and get involved and ask questions at those points as well, okay? Come on in, it's good to see you. Quick check, clap your hands. Raise your hands, raise your hands, raise your hands. Clap your hands, clap your hands. Not bad, we are definitely getting somewhere, this is beautiful. I always like to get to know my audience a little bit. So we've got 2 questions, right? My first question, if faced with the choice, would you rather go skydiving or deep sea diving? Just by a show of hands, who would rather go skydiving? So you'd voluntarily jump out of an airplane, is what you're saying? You've done it already? How scary on a scale of 1 to 10? Would you do it again? Fair enough. Who would rather go deep sea diving? You're my kind of people. Safety. And I found out the other day, sharks don't even eat people. They don't. Apparently, we have iron in our blood and sharks don't like the taste of iron. So worst case scenario, they'll take a nibble and then they'll leave you alone. So it's just how big is the nibble? Beautiful. So, as I say, our next panel is funding and investment for a sustainable social prescribing future. This panel is going to be chaired by Sarah Metcalf, who is the Managing Director of the Utley Foundation and a NAS trustee. So if we could warm up from a 1. Can I hear your 1? So pathetic, I love it. Give me a 3. Let's get to a 5, a 7, a 10. Beautiful, as we welcome on our panel.
Hi, everybody. I felt that was a 1, I have to say, as you heard my name. But then I consoled myself thinking that a number 1 was better than a number 2 when you heard my name. So yeah, good to see you all. It's an absolute pleasure to be chairing this session, which I think begins to explore one of the absolutely fundamental issues for the future of social prescribing about how are we going to finance this and how can we finance a system that operates across so many different areas that there isn't an existing system in place. So what do we need to build to ensure that patients are able to access the best services for them, and to ensure that the voluntary organisations and charities, which I think are too often expected to build bricks without straw, how do we make sure that they get the funding that they need to deliver the services that are essential to social prescribing happening? So I've got a brilliant panel here who's going to help us explore these issues from a lot of different angles, so many angles that we're just going to have a little snapshot from each of them about how they are seeing this happening. But without further ado, I'm going to let them just introduce themselves, giving their names and what their job is, and then we'll get on with the discussion. So I'm Sarah Metcalf, I'm Managing Director of the Utley Foundation, and I'm also a NAS trustee, and starting at this end.
Hi everyone, I'm Sarah Murphy. I'm the Health and Social Care Strategy Lead at the Money and Pensions. It's my job really to try and get financial well-being
we claim this, that it was invented in Stockport. The first scheme started there, and it was a partnership between the council's culture department and public health. And that's how I first came in as an artist working on that. And since then, our organisation has basically invented and reinvented a huge number of programmes with adults and young people that address mental health needs. So we work in partnership with health services. Our main core service is a referral in programme, and it always has been, whether it was called social prescribing or not. We've always struggled to get GPs referrals, to be honest, because GPs never had the time. So a lot of our referrals would come from community mental health teams, early intervention teams, the DWP, support workers. And then adults and young people are referred into the programmes. We do a range of creative projects with them, and then we try to signpost onto other services and local groups if we can. Some people move into volunteering and even into facilitation through that. In terms of the funding challenges, our funding portfolio is very, very broad, as any charity will say it is, and it's a constant struggle. You know, I am quite a lot short for April's budget, as always, and it's a mixture of charitable trusts, things like the lottery, obviously, a huge range of charitable trusts that we're constantly on that hamster wheel of funding applications, which is a real issue in terms of being able to provide a sustainable and sustained support service to our participants, and also be able to reassure people that we will still be there next year. When social prescribers come to us in their hundreds at the moment with people, and actually I think, well, I can't guarantee I've got the budget to programme all the things, because we haven't got all the bids in and some of them have been rejected and we've got to go apply again. But the reason I think I was invited to talk was also because the one constant that we've had always is support from what was our local CCG, which is now part of the integrated care system in Greater Manchester. So Stockport CCG, they don't commission us as such. They've given us a grant. We've had a very clear agreement, and we report on that every year. And it's not that we're guaranteed to have it. It tends to come in 3-year batches, but we always have. And we've got an amazing relationship with those health commissioners. They totally understand the valuable role that the arts provision can play in people's mental health. It's not the nice little add-on extra. It's fundamental to people feeling that they're growing in confidence, that they're connecting with people, that their voice is being heard, that whole self-efficacy. And so I feel incredibly lucky that we've got brilliant relationships, and I constantly spend time every week or every month investing in those relationships with the CCG, with the local authority, with making sure that everybody in any aspect, any sector in Stockport and now Greater Manchester knows the value of what we do, the cost of what we do, how we measure our impact, how we can report to them.
One question I have, Jackie, is there any connection between the referrals that you get and your funding?
No. So we have, in the last 3 months, our referrals have doubled, literally. We've just been doing all the end of year stats, so I know that. And the amount we get from health, which I am eternally grateful for, obviously hasn't increased for 15 years, literally hasn't increased 15 years. So it's not person dependent. It's great because they see it as a valuable, I suppose what's great is they see the role that the arts can play and our project can play in the mental health pathway that is available in our locality. So that's really valuable. But yeah, you're right, it's not social prescribing is really, really working in GM, really working in Stockport. It's great. What are we going to do with all those people? Well, the fact that I have 50 people to see before our next lot of courses start, I don't have the support workers available to meet them.
Yeah. No, thank you for that. I've made a note. I think that brings us actually quite interestingly on, Julie, to what is going on in Greater Manchester. And it's an unusual role. That's not, I think, is it potentially a unique role that you have. I'm just wondering if you could tell us what funding models you're beginning to think about and develop for Greater Manchester.
Yeah, so from the perspective of the two parts of my current work, so creative health and how we embed creative health across health and social care systems. And that includes social prescribing, but isn't exclusively social prescribing. And then Live Well, which is, I suppose, what you would call a holistic approach to social prescribing. So it goes far beyond the link worker role and looks at the role of communities and embedding health and wellbeing approaches and person-centered approaches. And also feel like a bit of a fraud because my colleague Charlotte, who is the lead for social prescribing for Great Manchester, is out there somewhere. Right? So, and there she is, yeah, and is doing an amazing job. So I'm talking from not from the social prescribing lead role, but from Live Well and Creative Health. There's no answer. We don't have the answer. Of course, we don't have the answer because if I did, I'd be multiplying myself by 100 and flying around everywhere. There's no single solution. I think it's partly about scaling and replicating what we have, and that seems to be the situation that we're in at the moment, particularly as we all know we're in a situation of immense pressure. The system is under huge stress. Everyone who works in that system is under huge stress. So it's how do we make the most of what we've got? We were talking backstage, and I think we're going to carry on talking about during this session about how collaboration and joint funding is key. And for Creative Health, I can lever in support. I can potentially lever in funding from partners such as Arts Council, National Heritage Lottery Fund, but that isn't sustainable. And we have to be able to match that with funding from inside the system and then get the right data systems in place to be able to evidence the financial and the social value of our work. And that then we need to think about primary care and secondary care. And we're talking about how can we work with our secondary care colleagues to really make the case and the financial value of what we do, particularly in terms of prevention. But we're never going to be able to say, okay, you've saved money, you can close that ward now, so give us the money for prevention. It's not ever going to work like that, and no one's ever going to get to the bottom of a waiting list. So it's like, how do we have those conversations? I think data is key. I have not got a data background, but I'm finding it's increasingly part of my everyday job to understand with health inequalities, to understand where resources are best placed, and also to start looking at outcomes, really hard evidence. But when it comes to working with Creative Health, we can back that up with stories, because there's one thing the creative sector is really good at, and that is telling people's stories and helping people to tell their own stories. So I think we've got a unique opportunity in that sector to create a really compelling case. We're working with partners for the University of Manchester, for example, on a number of different projects looking at the role of data, and also how we make those data platforms accessible to our voluntary sector colleagues. So when I include culture sector, when I say voluntary sector, but we have to make a good case to them as to why they'd want to give us their data, why they want to potentially double entry, because they've got their own recording systems and their own data systems, and they need to report to funders that are nothing to do, not connected to us in any way. So what can we give them back in exchange for that data, and how we can help them? And that's a conversation we're having. We're doing some research with them at the moment about that.
Thank you very much. I think that draws out a number of really important points. I think that data and evidence, gathering that information, reflects very much what Charlotte Osborn-Forde was saying this morning in her opening remarks. And I'm hearing you say that we can leverage funding in from partnership. Partnership funding is the way forward, but it's also about connecting those partnerships into the system itself, so that primary and secondary care partners are feeling that they're getting advantage or benefit from it, and it is connected into that money flow and funding system. I think that's a very helpful beginning point, but I'd like to bring you in now, Sarah, from the Money and Pensions Service, just for a broader perspective on the financial issues around building a sustainable social prescribing future.
Yeah, thanks. So I guess I'm coming at this from a slightly different angle or viewpoint. We know that the people that link workers, and then the organisations like yours, Jackie, that are helping those people come with a whole range of different issues, but money problems probably is included within that for the majority. And there's loads of evidence out there about the links between health, including mental health, and money. But we know from research done at the Money and Pension Service that about 81% of people across the UK avoid
talking about money. It's awkward, it's embarrassing, they feel ashamed. So we think that social prescribing in its entirety has a really unique opportunity to play in terms of improving financial well-being for those individuals, from the link workers themselves, being able to spend the time and have those what matters to me conversations puts you in a unique position to have that trust, build that trust, and to perhaps tease out where there might be a money issue, and hopefully get someone to the right source of support, if you can. But in terms then of those activities, the organisations, the services that you're wanting to link that person into, are there any unintentional barriers, financial related barriers to that person then being able to engage with that service? So I think we heard from Sam on the previous panel around travel. You know, can someone actually afford to get to one of the activities that you're wanting to signpost them to? Do they need to pay to take part in an activity? Would they need any special equipment? You know, do they need arts and crafts and materials? Might they need a warm coat or you know, suitable shoes if they're doing something outside in a green space? So I think we're concerned with also that element of any unintentional financial barriers to be able to access those services. And I guess a question around, is that thought about when those services are being designed or developed? And how can a service become sustainable? Because sometimes funders will look to say, okay, here's some funding, but we want you to look at other models for sustainability. Does that involve charging a person? You know, how can these services still be equitable when the people accessing them might be coming with different experiences and different financial challenges?
That's such an interesting and important point. I think the idea that financial well-being is an integral part of social prescription, that at an individual level, but also that those organizations providing services that people are being referred to need support almost to poverty proof that what they're providing, and that needs to become part of a financial or a funding system, that ensuring that the services that are provided are accessible. It's such an important perspective, I think. I'm going to turn now, Sophie, to you from the lottery, who obviously is the absolute bedrock of funding in the UK. And I'm sure these are not new themes to you. It would just be interesting to hear where the lottery is thinking about these themes of social prescribing and financial barriers and joining funding up across different streams.
Yep, so I speak from one lottery distributor perspective, the National Lottery Community Fund. We're going through a strategic renewal at the moment, but we will definitely continue to focus on health and support for health. And we have always funded, I think it's fair to say, social prescribing. And what I'm hearing coming across is really interesting. It's that focus on collaboration, that focus on sustainability, and also just picking up on what you said, Sarah. It's about co-production and co-design. We don't know these things. We don't know about travel, about the poverty proofing. So that's why it's so important that any activities and services are co-designed, but most importantly, that organizations and communities are funded to co-design. I think for a long time, the voluntary and community sector was providing a lot of additional activity unfunded. And I think we're now realizing all the different elements that are required for a successful social prescribing system. And I think from that, we need to think about what we fund, how we fund, and who we fund. So what we fund at the National Lottery Community Fund, lottery players' money is mainly the activities from social prescribing. But we're aware that we're not funding necessarily the link workers. We are funding some community connector schemes, but we're not funding them consistently. So there's a real mismatch. We fund in a very responsive way, but there is a potential for us to be more strategic about how we do it. And then that's how we fund. So rather than funding on our own, thinking about collaboration, and I know Jim is obviously going to talk more about that, but it's really, really important for us to champion the role of the voluntary and community sector and to look about how we can put our funding together with others in a place. And when I say others, I don't just mean health sector funding. local business, for example, philanthropy, smaller foundations, all of those things. If we had a shared investment pot, potentially that would be a more sustainable source for social prescribing, not just the activities, but the wraparound, the focus on health inequalities, the co-design from communities, and the ways in which people can access those services. So that, of course, is a wonderful, wonderful ambition. How easy is it to achieve? We don't know yet. We know, excuse me, it is happening in different places. It's being trialed. And it's something we're really, really interested in exploring. And just the last bit, sort of the who we fund. And again, I think that was touched on here as well. It's really, really important that we recognise that the voluntary sector isn't set up to just receive referrals, and that there may be barriers to accessing those services, and there may not even be services in places. So that's when that community co-design comes in as well, and the real focus on health inequalities and looking at the gaps and how we can understand that through data and evidence, but also through what we're hearing.
I think that's really encouraging, that idea of shared investment is at the heart of thinking, and it seems to make sense in a sector or in a new world of social prescribing, which does bring in so many different silos, and the idea of shared investment. But I think that's a very interesting point about the importance of co-design with patient, with people, with community members and the organizations themselves. And I know that is an area that NASP has been working in. At the Utley Foundation, we have recently started a shared investment project with NASP around getting the Power of Music funding for music projects, and that is in development at the moment. And the idea of a shared investment fund, I can see, makes a lot of sense in the social prescribing world. It does, though, depend on collaboration from people who may speak different languages or jargon, or people who are coming from very different perspectives of the same problem. So I'm going to turn now to Jim, who is not just from the Association of Charitable Foundations, which is a very important organization for this idea of shared investment, but he's actually head of the Collaborators Hub, so he's something of an expert on collaboration. The hub's been going for a year now, and it would be useful, I think, just to hear what the lessons are that you've picked up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the origins of the hub really came about through the pandemic and the recognition that funders needed to work differently. They needed to work much more connectedly to make best use of their funds. And actually, I think this is the continuation of a trend amongst grant makers that I've seen for over a decade, actually, as there's that sense that needs have been growing, resources have felt more scarce. Every funder feels that responsibility to make their resources go as far as possible and work as effectively as possible. And I think I'm seeing that coming about in a few different ways. I think you're talking about sustainability. I think that funders have evolved their kind of prevailing mindset around like what will achieve sustainability for the kind of voluntary community sector since I started working in the sector, when, you know, there was this idea that you could fund some innovation for a few years and then it would sort of get picked up by statutory and they would fund it. And, you know, I think that model seemed to have died under austerity. But actually, I think what we're seeing now is foundations recognizing that they're a long-term part of the funding mix for like most areas of charitable and community work, but they need to work alongside statutory funding. They need to work alongside community groups' own kind of enterprising approaches to generating their income, and recognizing that actually if these different sort of types of funding can figure out what their best role each is within a context of a local range of activities, then it can be so much more effective. But the challenge, of course, is how do these different sorts of funding organizations kind of really understand each other's worlds? Is there still a bit of a kind of cultural, like, language divide between how public services talk and how independent, like, private foundations talk and think? So I think through the hub, what I've seen is broadly collaboration pointing in two complementary directions. So there's been a lot of talk about like shared investment, and there's a real place, particularly with an opportunity like we have with social prescribing, to really shift how things are done on a national scale. You need some people to get together and see that kind of big strategic picture and work out how you can collectively influence and combine resources to do something at large scale. And that's great. And there are some trusts and foundations that really love to kind of get involved in that systemic side of things. But at the same time, you know, it's a really diverse landscape out there. And I know that that comes with challenges because there are hundreds of thousands of different funders that all do things slightly differently, all have a slightly different reason why they're there doing that. And, you know, you talk about the hamster wheel. I mean, I used to be a grants fundraiser before I crossed the fence, and I absolutely recognize the hamster wheel of trying to get your budget together from all these different sources. I think funders recognize that and are starting to try and resolve some of that and work a bit more flexibly and efficiently. But fundamentally, there are benefits to this like very varied, diverse landscape of funders. And there's a danger that if everyone goes in together and funders move as a pack and kind of all do one big strategic collective thing together, like what gets lost? What are the sort of opportunity costs of that? So I think that there's also a side of collaboration which is a bit more informal, a bit kind of softer, and actually it's just about mutual awareness, like funders being better connected and seeing that they do exist as part of an ecosystem. They do need to understand that if they have this particular niche that is the thing that they do and that's what they're set up to do or what they decide to focus on, that's fine, but don't just arrive at that like haphazardly. Arrive at it because you've understood what others are doing around you. And that's why I think through the hub, being able to bring together information on all the different national, local, regional networks, funders getting together to talk about all the different issues they fund, and then noticing that actually there are overlaps and intersections between these issues too, and realizing that actually with each of their limited resources, they can make better decisions about how to target that because they kind of understand what others are doing around them. I think when you want a community sector to flourish and be sustainably funded between all these different sources of funding that there are, having that combination of like the bigger strategic kind of working together and the sort of light touch, just, you know, calibrating our individual streams of funding around what we know about what everyone else is doing. I think that will ultimately mean that the community activity can be funded as well and sustainably as it can, recognizing that we can't just create more money, so we do have to use what we've got as effectively as possible.
I think that's a really sensible cautionary note about thinking that the answer is all about shared investment, that if you do that, you lose the nuance, both of the fantastic funders that are really interested in perhaps some quite niche aspects of things to fund, but also the social prescribing landscape is made up of such diverse organizations that that's part of what makes it important and special. So we need, if we are going to have a system, it needs to get big money in there through shared investment and by linking into the system, but it also needs to have, I think you've called it before, system awareness, that it's about building the system awareness of the diverse funding options that are available and making sure that the diverse organizations that need funding are able to marry up with the right organizations. I think, yeah, that's a very interesting nuance, I think, and good to hear from the collaboration point of view. I think we are trying to catch up on time, but I want to come back with one question for a very short answer from each of the panel. But before we do that, have we got any questions from the floor? This lady here in the middle, 3 rows back.
Hi everybody, my name's Marie Polly. I co-founded the Social Prescribing Network and I'm now the co-lead on evidence at NAS, working with Professor Chatterjee sat next to me. So I have a comment and a question, if that's okay. So the comment is just picking up on your stuff about poverty and evidence. On the NAS website, there are access to 15 evidence reviews that we've done in the last couple of years. We've worked really hard. A new one out this week was poverty and older people. And in there, we have gone through the literature around the world of what activities and schemes are in place that could work for social prescribing, what the enablers, barriers, challenges and everything are, who are the key people that are in the groups, like I think Sarah, you're saying people don't want to talk about money, but actually there's a certain demographic of women of a certain age who particularly don't want to talk about money and have suffered all sorts of things. So one of the things that came out of there was co-location of services as well as co-funding. And another thing that came out was actually what you need is to work at a place level is to employ somebody that oversees that strategic working at place. So you don't expect a leader of one silo and another. You need somebody that's dedicated to understanding that locality, understanding what's already there, understanding what isn't there and needs to be there, working with the funders as you talk about shared funding, investment pots, and being more strategic. So just having that one person would be, I think, quite a game changer to do these types of things. And you've all touched on those points. My question is completely different, but my bugbear is, my bugbear is that a lot of funding is really short. It's like 6 months, 12 months, 18 months if you're lucky. And you spend 3 months getting a person in place, and you've got to get them settled. Then they've got to build the relationships. They have 2 months to do their work. Then they feel that they don't know if they've got a job. So they start looking around. And we just go in this ridiculous cycle. And it's really inefficient, isn't it? Because a person spends 6 months of that 12 to 18 months not fully embedded in their job. It's a complete waste of money. So I'm probably going to come to Jackie. What would happen if you got funding for like 5 years? What would the difference be in the efficiency, the number of people you could work with, and just how would that reduce your own personal stress levels?
Quite a lot, that last bit, yeah. I would say that, yeah, I mean, our funding there is a mixture. At the moment, I'm trying not to apply for single year funding. I'm trying to only look for multi-year funding for exactly that reason. That for us, it's about the staff that are able to do the work. We are in 2 years into a 5-year lottery grant, and that for some aspect of our work, and that really has enabled. We've put that purely to an operations role, a finance role, and the rent. So all the nice stuff I will go to other charitable trusts for, but it's given me that, because the lottery agreed, it will give us that stability at the core, and then we can build the projects around that. So I think that would make a huge difference if that was the case. This is the only one that we've ever been able to go for that long. So I think it would be a massive game changer. And I might sleep.
I think I'm gonna, I've got two. Okay, man in yellowish mustard jumper and lady in green jacket.
My name's Chris. I am doing a DPhil at University of Oxford at the moment. I'm a clinical academic by background with experience in primary care and public health. I like data, but I think we must be very careful about data. We must make sure that we collect meaningful data, but the data must answer questions that are considered carefully by funders. How do we make sure that funders ask amenable questions?
I think that's a very, very good question. Can we take the lady in the green jacket as well? While we're thinking about that, have you got thoughts on meaningful data gathering? Or you were talking about data, Julie, would you?
I've got a small thought about it.
Yeah.
Shall I go for it? Yeah. I think co-production is really key. So particularly with the voluntary sector, it's asking what is useful to them, but also to communities. How do they identify change happening in their communities, and then how do we recognize that, and how do we pass that on to others? So I think it's about co-production.
I think that's a big thought, but put very succinctly. I think the other person or the other agency that needs to be involved in co-production is actually the NHS. If we're looking for a system that is going to be feeding into the money in the NHS, what evidence is the NHS looking for? Lady in green jacket.
Okay, my name's Deborah. I'm from a housing association, so coming at this from a different point of view. We have a team of 60 that are very much involved in social prescribing, including 20 who are just dedicated to money butts and benefits, and they're full-time employees. I'm going to link in with the question that was asked. It's about the quality of people working in social prescribing or supporting communities. And I totally agree that this short-term funding for some organisations is more harmful than it's actually, doing good for the communities. That one of the things I've not heard as well is how you ensure that the quality of those that work is the best it can be. And you're not going to get that if you've constantly got 6 months, 12-month, 18-month funding projects. And I think it's a really important consideration for everyone here. Most of us will not be the sum of our job titles, we will be far more. And I think there needs to be an awareness that the quality of delivery needs to be maintained. It's not just about funding a project.
Right. And the investment in workforce, I think that's an important point. I was asked to finish by 12:05, so I'm not going to ask my little short question because I think the questions from the audience have been absolutely spot on. But I would just like to say thank you very much to the whole panel. I hope this is something we will discuss more in the future.
Oh, thank you very much. Please, one more round of applause for Sarah Metcalfe and our wonderful panel. Beautiful, beautiful. It's great to see such high quality conversation as well. Thank you very much for the quality of your questions. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Come on in. Get comfy. While we're here, because I want to keep getting to know you, I've got another question. It's very simple. This is actually a very important question close to my heart. If you had to choose, are we going sweet or salty popcorn? Hands up for sweet popcorn. Hands up for salty popcorn. Mixed? Hands up for mixed? So, wrong. Do you know, one of the happiest days of my life, I remember it clearly, was walking into the cinema asking for popcorn, and she looked me in the eye and said, "Which one do you want?" And I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, you can have all sweet or salty or mixed." For 21 years of my life, I didn't know you could just pick one. So I've been sitting there like, and now I'm free to just have sweet. And some of you would choose salty. Terrible, terrible. We'll go very simple, tea or coffee. Hands up, tea. Hands up, coffee. Both. But so you wake up in the morning, start with a tea, build up to a coffee. Fair. Sort of alternate between the day. Fair enough, fair enough. Football or rugby? Hands up, football. Hands up, rugby. Interesting. Which, oh no, you're going to ask me which type of rugby now. And I know there's three, right? Union, international, oh, league, and tag rugby. What about that? Sevens, oh my gosh. My school forgot to explain to us the difference between tag rugby and rugby. So PE year 7, we played rugby, which was a little tag. And I was like, "Miss me, gotcha." Very good at it. And she said, "Come out, do you want to be on a rugby team?" I was like, of course. I got into the team and I'm running with the ball, pass it to my friend, and 4 guys took him out. I said, "Madam, they're fighting." And she said, "No, it's fine, come out, do it back." I was like, "You can't. I don't think you can say that." Then I had the ball and I'm running, and there were 4 guys running at me, and I'm like, "It's like tag, I'll be really quick." And they got closer, wider, taller, grew facial hair. By the time that this distance, they look like PE teachers in school uniform. I just dropped the ball, said, "No, this is not for me." So if you're team rugby, you are the most brave people on earth. I congratulate you. Our next panel is about addressing worldwide challenges and global development in social prescribing. So I'm going to introduce our chairs. This panel is going to be chaired by Dr. Bogdan Giercha. He is the global and clinical lead at NASP, and James Sanderson, who's the Director of Community Health and Personalised Care at the NHS. If we can start with a 1. Hold on, sorry. As you did that 1, I just saw like highlights in my mind of Man United and 7 goals going in. I really thought about not saying it. I thought about it. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. Give me a 1. Give me a 5, a 7, a 10. Beautiful. Let's welcome our next panel onto stage.
Hello. Lovely to see you all. I'll just wait for a second so that we all get very comfortable. Now, I do have to say, when James and I thought about this panel and we looked around the room, we did kind of think we needed about 36 chairs today on the stage. And that's because there's 36 international partners around you in the audience coming from 20 different countries across the globe today. And that's inspirational to say the least, isn't it? And it's a strange feeling because we're all on the same time zone. We're never on the same time zone. There's Sean in Australia with a big coffee jug, waking up in the morning, and Sonia tuning in at night from Canada. And so today is really about giving you a taste of what social prescribing looks across the world. And what I'll do first is I'll just go in turn so that everybody introduces themselves just very briefly, and then we'll go in depth into what social prescribing looks like across the world as well. And I'll start with a few introductions. So I'll go to you first, Daniela.
Okay. Yeah, hi, everybody. My name is Daniela Royert. I'm senior health expert at the Austrian National Public Health Institute, and I have the honor to lead the social prescribing project in Austria.
Fantastic. Dr. Lee.
Hi, my name is Keng Hock. Bring greetings from the wellbeing coordinators or link workers from Singapore. I think I'm going to bring back a lot of new learnings to share with them. So looking forward to this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sonia?
Hi, I'm Sonia Shang. I'm the director for the Canadian Institute for Social Prescribing, which is situated within the Canadian Red Cross.
Wonderful. James, who I'm sure you will all quite know each other quite well by now.
Hello, I'm James Sunson. I'm Director of Community Health Services and Personalised Care for NHS in England and a board member of the Global Social Prescribing Alliance.
Wonderful. Thank you. Sean?
So hi there, I'm Sian Slade. I'm a PhD researcher at the National Institute for Global Health, which is at the University of Melbourne. And a bit of a shout out for all the Australians who are tracking on Twitter very avidly, because late at night there, it's sort of a great coalition. So we are really focused on building a strong movement for social prescribing in Australia. That's why we're here, and that's why we're working with global colleagues. So nice to meet you all.
Thank you very much, Sean. And I'll pass on to Gareth as well.
Hello, everyone. Gareth Presh, founder of the World Health Innovation Summit and a board member of Global Social Prescribing Alliance.
Wonderful. Welcome all, and welcome to a lovely London weather. We didn't hold back on the rain for you, for any of you. On the social media side, I did want to mention that we were trending second across the country. So now's the time to really tag that hashtag social prescribing day to see if we can go first. But without further ado, I think what we also want to make sure is that we leave some time at the end for questions from the audience too. But what I'll do is I'll go to James, who's no stranger to this global field, as he's been one of the pioneers in the Global Social Prescribing Alliance. And James, tell us a bit about the ambitions behind the Global Alliance. Why was this started? And I guess what issues we noticed in England from an NHS England perspective that could be translated in other countries, and what can we learn from each other?
Fabulous. Thank you. Well, I mean, as Bogdan said, isn't it wonderful to be here with so many global partners? And I think all of us share this ambition to make people's lives better, improve health and well-being through the innovation and the amazing revolution that social prescribing brings to global health. I think the really interesting thing with this is that it's been a movement that truly unites across those boundaries that we have, and it's a movement that answers some of the big challenges that are universal in healthcare. We are having the amazing advantage nowadays that we're living longer in almost every country in the world, despite health challenges, despite different establishment of health economies, we are as human beings living longer lives. But we also know that we're not living healthy lives necessarily. And we know that the challenge of long-term conditions, of multimorbidity, creates real pressures on healthcare systems. Again, that's a universal challenge that we're facing. Alongside that, we also have a global challenge of over-medicalization. We have a global challenge of the way in which certain drugs are impacting on people's health. Again, we recognize some of the challenges that brings. Alongside that, the social determinants of health, those factors that we know are much more powerful than the work that goes on inside healthcare institutions in terms of impacting on our health, we know that they are providing significant challenges. So when you look at that, all of those challenges to healthcare systems are universal, are global challenges. and the recognition that actually social prescribing unlocks some of the answers to addressing those, to reducing demand on healthcare services, to enabling people to break through those social barriers that they face to achieving the health outcomes that they want, and creating the circumstances for not just individual but wider community health improvement. So that recognition, I think, has been shared by the global partners right from the beginning. And it is a truly innovative movement. And what is brilliant about it is that in every country, there's an example of something that isn't good in the country that you're in. In every country, there's an example of something that inspires you to be better at delivering the work that you're delivering. In every country, there's something that really captures the attention of policymakers, of practitioners, in wanting to develop their practice in a different way. And I think that's why the global social prescribing movement has been so important, because we are sharing that information, we're sharing that knowledge, we're sharing that enthusiasm across boundaries. I was delighted to be in Singapore back in November with Keng Hock and colleagues. And it was truly amazing seeing how advanced Singapore is in supporting older people to live well through social prescribing and through community methods. So bringing that back into the work that I'm now doing in community services in England, I think is fantastic. And that's why I'm so excited by where we can go next with this global movement.
Wonderful.
Thanks,
Thank you very much. Thank you, James. And I think it's very interesting. We've heard this today, throughout the day as well, that there's no one size fits all. And it's very interesting that we're all doing amazing things in different countries. And so it's best to learn from one another, to be very humble and to share those experiences and to advance the global landscape as much as we can. And so, Gareth, I know you've been a big advocate and a true leader in the field of proving to people that health is at the intersection of so many other spheres. And so how does social prescribing fit into the wider United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and other ambitions that global leaders across the world have set up for the future?
Well, I think it goes back to what James just said at the start. It's about our ambition. And I think the UN Sustainable Development Goals gives us that opportunity, SDG 3, which is good health and well-being. If we just put things into context, at the moment, we have a huge pressure on our health system. The challenges we face, 18 million staff short by 2030. We've just seen the obesity report, which has been published. 4 billion people will be obese by 2035. We see the pressure that the NHS is under, for example, about 7 million elective surgeries at the moment, 28 million globally post-pandemic. What's the opportunity? What's working well in the health sector? Well, social prescribing is working well, but it also creates an economic model which brings value. We've seen from COVID, for example, when we had lockdown, our economy actually shrank. So if we can keep people fit and well, which is what social prescribing does, we can bring in the investment to actually make this grassroots movement grow and become a preventative model of healthcare. I think that's what the Alliance can do. It can bring the evidence together, it can bring the stakeholders together, and most importantly, it can actually bring the financial, shall we say, capacity to invest in these programs. I've been fortunate enough to work with Pope Francis' Vatican Commission on COVID-19. Myself and James, we spoke with the G20. We've been pushing this agenda around social prescribing, and now we have a bit of traction. In May, I'll go and speak at the annual investment meeting in Abu Dhabi. And it's the first time actually that we'll have an opportunity to showcase social prescribing as an opportunity for investment. And I think that's what we can do. To give an example, yesterday I met with Vanuatu, who's just been hit by the cyclone. They have to basically fly people to Australia or to Fiji for healthcare. Now, we discussed social prescribing yesterday as an alternative and a new way and a new model of creating jobs. One of the biggest opportunities for social prescribing from an investment perspective for governments is to create new and meaningful jobs. So this is a massive opportunity for the UK government to lead on this and to bring in the wider partners. And from my perspective, I think it's exciting because, you really can touch into every aspect of life with social prescribing. And then we have the climate situation, which is on our doorstep. This has to be at the forefront, green social prescribing, linking in, shall we say, the 17 SDGs, which is water. If you have no water, you've got no health. So, for example, I'll be in Dublin next week, actually meeting with investors who invest in water companies, because I'm advising them on the aspects of health and well-being from an investment perspective. So I think we've got a massive opportunity to bring communities together to build trust. And if we take a learning from COVID-19, what actually worked? It was actually our community engagement, going out there and meeting the public face on with the vaccines. Let's not retrench. Let's embed our social prescribing programs in the community. Let's also show the value that's generated widely from social prescribing programs. The evidence is there. We have a strategy with the World Health Innovation Summit. We're talking to the CDC Foundation, for example, NACHO in the US, global partners on how we can actually bring this model of care forward, be a catalyst of change in communities, bring new programs, work with local government, work with local authorities through the Global Alliance, and then also bring in a digital aspect so that we leave no one behind. And that's very much at the forefront of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So it's a big opportunity for global. I'm delighted to see Austria here and Ken and others, so that we can build this partnership.
Wonderful. Thank you, Gareth. And what I'm hearing is, I think what we're hearing throughout the day really, is that it's a paradigm shift. Call it social prescribing, call it what you want to call it. It's really about health that gets delivered at home and in the local communities. It's moving away from the sick care environment and just placing people in boxes where they've been diagnosed, and that's the only formal pathway to seek support for them. And so we've heard from Gareth how that touches upon the wider industry field, and thank you for that. And so now we're going to do a bit of a deeper dive into some individual countries. And Austria, and Daniela is first on my list from the Austrian Public Health Institute, who's going to tell us a bit about the exciting work that's been going on there and some pilots that you've been leading to date and what you've learned from them. And we're going to move to some slides now. So I'm going to make a smooth transition as well to try and see if there we go. I've got the slides and you've got the clicker, Daniela. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share a few insights in our efforts implementing social prescribing in Austria. We started our work on social prescribing in 2019 with first events to raise awareness about the issue of social prescribing and the idea beyond it, and produced a few fact sheets and first tools to help practitioners to find out if social prescribing is something useful for them. And I have also placed early childhood intervention here because that was a program which is now implemented nationwide in Austria. It's just like the mother project, if we want to call it like that, and we can build up the experiences made by this early childhood intervention and initiative. Try to support pregnant women and young families in vulnerable situations. And we're very happy that we can build up on these experiences and now can also gain experiences with social prescribing in Austria. And that was make possible to do funding calls by the Austrian Ministry of Health and within the framework of Agenda Health Promotion, additional money from the Ministry of Health for health promotion initiatives. And luckily, social prescribing was one among about a lot of projects. And we launched now free funding calls enabling primary care facilities, but also general GP practices and pediatric practices, experiences with social prescribing. And we learn with them. And yeah, so we try to show the quality of social prescribing, that it is implemented in a proper manner, gain experience, do network meetings. We found in our first funding call 2021, a community of practice of social prescribers. And it was so great that this was not intended actually, but it just was this feeling we are approaching something new, something great, and we want to connect even if the funding call has ended now. The other thing we try is to raise awareness on social prescribing in Austria. We have established a sounding board with representatives of health professionals, municipalities, cooperation partners, and users of social prescribing to get a common understanding among stakeholders on social prescribing and make social prescribing fit for the Austrian landscape, so that it's nothing additional or something, yeah, it's the first thing of anything, but no, it is just part of primary health care. Yeah, and a challenge we have not fixed yet is to ensure the sustainable financing of social prescribing, but we're working on it. And I hope we find a solution. And the hope and the vision is that social prescribing is a central component of primary health care in cooperation and attuned with other initiatives, for example, community health nurses. All these initiatives work for more health and more equal opportunities for all people in Austria. So that social prescribing is part of the family. Yeah, thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Daniela. Thank you. That's fascinating. And I think what we'll do now is we'll move to our colleagues in Singapore. So Dr. Lee, over to you. Tell us more about Singapore. And I think I'm not the only person here who probably thinks that next time we do this, I think we would like to go to see Singapore.
Okay.
Over to you.
I will start working on it now. I think it'd be nice for us to gather all over the world. I think, of course, London is a special place. I think all of us were inspired by what you did in London. So I will share some of the things that we did. So our journey started in 2019 when we were invited to London by Marie Polly and Michael Dixon to attend the International Social Prescribing Network Conference. And that sort of confirmed that to us that this is the right path to go. We were already planning to do something along the same line, and we gave us that confidence to go. Then I met James, and I learned everything about personalized care and social prescribing from him. So this three wise person actually started the social prescribing movement in Singapore. Well, at least they gave us a big boost. So I think you guys experienced it firsthand. The ideas are easy and it's so obvious and so valid, but to implement it is so difficult. So these are some of the struggles we went through, and you can see the pictures of all my compatriots, corporates who struggled to make social prescribing work in our program. It's been 4 years. We have not reached, I think we cannot claim success yet, but I think we are now very clear what direction we need to go. And you can see some of our wellbeing coordinators. We call them wellbeing coordinators. They are actually link workers as well. And I had the privilege of meeting some of the frontline link workers yesterday at one of the PCN. And the problems they face are similar. And more importantly, I think the passion that they have is also very similar. And they all come together and think of different solutions to help their clients in different countries and different settings. So lots of learning that we do. And we realized that it's all about convincing stakeholders, internal and external, because I think we struggle constantly with trying to make ourselves understood by the people that we are trying to help, as well as the people that we are trying to help to improve the care for. So continuing to learn, and I think every time we come here, we get sort of reassured that we are not alone in our struggles, and there are many people with many new solutions that we can learn from. So this is why we came back 4 years later. So one of the things we realized is that the training and competency is so important. When we first started, we rushed in. And I think we were a bit unfair because we recruited kind-hearted people with passion. And we say, okay, go ahead and start doing social prescribing. So on hindsight, I thought it was not fair to them. We were like sending soldiers into the battle without training or even without weapons. So no matter how brave they are, they suffer. So we went back to the drawing board and we created a competency framework. We developed a curriculum and we started training. And then we brought back some of our link workers who have started work without training. And I think they really express to us now they see the picture, and although it's very theoretical, they can see that these are the theory that will guide them in action. So we teach them things like what is social prescribing, the different definitions around the world, what is in common, which is actually to complete the clinical prescription, to bring personalized care to the patient. We teach them tools like motivational interview. We teach them how to look for assets in the community. So these are actually like basic military training equivalent for a link worker. So with that, I think they found it very helpful. And we managed to recruit more people because some people came for the training without being link workers, and they're so inspired by it and by interacting with the other link workers that decided to sign on. And last but not least, I think is the tools that we need to give our link workers. And a common refrain I hear back in Singapore and I hear in UK as well, is this thing about looking for assets in the community. They say, oh, go ahead and link patients to the community assets, but where are they? It's very hard to find, and they struggle to look for it and takes up a lot of time and energy. So we realized that asset mapping is very key. And I learned of this elemental system that you have. Again, you guys are ahead of us. We are developing it from scratch, so to speak. When we study, we realized that there is this first layer. The first layer is on the digital map that is widely available, even on Google Map, right? But the difficult part is the next two layers, the associations of people in the community that do the activities that help our residents and patients, and the activity itself. And you can see that the first layer doesn't change very much over time. The second and the third layer changes really, really rapidly. And how do we capture it and update it? So we are going to develop a method, thankfully funded by some of our ministries. I think the method is very important. I think the digital maps are available all around the world, but how do you create these layers, and how do people share and update these layers? So we have thought of some of these ideas. First, we get an online map. Then we realize we need to have crowdsourcing of information from the practitioners as well as from the residents in the community. So we are thinking of how to develop methods like community walks, community street audits, photo voice, and each case managed. We will take the very rich information and populate it in our map. So this project should finish in about 1.5 years' time. So hopefully I can come again and share with you the method and see whether you can adapt it for your own use. So these are some of the things that we are doing in Singapore. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. And the asset mapping is an area that has gathered lots of interest. And I think the up-to-date information is one of the hardest things to do. You would have all noticed that Dr. Lee just said they've not been successful yet, although we've heard they've created modules for the WHO and the regional directors there, and they've hosted the first Asian conference for social prescribing. So we know you're very ambitious, but I think we can say you're quite successful in the field for now. But we'll move to Sonia now and our Canadian colleagues. Sonia, tell us about CISP, the Canadian Institute of Social Prescribing, who we always regard as National Academy of Social Prescribing's sibling, little brother, or you know, the sibling from overseas that comes and visits.
Yeah, we are definitely the younger sibling here, which is wonderful. And it's so nice to be here in person with all of you and with all the international partners, and soaking up the energy and passion of everyone that's doing this work is just fantastic. So for some context, Canada is quite a large country. I've put up a somewhat to scale map here of the UK so that you can get a sense of our geography and size. So we're divided into 10 provinces and 3 territories, and our healthcare system is administered provincially. So this means that while we have the same universal healthcare, it actually looks different and is organized and administered differently in each region. So you can imagine some of the challenges around scaling and meeting population needs. Now, we started on our social prescribing journey back in 2018. Some of you may have also been here at that time in a project called Prescription Community. And it was implemented in 11 centers in Ontario, which is that orange, yellow at the bottom in the middle there. And it was really focused on supporting people who are facing the highest barriers to health and well-being in our context. Now, like many of you, like many countries, the idea of connecting clinical health with social supports to address the social determinants of health is not new. But what we really found value in was having a formalized pathway, a structured process to give referrals, receive referrals, have dedicated link workers that support people, and having a data and evaluation system in place to really be able to understand the impact. We also found a lot of value in having a common language to describe the work that people have been doing for a long time. We received lots of support from UK colleagues. The project was very successful, and it garnered a lot of attention from stakeholders across Canada. And so we have grown from Ontario to what you see on the map here. Later on in Canada time, we are doing our own virtual event with a virtual tour across Canada on what social prescribing looks like with the speakers that you're seeing on the screen here. And as you can see, we now have social prescribing initiatives or active conversations happening in 9 out of our 10 provinces. The expansion is very exciting. It doesn't come without growing pains. As I mentioned, healthcare system governed provincially. We don't have a system level investment and support the way that you do here with the NHS. And so each initiative are really independent. They have different funding sources. They're held by different organizations, and they're trying to figure it out on their own. And there was a real need for us to have a bit of a national conversation, a national network around the work that is happening. So the Canadian Institute for Social Prescribing was formed, a seedling that's based on NASP, and what we've seen as the success here to support these conversations with infrastructure support from the Canadian Red Cross and with some funding from a Public Health Agency of Canada. And so we are now a hub that can convene the practitioners, the researchers, the government stakeholders, and other sectors together to learn from each other and to advance social prescribing in a way that is grounded in equity, in collaboration, and in community leadership. These are some of the partners that are journeying with us, and there's many more that's not on the screen here. They are such a wonderful mix of organizations from different sectors, as well as organizations that have a strong understanding and representative of equity deserving populations in Canada. So we have the momentum, we have wonderful partnership. The work before us is to co-create a framework of social prescribing in Canada that has some standardization that works for our context, but is also adaptable to the unique needs and the way healthcare system is delivered in our different jurisdictions. We're also, like Ken Hawk, looking at tools and resources to formalize and support the practice of social prescribing, which we don't actually have right now, and to look at curriculum, to look at training development. We also want to bring everyone together as a collective voice to advocate for policy and systems change, as well as sustainable investment from our different levels of government into community to support this important work. And throughout our journey, we've really benefited from many of you in the UK, many of our colleagues from NAS, from the Social Prescribing Network, and now from the Global Social Prescribing Alliance. And there is so much value in being able to learn from each other, to build on what each other's doing, not reinvent the wheel. And the collective momentum and evidence that we can demonstrate together is such a powerful lever for us to encourage and inspire our practitioners and our government decision makers. And I'm just thrilled to be on this journey together.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sonia. We'll now move on to Sean, and I've just for the production team, we've lost slides on screen at the moment, but hopefully they are coming back in a second. Perfect, wonderful. Over to you, Sean. We've got 4 minutes so that we can take 1 or 2 minutes for questions, if that's okay, Sean.
Right, no pressure.
No.
So before I start, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands in Australia from where I come from, which is incredibly important when we think about the power of community and the power when Gareth was talking about sort of climate, community, kinship, etc. So I really wanted to sort of put that on the table in terms of the power of community and what we bring and the legacy that we're creating for future generations, because this is without a doubt an intergenerational movement in terms of how we proceed. So I'm from Australia. You can see we're right down the bottom of the world there. Often I show the map where Australia is in the middle, but I decided to be politically correct. So this is Australia. And, in terms of a landmass, 26 million people, it's a big landmass, building on what Sonia had said about Canada. So with 6 states and 2 territories and a federal government based in Canberra, which is in the Australian Capital Territory. And I say that partly because we've got a system that's not dissimilar to the UK in some ways, or the jurisdictions of the UK, but also different. So we have, for example, an episodic care model in primary health, so an activity-based model. And also we've got public and private health. So we've got some complications. We've got Commonwealth government funding, and then we've got state and territory funding. So in terms of sort of pictures that we create in terms of, I guess, some of the
I guess, opportunities that we have as an organization or a country in terms of what we're thinking about. So an evolution of social prescribing pretty much started back in 2018, then 2019. So I show this slide really start to show the policy environment, because I'm a firm believer that we have to get this into the heart of government in terms of what happens. At the moment, if you like, Australia is in what I call a very strong startup moving into scale. And what we need to do is scale and move into sustainability. And to do that, we really need to make sure our grassroots movement is also being met with a top-down policy. So lots happening in the policy environment. We've had several national commissions and local commissions looking at mental health, the Royal Commission for Aged Care, etc. We've got a new national preventative health policy that came into place last year, and also primary health, a key focus in terms of 10-year planning. So lots going on, lots of opportunity. The opportunity for us now is to galvanize that and really sort of make it happen and take it mainstream. I wanted to acknowledge again the power of community, and I'd also like to call out Veronica and Michelle in the audience, because I think one of the things, and you know Australians like to travel around the world, I feel a bit of an imposter because I'm British, but anyway, I am a British Australian, of course, now. But I think one of the things that's really wonderful is being invited to speak at different meetings with different people. For example, with Veronica, with the focus on arts for dementia, but also with Michelle quite recently, we dialed in on a Friday night for a meeting with colleagues in the UK and also Portugal. Really vibrant meeting. We don't mind dialing in on a Friday night occasionally. But I just think that power of community is really important. It was such a vibrant meeting, and Michelle will attest to that, in terms of the dynamism that creates when you work as a global community, sharing ideas and really bringing things forward. 3 organisations I wanted to mention in terms of what we're doing in Australia. ADMA run a community of practice, which is basically, I think now around 2,000 people. Through COVID, this was a community that came together every other month, and it really formed a backbone of what was happening across Australia. Bear in mind, we are rural, remote and metro. So, you know, quite disparate in terms of where people are based, and a huge opportunity to bring people together. We also, Future of Workforce, the Social Prescribing Collective, incredibly important when we think about people coming through medical and allied health, etc., schools now, and what we're training the future workforce to be able to do. So it's really thinking through how can we change the model, and as I say, intergenerational. And then lastly, pivotal also for us is the Royal Australian College of GPs, very focused in terms of getting on board with this and really helping us sort of change the narrative, I think, in terms of this model of health, which talks about well-being and emotional and spiritual health, as opposed to just sort of a sickness model, as we all know. So I'm just going to focus on a couple, sorry, I did too many slides, so Bogdan has told me off. So just in summary, he's always telling me off, of course, but social prescribing summary is just that there's lots of interest here. We are going from startup to scale. One of the things that we're working with the Global Alliance to do is really understand how we can bring this together, to your point, to really sort of focus on that investment now and bring together a very coherent and cogent plan as part of a global endeavour to shape what we would like to see as a health system shift. So thank you, Bogdan.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I do feel a bit of a fraud of a chair indeed, because we are running out of time. However, only if we had a global resource where you could read all of those countries and what they're doing about. I wonder if there's such a thing. Well, if I can share with you a slide of something that's being launched today. So big surprise for you all. It's a global map, a compendium of case studies from all over the world that we put together with the Global Social Prescribing Alliance and international partners from all over the world. We do hope you make the most of it. Do download it, share it with others. You'll also see it at the global stand over there. And the leaders behind this are amongst you. And so do network with them and grab them by the arm during the breaks and do exchange information with them. We're very proud to have our WHO colleagues in here with us today who are working with us tirelessly to reach other regions across the world too. And you'll be hearing from Isabel from WHO later on today. as you'll also be hearing from Dr. Michael Dixon, who will be closing the day off. Another exciting resource that I wanted to mention today that is also being launched is the wonderful Arts for Dementia report that I do hope you also grab a copy of and you scan to see the digital format of that, because that includes an astonishing 150 case studies with presentations from different speakers that have joined the Arts for Brain Health, kindly put together, of course, by the wonderful Veronica Franklin. So thank you, Veronica, for that and for all of your support. Now, I'm conscious of time. And as much as I would have loved to have a question in here, I think we will have to end it there. I do want to mention one special person who is the true reason behind, or the person who facilitated all the conversations for this global map, and that's Hamad Khan, who's one of the students working. And you will also see Hamad later on. But as we close, us, the Global Alliance, put 3 lines together for you. Social prescribing, a ray of hope, a new way to help people cope. It focuses on what matters most, connecting individuals and communities coast to coast. From painting to sports to nature's embrace, social prescribing brings a personalized space to help each person heal and thrive, with a plan that's tailored to help them arrive. It's not just about treating an ailment or pain. Social prescribing seeks to sustain a holistic approach to health and well-being, empowering people to keep on seeing. The power of social prescribing knows no bounds, as it helps individuals and communities rebound. Across the globe, it's making a difference every day, bringing hope and healing in its own unique way. Thank you. Thank you all, and please do grab our international colleagues. There's several partners around that have contributed to the report, the Social Prescribing Network. I've noticed Marie Poli there with Helen Chatterjee, who can tell you more about the International Evidence Collaborative as well, and all things evidence related as well. So please do grab everyone and connect and network with one another. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. One more round of applause for Dr. Bogdan, Dr. James, and the panel. Thank you. Thank you. We are arriving at that time. Don't worry. Lunch is on the way. Before we do, just to give you a quick brief of what's going on. I know we've got 2 audiences. We've got you here in person. We've also got our online audience. If you're online, you'll be joining an interactive session with the English National Opera Breathe program, and then there'll be a panel on innovation in social prescribing. If you are physically here in person, you'll be taking part in our first ever big conversation. It's something that's not done before. It's the first time ever. So you are a very special group. Basically, you're going to be working together in the foyer to address key challenges that we face. So we'll be developing ideas, sharing thoughts, having conversations with lots of different people, lots of different groups to tackle health inequalities through social prescribing. That's going to happen in the foyer at 2 o'clock. At 1:30, if you fancy a little bit of a move, there'll be a mix and move in the foyer, and that's Southbank's Movement for Wellbeing program. Now, on your way out to lunch, you're going to see Isabel, who is currently creating a canvas. We'd love you to share some of your thoughts, any messages that can be part of that canvas, so we've got it all together for the end of the day. If you are interested in the garden program as well, we're going to have Paul, head gardener and founder of Grounded Ecotherapy, and he will meet you at the main entrance. Again, if the weather is great, go up. If not, they'll make other arrangements. For lunch, we'd recommend you take all your belongings. There's tea, there's coffee in the foyer, and I might even come and join you for a little bit of a dance. So thank you so much. You've been fantastic. Have a great lunch, and we will see you afterwards. Enjoy. Thank you.
My favourite thing is we get clients who have massive problems and they don't know where to start. And the adage is how do you eat an elephant? And it's one bite at a time. So that first bite is the beginning of everything.
The circumstances in our lives can have a massive impact on our health and well-being. And I'm here today to meet a team of social prescribers to find out about how the work they do
can impact people's lives. So Lee, what is social prescribing?
Social prescribing is a means of enabling GPs, nurses and other health and social care professionals to refer people to a range of non-clinical services.
When people come to us for advice, there's all sorts of practical solutions that we can offer. Examples may include producing a budgeting sheet for people. It may involve contacting creditors that somebody has debt with in order to renegotiate a payment plan. It could be writing a CV with somebody in order to move them closer towards the labour market and employment. The feedback we consistently receive is that young people feel helped, supported, listened to, and they feel like they've moved forward.
Can you tell me what is Citizens Advice?
Citizens Advice is somewhere where you can come for free, independent, friendly advice about anything. So housing, benefits, social isolation. We can offer a safety net, you could say, so our clients feel less anxious and more empowered to take control of their problems. Come get some free advice.
Claiming for benefits can be complicated and people can feel quite overwhelmed by it. What would you say to them?
People should not be afraid to claim benefits. So we are here to help them, to guide them through. So we'll let them know what benefits they are entitled to, what they need to do, and how they can claim, how they can fill out their forms and submit. So we are going to guide them through from the beginning to the end.
Housing is something that we encounter a lot. Whatever problem you've got, it's going to be something we've encountered before. And there's always support out there. It's just knowing where to find it.
So what would you say to people who are struggling, feeling anxious and totally overwhelmed with what they're facing right now?
You're not on your own, and people do care and people do want to support you, and there is help out there. You just have to be able to access it, find it and engage with it.
The best feeling is when people say to me, actually, do you know what? Tonight I'm going to sleep better because I've had that chat with you. That just gives me the best feeling.
I usually come here on a Monday, and we have Green Mondays. Everyone sort of chats together and then have a cup of tea, and then we would do some gardening as well and plant seeds, or we do some weeding, or we'll do a project.
Roots for Life is a new charity based on an 8-acre site in New Eltham, Greenwich. Green Mondays is Roots for Life Green Social Prescribing project. We have a number of people that come from a variety of backgrounds, including they might be people who are socially isolated, suffering mental ill health or depression or anxiety. We have Syrian refugee families, Ukrainian refugee families.
A place like this is incredibly important. Only 25% of Londoners have their own green space. Anyone can come in here and they can learn how to grow food. They can combat social isolation by coming together into a group, sort of incorporating mindfulness, therapy, and group therapy and listening circles. And it's a very beautiful project.
We have seen an amazing change in our Green Monday attendees. We have people who might have struggled to get out of bed this time last year, and they show better health, they look better, they're fitter, they're happier. They've bonded together as a community. The overall impact has been, I think, life-changing for some people.
I mean, it'll become up to a year I've been here in April, and I enjoy working outside myself. I find it therapeutic as well. I suffer from paranoia, anxiety and depression. It keeps me sort of busy, calm sometimes. I came here in the beginning actually as a very sort of nervous person. I felt very scared actually. I wasn't sure if I was going to come back again. Didn't particularly really do much with myself. I was always sort of like being at home and watching telly and things. But time's gone on really. I've managed to meet someone myself, asked her to marry me at Christmas. There's so much prospect here. You know, you can do anything here for even so many hours. You don't even know you're here.
Lovely to see you. The sessions that I run for Green Mondays consist of, we start off every session coming together as a group. It's a very unique opportunity to start your week talking honestly and quite deeply about how things are for you.
We've been running the project for a couple of months, funded by the Royal Borough of Greenwich, but the National England funding has enabled us to continue funding the project, but also start doing some more work on wildlife conservation So the Green Monday volunteers have been planting native hedgerows. So actually it's really important to be out and about when it's winter, get some fresh air and get some exercise.
You know, I have my good days and my bad days. But, you know, I'm glad actually I did come here. It's nice also to feel sometimes to have my personality back. It'll be come up to a year I've been here in April, and I enjoy working outside myself. I find it therapeutic as well. I suffer from paranoia, anxiety and depression. It keeps me sort of busy, calm sometimes. I usually come here on a Monday, and we have Green Mondays. Everyone sort of chats together and then have a cup of tea, and then we would do some gardening as well and plant seeds, or we do some weeding, or we'll do a project. You know, I have my good days and my bad days, but, you know, I'm glad actually I did come here. It's nice to also feel sometimes to have my personality back.
So today I'm here to meet up with Gay Palmer, and she is going to be telling me all about her role as a social prescribing link worker and showing me what she does in the community. Good morning, Gay.
Good morning. I'm very well. How are you?
Lovely to see you.
Could you come with me?
I'm a cancer survivor. I experienced leukemia twice before the age of 25. And I can't tell you how important it was to me to have a community and to have people that I could speak to help me get through that experience. So an issue I am really passionate and committed to combating is loneliness and isolation. And I know social prescribing plays a huge role in that.
As the link worker name suggests, we link and connect individuals to local organisations and services that can actually support them. The extra value that a link worker brings is the time. GPs, the best will in the world, they would like to spend more time with their patients, but they just don't have that time. Once we receive a referral, it just tells us a snippet of what's going on with an individual. But once I get to know a person, it really helps me understand what and how I can support them. The advantage that we have is we know our local communities, we know where our local organisations are, we know what they do. A lot of people have anxiety or aren't sure of something new. So if I'm suggesting to go to an activity, if they've never been there before, it's a new environment, they'll be like, well, will I know anyone? Will I fit in? Will I feel comfortable? And part of what we do is going with them to support them. So we are going over that side, and we've got to Linkage, which is one of our local community organisations. This one serves the older community. The particular focus for them are people living with or carers supporting people with dementia. So in Southwark we have what we call hubs. So we have an older people's hub, which is more or less about aligning all the services that support older people and helping them to get access.
Good afternoon, Sarah. How are you? Nice to meet you.
Link workers will have a key role in knowing what services are out there, knowing what's best and most appropriate for the person that they're supporting, connecting them kind of from their GP services into community services, acting as that bridge.
Well, I'm a carer for my husband. I don't really have much time to do anything else. Someone who comes to see me at the house or phones me suggested that I can come out and look after me.
Friendship and company is what everybody needs, but not everybody gets it. Well, a lot of people, they live on their own and they haven't always got anybody to help them. So they isolate themselves. You can fade away by doing that. You have to come out.
I've seen firsthand the difference that makes, how important it is for their well-being, their mental and their physical health.
I think today there was one moment that really resonated with me, made me feel quite emotional, is when someone said that the activity that they were taking part in was why they got out of bed, was why they left their house. And I think that is just a clear demonstration of why social prescribing is so important, because I've had days when I was on treatment and receiving chemotherapy where I didn't want to get out of bed, but what made me get out of bed was my community, was my loved ones, was activities that made me feel well, both physically and mentally.
So I just had a
It's just such a clear demonstration of how special social prescribing is and how essential and vital social prescribing link workers are. It's not something that's fluffy. It's not something that's a nice to have. It's essential.
It'll be come up to a year I've been here in April, and I enjoy working outside myself. I find it therapeutic as well. I suffer from paranoia, anxiety, and depression. It keeps me sort of busy, calm sometimes. I usually come here on a Monday, and we have Green Mondays. Everyone sort of chats together and then have a cup of tea, and then we would do some gardening as well and plant seeds, or we do some weeding, or we'll do a project. You know, I have my good days and my bad days, but you know, I'm glad actually I did come here. It's nice to also feel sometimes to have my personality back. I usually come here on a Monday, and we have Green Mondays. Everyone sort of chats together and then have a cup of tea, and then we would do some gardening as well and plant seeds, or we do some weeding, or we'll do a project.
Roots for Life is a new charity based on an 8-acre site in New Eltham, Greenwich. Green Mondays is Roots for Life Green Social Prescribing project. We have a number of people that come from a variety of backgrounds, including they might be people who are socially isolated, suffering mental ill health or depression or anxiety. We have Syrian refugee families, Ukrainian refugee families.
A place like this is incredibly important. Only 25% of Londoners have their own green space. Anyone can come in here and they can learn how to grow food. They can combat social isolation by coming together into a group, sort of incorporating mindfulness, therapy, and group therapy and listening circles. And it's a very beautiful project.
We have seen an amazing change in our Green Monday attendees. We have people who might have struggled to get out of bed this time last year, and they show better health, they look better, they're fitter, they're happier, they've bonded together as a community. The overall impact has been, I think, life-changing for some people.
It'll be come up to a year I've been here in April, and I enjoy working outside myself. I find it therapeutic as well. I suffer from paranoia, anxiety, and depression. It keeps me sort of busy, calm sometimes. I came here in the beginning actually as a very sort of nervous person. I felt very scared actually. I wasn't sure if I was going to come back again. Didn't particularly really do much with myself. I was always sort of like being at home and watching telly and things. But time's gone on really. I've managed to meet someone myself, asked her to marry me at Christmas. There's so much prospect here. You know, you can do anything here for even so many hours. You don't even know you're here.
Lovely to see you. The sessions that I run for Green Mondays consist of, we start off every session coming together as a group. It's a very unique opportunity to start your week talking honestly and quite deeply about how things are for you.
We've been running the project for a couple of months, funded by the Royal Borough of Greenwich, but the Natural England funding has enabled us to continue funding the project, but also start doing some more work on wildlife conservation. So the Green Monday volunteers have been planting native hedgerows. So actually, it's really important to be out and about when it's winter, get some fresh air and get some exercise.
You know, I have my good days and my bad days. But, you know, I'm glad actually I did come here. It's nice to also feel sometimes to have my personality back.
I believe every person and community already has what they need to thrive. I'm here to connect the dots between communities and within people. I'm part of thriving communities to provide support, opportunities, and purpose to all walks of life, bringing communities together as one to tackle mental health and social isolation, meet, share, and connect, celebrate creativity. We're here to build bridges and seeding together, caring for each other, striving, thriving communities. We are here.
Social prescribing, it's a non-medical approach to supporting an individual who's wanting to make some changes.
It's all about bringing communities together. It doesn't matter regardless of what background you're from. You're a human being, you've got emotions and feelings, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day, to make them feel better about themselves.
We look forward to being together. Just for that one day.
It's that community, that connection, just giving me that reason to believe that I'm really contributing, I'm doing something. That's just wonderful.
Look back and I think, feel like I'm a different person now almost, and it really did like help me in that certain time of my life.
We all know how important it is to support people with long-term health conditions with their well-being. And I'm here today to see one of the rehearsals for our dementia choir, which is doing just that. And it's also a great example of social prescribing in action. So Karen, can you tell us a little bit about our dementia choir?
So our dementia choir originally set up by the BBC and Vicky McClure, but changed to a charity probably a year ago to give people who are living with dementia, their carers, their families, a safe space to come and enjoy, sing. Live music brings everybody alive.
So what do you think the power of music is for people living with long-term health conditions?
It's just amazing. And it's a lovely atmosphere. We uplift each other.
I actually start feeling better about things like a day or two before one of these sessions, and it goes on for a day or two after the session's finished. You know, it's really quite staggering.
What have you noticed in terms of the benefits of the choir for your mum?
She absolutely loves it, if I'm honest. She really, and it's helped me, Laura and Katie, I think. We're meeting a family with the dementia choir, and everybody's in the same boat, and they are so welcoming. And we can all share things with each other.
So Kate, you are a social prescribing link worker. Tell us about your role.
We're there to give an holistic approach for people, to support them and guide them into what is out there for them. We're based in GP practices, but we'll connect up with whoever we can out in the community and other places to help people.
You've actually referred a few people into the choir in your role. Seeing them today and listening to them sing, what do you think the impact of music and being in this group has been for them?
It's just lovely to see some of them today, how they've blossomed, come into the choir, and just to see their smiling faces and to see that they're chatting with others and they're living well with dementia, which is what it's all about.
So what would you say to someone who's thinking about getting involved in an activity like a community choir, for example, for their health and well-being?
You need to just do it. It's amazing. It'll change your life and you will make friends. People need to know about everything that's out there. I love it. And I know my mum is just loving it too.
Just go and do it. Just go and try it. Get a social prescriber to actually signpost you to something that's relevant to you.
You'd be surprised how much you'll enjoy it and how you integrate with people. It's helped me live my life.
What do you think life would be like without the choir?
I can't bear thinking about it. I love the dementia choir. It brings me joy, great joy.
I don't think Mick would be here today if it wasn't for the choir. His eyes light up. You know, I get Mick's eyes back, not the dementia eyes.
So Justin, we're here today in Old Trafford. We're visiting an amazing project. It's a community organisation called String of Hearts that connects older people through music. And this is your stomping ground, isn't it?
Sort of, yeah. I mean, Old Trafford, the football and the cricket is where I normally come from. I've never been here to connect with old people through music before, so I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah.
That's what we're going to do. We're going to be talking to all of the people who participate about their well-being and how it's helped them through social prescribing. And we're going to make Justin maybe bang a few drums as well, I think.
Oh, you didn't tell me that bit. I have to do something.
Come on, let's get you in before you leave.
I'll change my mind.
String of Hearts is a community arts organisation we set up just under 3 years ago with the aim of connecting isolated older people in the community. So people that might be living on their own or not have any family or friends who might benefit from coming together and exploring music together. Social prescribing has been crucial for us at String of Hearts, and we've connected with some amazing people in the community that we probably wouldn't have met otherwise. I think the biggest impact for people is a sense of belonging, feeling part of a group that's just down their road from where they live. Hopefully people leave feeling uplifted and happy and positive.
No one said anything. They sat down and they started this rhythm going, and I just got swept along with it. And they looked like having so much fun. So they were swapping instruments. They just came alive. I mean, obviously, it's really important that with people who are perhaps living on their own, maybe older, not working anymore, there's a creeping sense of isolation. So it's really important to be with people, isn't it? I think the most exciting thing about social prescribing is that it's the one area of your sort of care, your healthcare, where you can help write a prescription. You know, and it's a mutual way of getting yourself back on track, isn't it? It's good for the soul. And I think we are part of the community and we are part of society. And I think it's important that, you know, we have to look after each other.
Hi, everyone. I'm really pleased to introduce Jonathan from the English National Opera and also Anya from English National Opera, who'll be running this E&O Breathe session today. Anya and Jonathan, I'll hand over to you to introduce yourselves and a little bit about the session.
Hi, thanks very much. I'm not able to start my video, so sorry if you can't see me or if maybe someone from NASPA able to do that for us. Jonathan will need to be seen for this session, so is that a possibility at all?
That is, yeah, I'm not sure why you can't start your videos. Apologies, I will work on that now.
Thank you very much. So maybe I'll just give a little bit of an overview. I know I've got a few minutes yet, but maybe I'll just give a bit of an overview about E&O Breathe before I hand over to Jonathan, and then hopefully we'll have lots of time at the end for any questions that you might have. So just hopefully you can all hear me and that's all okay. So yeah, I'm the E&O Breathe project manager, and Jonathan, who's with me, is one of our session leaders who works with our participants on a day-to-day basis. See if I can start. Oh, I can. Great. Hopefully Jonathan should be able to start his video as well. Hello, everybody. Sorry about that technical glitch. So yeah, I'm the E&O Breathe project manager, and Jonathan here is one of our session leaders on the program. Fantastic. So E&O Breathe is a kind of breathing and wellbeing program, which has been specifically developed for people recovering from COVID-19 and is still struggling with that breathlessness and the associated anxiety that's come with it. So the program was co-designed with medics at Imperial College NHS Trust, and although the program itself is kind of non-medical, we have been working with them from when we kind of developed the program about 2 years ago to ensure that all of the exercises we're doing are really safe and approved by physios and a medical team, so that everybody completing the program we know is safe to be there and that it will be kind of most benefit to them. The program itself is delivered entirely online, so this is a perfect setting for us, and it really focuses on breathing retraining through singing. So we kind of don't brand ourselves as a singing program. Singing is just one aspect of something that really can help to kind of retrain your breathing and thinking about how we can have better control over our breathing as well. To date, the program has reached over 2,000 participants, which is amazing. And we've also managed to complete a randomized controlled trial, which is kind of scientific study, which basically proved that the program is of benefit and doesn't cause any harm. We can definitely share more information about that for anybody who's kind of more interested to read about the scientific side of that as well. But for the moment, I'm going to hand over to Jonathan to kind of lead us through a session. Usually we would be able to see all of our participants that are kind of in the program, see kind of them participating and playing a part in it. So I will do that today with Jonathan, so it feels a little bit more interactive, but please do definitely take part at home, and he will kind of lead you through various exercises. So over to you, Jonathan, and enjoy, everyone else.
Thanks so much, Anya, and good afternoon, everyone. So nice to be here with you. I can just see a few people in the chat saying that they can't hear, but hopefully I think a few people also saying that's getting sorted, so hopefully that is working well for you. So yeah, I'm one of the session leaders for E&O Breathe. So when I'm working with one of our groups, I'll be working with a group of sort of 18 to 20 people on a weekly basis for 6 weeks for an hour at a time, doing our programme as Anya's outlined. And rather than sort of talk about it, the best way to sort of get an idea of what we do on Breathe is for you to experience it yourself. So that is what we're going to do now. I'm going to do for about half an hour. I'm going to treat you like Breathe participants and take you through a whistle-stop tour of the sort of thing we would do in a Breathe session. Now, as Anya said, I can't see any of you, so I will have no way of knowing whether you are joining in with my activities or whether you are eating your lunchtime sandwich or having a cup of tea instead. But hopefully you will see the benefit of throwing yourself in, because it is the best way to get a handle on the sort of things we do. So with that in mind, let's kick off by just getting ourselves nice and comfy. If you're sitting on a chair, you may not be, but if you are, I'd love you to sort of situate yourself nice and comfortable in the chair. So for me, that's going to involve sort of shuffling myself right back so that my sort of bum's at the back and I can feel my chair sort of supporting me. If you're sitting in something that doesn't have a back, do your version of it. Or if you're sitting on the couch or on your bed, something like that, do whatever works for you. Get nice and comfy to start with. And we want your feet to be kind of flat on the floor, a little bit apart. This isn't sort of, we're not sort of draconian about it, but we want sort of our feet to be kind of in line with our knees, kind of in line with our hips, kind of in line with our shoulders. It's not an exact science, but we basically want our body to be relaxed and open so that we can breathe as easily and freely as possible. Just rest your hands in your lap for me to start with. And what I'd love you to do is close your eyes if you feel all right to do that. But if you'd rather not close your eyes, feel free to keep them open as well. But if you do feel able to close them, that would be wonderful. And to start with, I just want you to take a moment to sit in your own company, in your chair, just sort of getting used to this sensation, because in our busy lives and whatever else you've been doing in this very interesting and exciting day, other things flying around your mind, just want us to take a moment to sort of check in with ourselves and become a little bit more aware of how we're feeling, how we sort of situate ourselves within our environment, and sort of zoning in to what we're going to be doing for the next little while together. I'd love you to open up the rest of your senses. So maybe start with your hearing. What can you hear in the world around you? If your immediate thought is nothing, if it's super quiet, see if you can just extend that sense a little bit further. See if you can go right to sort of the edges of your hearing. Pick anything out in the distance. See if you can smell anything. See if you can taste anything if you've been eating your lunch. Are there any residues of whatever delicious food you've been eating? What can you feel? How does sort of your environment, the air of it, feel against the skin of your face or your hands? Think about how the floor feels beneath your feet. And we always start our sessions with this invitation to sort of situate ourselves wherever we are and check in with ourselves. So a lot of what we do is about becoming a little bit more aware of our bodies, our minds, our breathing, noticing habits, anticipating when perhaps a moment of anxious breathing is coming, really trying to tune in to the way we work. And part of that is becoming aware of our posture. Now, we certainly don't posture shame anyone, because my posture generally is dreadful, but it's useful to think about how we can make sure our body is set up to be sort of supported and open and ready for as relaxed a breathing session as possible. So what I want you to do is visualize your spine for me. So maybe imagine you've got X-ray vision and you're looking at yourself from behind, and you can sort of see your spine stretching right from your sitting bones right up into your skull. And now I want you to zoom down to the very base of your spine, whatever you think that might look like. And I want you to imagine that all of the bones that make up your spine have been removed, It's a bit grisly, but work with it. And you've sort of got them in a little pile next to you. And it's your job to build up your spine from the bottom. So imagine you're sort of taking one of your spine bones, setting it on the base of your spine, really carefully and thoughtfully. And then do the next one. Take another bone, set it on the previous one. And keep going. Really try and conjure this image in your imagination of building your spine from scratch. And as your spine grows, I want you to feel your body opening up. So as you build your spine up through your back is opening, relaxing. As your spine grows between your shoulders, feel your shoulders relax and move down and spread apart. As you build your spine up through your neck, feel your neck lengthen. And as you get up into your skull to finish off, be left with the feeling that your skull is balanced, cared for, supported on the top of your spine. And once you've completed that, take a little moment to notice what might have changed in your body from before we did that exercise. What feels different? What can you feel is a bit more open, a little bit more relaxed? And while you're in that reflective zone, have a little check-in with the whole of your body. So I want you to notice how your body is feeling in general. Any bits of your body that maybe have any pain in them, or any aches, any stiffness, any soreness. Just notice. And on a similar note, do a little check-in with your mind, with your thoughts. Where are your thoughts at today? Are they sort of buzzing around between all the different things you've been hearing about today? They're focused on something in particular? How would you describe your thoughts? And obviously there's no right or wrong, there's no value judgment with this. It's just an invitation to notice. Again, part of this ongoing invitation to become really aware of your body and your mind, and ultimately how they interact with your breathing. And when you feel ready, I'd love you to open your eyes if you've had them closed. And we're just going to think a little bit about how we might address some of the tension we might have felt in our body, any of the stiffness, anything that we might think might be restricting our breathing or restricting our body at all. So often places we carry tension that can get in the way of our breathing, our necks, our throats, our jaws, shoulders, upper chest, places like that. So let's do something that addresses maybe any tension in our neck and shoulders to start with, okay? So I want you to give me a little wave with one of your hands, hey, and then drop that hand down by your side. And you've got some choices here. You can just let that arm hang down, or if you want, you could wedge it underneath your thigh, so it's sort of wedged between your thigh and the seat, or you could tuck it under your seat, so it's sort of down that side. Then what we're going to do, we're going to tip our head away from that arm. So this is my arm that's down, so I'm just going to lean my head over that side. And really important to say, if this hurts at all, just take a little break, sit this one out for now. It won't be for everyone at all times. But on the exposed side of your neck, with your free hand, just want you to lay it on the side of your neck. And all we're going to do is give the side of our neck a little massage. So if you sort of imagine it's sort of that sort of action, however you interpret that. And while you're doing this, keep the rest of your body as relaxed as you can. Don't hold your breath. It can be easy to do that when we're concentrating on something else. Just give it a little bit of love, a little bit of attention. Lovely. And then we're going to swap over. So the hand that's been massaging, you're going to drop that down again. You can let it just hang by your side, or you can tuck it under your leg, between your leg and the chair. And we're going to tip our head to the other side. Just rest it. Again, if it hurts, just stop doing this one. With your free hand, rest it on the side of your neck. And give that a little bit of a massage as well. Lovely stuff. And then you can relax your hands and just give your neck a little bit of an exploratory move, see if anything feels like it's been released at all. Let's do a little bit of shoulder stuff. Can you scrunch your shoulders right up to your ears for me? Oof, right in. Then after 3, we're going to let them float down. So we're not going to drop them. We're going to just let them sort of float down. Okay, after 3. 1, 2, 3. Down they go. Lovely stuff. Scrunch them back up. This time, when we let them float down, we're going to add in a sigh. We're going to breathe out. And it's the sort of sigh you might make if you're stepping into like a jacuzzi or something like that. It's like, ah, it's like a lovely, relaxed, contented sigh. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Ah. Lovely stuff. One more. Scrunch them right up. After 3. 1, 2, 3. Ah. Lovely. Give them a little jiggle. Really nice. If you've got some water nearby, you might want to have a little sip of it, 'cause stretching can be thirsty work. And once you've done that, get nice and comfy again. Hands back in your lap for me. And again, if you feel all right to close your eyes, I'd love you to do that. So what I want you to do is give a bit of attention to your breathing. Just sort of notice how your breathing is feeling today. You know more than anyone the sort of spectrum of how your breath feels on a day-to-day basis. Just notice sort of where on that spectrum you feel it is today. And I'm aware that if we've been struggling with our breath, focusing on our breath can provoke a bit of anxiety. And if that's the case, just check out for a moment. Join back in whenever you feel ready to do so. And as you breathe, I'd love you to start breathing in through your nose. And as you breathe out through your lips. But don't just have your lips kind of floppy and neutral. I want you to slightly purse your lips, almost like you're gently blowing out a candle on a birthday cake, or like you're gently whistling. So it's a little bit pursed. So as you breathe in through your nose, breathe out through slightly pursed lips. Just get used to that. And the reason we add in the pursed lips is just to get a little bit more of our body involved in the breathing process, a little bit more muscle engagement, just by adding that little bit of tension around our mouth. Which means we're a little bit more aware that we're focusing on our breathing. We're going to do some breath training. And I want you to really notice the sensation of the air moving in and out. So as you breathe in, notice where you feel the air moving as it comes in through your nose. Notice what the temperature of the air is. Notice what the speed of the air is. Pay attention to where you can feel it moving. And as you breathe out through your slightly pursed lips, do the same. Sort of notice, is it the same temperature as when it came in? Is it the same speed? Has something changed? Where can you feel it moving around? Lovely. And open your eyes for me, but stay in that sort of focused breathing mode where you're really sort of thinking about your breath, where it's moving. And we're just going to add in a physical gesture to the breathing process. Because often if we're finding we're struggling to breathe, or we have some anxiety about our breath, it can really help to externalize it, give us something else to concentrate on by bringing the rest of our body into the breathing process. Just going to move my camera back a little bit and also lower it so you can see a little bit more of my body. So this is how it's going to work. We're going to do a little sequence made up of 4 moves. Just watch me to start with. Keep breathing for the moment. But we're going to start with our hands in our lap, resting in our lap with our palms upwards, so like we're sort of holding a plate or a bowl in our lap. As we breathe in, we're going to bring our hands up, like we're sort of raising the plate or the bowl for us to smell. So as we breathe in, we're going to bring our hands up like this. As we breathe out, we're going to push our hands away towards the screen like this. As we breathe in, we're going to bring them back towards us. And as we breathe out, we're going to send them back to our lap. Okay, so it's sort of a 4-part move. I'll just show you one more time. So breathe in, hands come up, breathe out, push them towards the camera, breathe in, bring them towards ourselves, breathe out, send them down again. So try that with me. If I'm breathing at a speed that is similar to your speed, then you can go with me. If you're breathing a little faster or slower, then go at your speed. So match it to the speed your breath is at for now. Okay, so let's try sort of 2 cycles through that. So as you breathe in, hands come up. As we breathe out, we push them away. As we breathe in, come back in, breathe out, they go down. And again, as we breathe in, Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Do one more without me narrating at your own speed. Lovely stuff, really nice. Now I can't see you, but having done this quite a few times with different groups, a couple of things that people often do instinctively that it would be great to sort of think about. So one thing that can be really easy to happen as we bring our hands up, can be very easy to bring our shoulders up as well. Now that's going to create tension where we don't want it. So try and keep your shoulders nice and heavy as you go. Other thing, even though we've got this move in 4 sections, don't think it's sort of 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't get stuck at the corners. Try and keep it a smooth gesture. So we're sort of embodying the sort of smooth cycle of in and out breath that we want to feel in our bodies as well. And the third thing, don't just sort of have your hands floppy as you do this. Have them a little bit engaged. Almost imagine that you're moving your hands through water in the swimming pool. If you can imagine, you'd have a little bit of resistance, wouldn't you? You wouldn't be able to go just dead easy. A little bit pushing back. Again, just to involve more of our body in the breathing process, okay? Let's do 2 more cycles of that breathing gesture. Off we go. Coming up. Forwards, coming in, coming down. Lovely stuff. And then just breathe however you would like to. So that's a really good activity to use in moments of where we're sort of anxious around our breathing. We just want to slow everything down, calm everything down, add something in for our bodies and our minds to concentrate on. Add in this gesture, synchronize it with your breath. And then you'll find that once it's sort of linked up, if you start to slow down the pace of your hands, it becomes much more easy to slow and deepen the pace of your breath. So play around with that one. Let's move on to thinking about our voices, because what we find talking to a lot of our long COVID participants is that one thing they really struggle with is their voices. When they're struggling to breathe, often their voices get tired much more quickly. They struggle to speak and have a conversation or do their day's work if they're talking a lot at work when they're struggling for breath. So we like to give our participants some things to try to take care of their voices. So we're going to do one of those today. We're going to do something called sirening, which is a way of looking after our voice. It allows our vocal apparatus to work in a really sort of gentle way so that we can sort of get it working, give it a bit of soothing without too much intensity. And it involves making a slightly funny noise. To start with, can you say the word sing for me? Everyone say that? Sing. And knock off the S and you get ing. Can you say that for me? Ing. Lovely. Then knock off the I and you get mm. And that's the sound we want, that NG from the end of a word like sing. Mm. See if you can just find that, because it's a funny sound that you probably haven't made before, unless you're in the business of making, you know, sci-fi sound effects or something. It sounds like an alien. Mm. You sort of have your mouth a little bit open. Because if you close it, it just becomes a hum, which is good too, but we want an ing. Let's take that sound for a little walk. So if you just hold your finger up for me, this is your magic finger. If your finger moves up your screen, the pitch of your sound moves up. So it would be something like can go up. If it goes down, it goes low. Down there. Okay. So if I went on a little walk like this, you get the idea. It moves around. Okay. Have a little go. Copy what I'm doing, or go wild and avant-garde. See what comes to mind. Here we go. Really nice. Now again, I can't see you, but having done this a lot with different people, again, very tempting as we move our finger to move our chin as well. Again, that's creating tension where we don't want it. So try and keep your head nice and level as you go. This time, I want you to sign your name in the air. Can you do your signature for me? Again, with your magic finger. So my name's Jonathan, which is very long. So it's kind of... That's what we want. Do whatever your version is. Off you go. Very good. Can you now imagine that you're not just your brilliant self, but you're actually a Hollywood A-lister and you've just been approached for your autograph on the red carpet. So you're not just going to do your normal signature, you're going to do the most flouncy, curlicue, stars and hearts and all the rest of it. So your is going to travel a little bit more excitedly this time. Here we go. Very nice indeed. So this sound, giving our vocal folds a chance to work, really sort of low intensity, low pressure, give them a little bit of a gentle warm up. Let's just formalize that a little bit more. We're going to do some sound waves. So we're going to sort of do a little gentle up and down in different bits of our voice. So let's start at the bottom of our screen. So I'm just going to trace a little sort of sound wave at the bottom of our screen in quite a low bit of my voice. So for me, it'll sound like this. Be different for you depending on where your voice sits. But you want it in a low bit of your voice. Give it a go. So do that, keep everything else nice and relaxed as you go. Let's sort of extend that to halfway up our screen. So we're going to go a bit higher in our voice. So for me, it'll be kind of... Do whatever your version of that is. Here we go. Lovely. And last one, we're going to fill our whole screen. And this is going to start in the same low place, but it's going to go even higher. That's where we want to go. Give it a go. Really nice. So what you've done there is give your voice and your breath just a chance to warm up a little bit, work a little bit in a very low pressure way. So really good one if your voice is feeling hoarse, or if you're warming your voice up to do lots of speaking at a conference, perhaps online, then you might want to do a little bit of that just to get your voice ready. And it puts us into a really good place to do a little bit of singing. So every week on Breathe, we have a little bit of singing. And what we do is we sing a lovely selection of lullabies from around the world that have been collated for this project. And we do this for lots of reasons. I mean, singing obviously has lots of benefits in all sorts of levels. But singing is a really great way to put our breathing work into practice, because even to sing a little tune, you're taking air in and you're using it. So it's quite sort of intuitive, fun way to practice a little bit of that breath work. So I'm going to teach you a tribal lullaby from a tribe in South Africa, and it's called Abiyoyo. And that's the only word you need, Abiyoyo. Just say that for me, Abiyoyo. And Abiyoyo is the name of a monster in a legend. And you might think a monster seems a bit of an intense theme for a lullaby. But the way it works is if you sing the monster's name, the monster goes to sleep. So then you're safe to sleep as well. So we're just going to sing the monster's name over and over again. Really simple. Let me sing it to you. I've got my trusty ukulele to help me, and then I'll teach you it. So it goes, Abiyoyo, 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 Biyoyo, Biyoyo, Abiyoyo, Biyoyo, Biyoyo. That's it. Tiny, dead easy. You can definitely learn that with me today. So the first bit goes, Abiyoyo. Try that with me. Abiyoyo. Then you restart from that note you've just finished on. Abiyoyo. Try that. Abiyoyo. So if we join those together, we get Abiyoyo, Abiyoyo. Try that with me. Abiyoyo, Abiyoyo. Again. Abiyoyo, Abiyoyo. That's half the song. You've learned that in no time. Second half, we go a little bit lower. We go, Abiyoyo. Try that with me. Abiyoyo. Then we go, Biyoyo. Try that. Biyoyo. Then we go, Biyoyo. Try that. Biyoyo. So if we join those together, we go, Abiyoyo, Biyoyo, Biyoyo. Try that. Abiyoyo, Biyoyo, Biyoyo. And again. Abiyoyo, Biyoyo, Biyoyo. One more time. Abiyoyo, Biyoyo, Biyoyo. the second half of the song. It's dead easy. So first bit goes, A-B-O-yo, A-B-O-yo. Sing that with me twice. A-B-O-yo, 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 A-B-O-yo. First half. Second half goes, A-B-O-yo, B-O-yo, B-O-yo. Twice. Give that a go. A-B-O-yo, B-O-yo, B-O-yo. And again. A-B-O-yo, B-O-yo, B-O-yo. So you've got the whole song. Let's sing it all the way through. Take a little moment, have a sip of water. That's good, isn't it? Get yourself nice and comfy on your chair once again. See if you can refine some of that lovely posture that we created earlier. Everything's nice and relaxed. Now, a few important things to say. There are no rules for breathing in this piece. So you could breathe after every syllable if you want to. A-B-O-yo. That's what you want to do. Absolutely fine. Or A-B-O-yo. Breath. A-B-O-yo. Breathe whenever makes you have a nice time with it. Second thing, don't forget that we're singing a monster to sleep. Okay, so we want to probably get quieter as we sing the lullaby because we want that monster to go to sleep. Okay, here we go. A-B-O-yo. Here we go. A-B-O-yo, 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 B-O-yo, B-O-yo, A-B-O-yo, B-O-yo, B-O-yo. Beautiful. Give yourselves a polite little clap. Learned a song today. Very good indeed. So that's sort of a whistle-stop tour of how a breathe session works. So we'll start with sort of a little bit of chat when people are first arriving. Then we head into our sort of mindful, setting ourselves in embodied work, becoming a little bit more aware of how our body's feeling today, how our mind is feeling today, how our breath's feeling today. Then we go into some physical work, different stretches, thinking about how we can relax our body, release tension in areas that are going to be constricting our breathing. Then we'd usually move to some breathing activities, and they can range from sort of very sort of tangible things like the one we did using our arms. Sometimes they're more internal, more like a visualization or an imaginative act. Different things work for different people, so we sort of throw a lot of things out there so people can see what works for them. Then we always think a little bit about voice care and how we can sort of look after our voice and our breath working together. And then we have a little bit of a sing as well with one of our lullabies of the week. And this is all supported by a substantial online resource, our hub, which has demonstrations of everything we do in the session. So some of those are videos that sort of take people through everything we've done. Sometimes they're audio tracks to listen to. Sometimes they're text. For our songs, we've got sort of demo tracks with the singers singing, or we have a karaoke track where you just get an instrumental and you can sing over the top of it as you see fit. And we show that to everyone every week and send it out after the session. And we do that for 6 weeks, and after our 6 weeks, if people want to, they can engage with our drop-in sessions, which we do every week. We call them twilights, on a sort of an afternoon or an evening, and they're a chance for anyone who's completed the 6 weeks to drop in, and we revisit some of the things we've done, try new stuff out, do things that people request, so that if people want, they can keep up with the Breathe programme for as long as they can. So thank you very much. That is your sort of half-hour intro to a Breathe session. So I'm going to hand back to Anya, I guess.
Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, lots of lovely comments in the chat, so I hope people enjoyed that and found it useful. I think we've got time for a Q&A now, so if you have any questions, please do put them in that Q&A bit. I've seen one question already that's saying, how do we access the programme? So this programme is accessible by a referral from a long COVID clinic. It's not necessarily accessible to everybody, and that is because it's been developed specifically for people experiencing long COVID and, you know, their primary concern being breathlessness and the associated anxiety. So if that is something that you're experiencing and you're in touch with your long COVID, then we would advise that you kind of suggest to them whether it's possible to get referred. We have 85 NHS partners across the UK, so we are kind of pretty widely spread. We know there's more work to be done, and that, you know, there's parts of the country where maybe we're not partnered, but we are working on that. So yeah, it's via referral through a long COVID clinic, an NHS long COVID clinic. There is more information about that on our website, but of course if you want to ask more questions, you can always drop us an email at info.breathe@eno.org. Are there any other questions? I see one, other online sessions. So all of our sessions run online in a space like this, and by anyone who's kind of on our waiting list, who's been referred by their NHS clinician. And we have about 20 people in a group. So there would be a session leader like Jonathan, a kind of group coordinator, which is my kind of position today, which is a kind of pastoral and administrative support for all of our participants, checking in on kind of their well-being, making sure they can access the sessions, things like that. And then there'll be 20 or so, 20 to 25 participants in a group that are kind of all participating together through that 6-week program. So they would all join at session 1 and go through those weeks together, essentially. Question for Jonathan. Where would you go for funding for this work? We have Heart and Lungs Choir in Wandsworth, but their funding is ending. I'd like to get further funding so they continue their wonderful work. I think this is probably a question for me, actually. So ENO Breathe to date is funded by kind of private donors to ENO, but also from various trusts and foundations and organisations like National Association of Social Prescribing. We are not funded at all as it stands by the NHS, so it is very much coming from a kind of arts background and some social prescribing, but it's still something we're really working on to try to get kind of more substantial funding and consistent funding for programs like this is still a big question. I think there's actually a webinar that NASP have been running today, I don't know if it's already happened, about funding for social prescribing, so I might point you in that direction and maybe you could ask them directly or watch back that webinar if it's been recorded. Right, let me keep an eye on these questions. Is there evaluation and research we can read about the project? Absolutely. So we have been evaluating this programme since we started it about 2 years ago. We ran a pilot in autumn 2020 and then nationally rolled it out in January 2021. From that point, we were doing kind of ongoing evaluation of the programme. We used kind of NHS metrics. So every participant has to complete a kind of health and wellbeing survey before they start the programme and again at the end. And that's kind of the questions there are based on NHS metrics. So we assess general health and wellbeing, breathlessness and anxiety. And that really helps us to build up a picture of kind of each participant that goes through the programme. And as I said, we do one at the beginning and we ask them to complete that again at the end so we can kind of compare those results. The impact of that has been reasonably consistent as we've gone through the whole programme. But in April 2022, we were really delighted to have a randomised controlled trial published in the Lancet Respiratory Medicine Journal. And there were various findings from that, but the main ones were that ENO Breathe does not cause harm, that it can benefit people in their breathlessness while running, seemed to be the biggest improvement, so improvement in their breathlessness while running, but also that it kind of improved their general quality of life, if having experienced kind of breathlessness and the isolation from long COVID. There were various kind of qualitative feedback created and collated from that as well, where people really felt that it kind of complemented other care they were receiving. They really enjoyed the fact that it used music, and they felt that it was really wonderful to be in kind of a supportive environment with other people who've been through similar experiences. I will post a link in the chat to the actual RCT, so if you're interested in the science behind that and more of like reading in depth, then we have our kind of summary of the results, but there's also the actual link to the Lancet Respiratory Medicine Journal as well. So let me put that in the chat for you, Noel, so you can have a little read. Just going to check there's not any other questions in this chat that I can't see. Email address, again, let me put that in, info.breathe.
I just wanted to jump on that comment that was made early on, which sort of was a question but not quite a question, where someone said, is it just mindfulness with a bit of Tai Chi? And hopefully for people who stayed for the whole session, you can sort of see that it is more than that. But I think it's an important point, because for some people, and perhaps that questioner was one of them. The mindfulness sort of side of it is not something that people find helpful, but often they find the sort of the physical activities, the stretching, different things really helpful. And we're really aware that we see people from all sorts of different experiences of long COVID and different life situations, and different people find different things helpful, which is why we sort of cast the net quite broadly and do everything from sort of embodiment and mindfulness work to physical stuff, to breathing exercises, to quite in-depth voice care, to singing, because across all of that we find people find something or many things that they find really helpful and that helps them. We often talk about it in terms of a toolkit. We sort of offer you the tools and you sort of choose, well, that one is what really works for me, that one really helps me, and you can sort of make it a little bit more bespoke as we go along.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Jonathan. Yes. So if there's any final questions, do pop them in the chat or that question, but I think we're also kind of rounding up a little bit. Do we teach together with dancers? We don't on the ENO Breathe programme. We haven't kind of collaborated in that way. And I think that's because the programme itself has developed to be quite prescriptive in the way that we work, as Jonathan said, to kind of offer a range of tools that really gives people the kind of power over their symptoms and can really kind of manage that themselves. So at the moment we don't, but we're always kind of, thinking about new ways to develop the programme and how we can kind of share our learnings further. So yeah, maybe in the future, but not imminently or not at the moment. Any other questions before I maybe hand back to Hannah at the end of this? No? Great. Well, I've put the email in the chat there, the info.breathe one. So if you have any other questions, please do get in touch with us. This is being recorded, I think, so you could always watch it back. And yeah, I'm going to say a big thank you. Thank you to Jonathan very much for kind of sharing this with you guys and being here today. And thank you all very much for joining. So yeah, I'll hand back to you, Hannah, at National Association.
Thank you so much, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Jonathan and Anya. That was fantastic. And great to see people in the chat mentioning that they were joining in as well. That was great, and some really great questions as well, and lots of thanks to you both. So yeah, thank you so much for that. I know it's not usually the way that you conduct your session sort of on a webinar, so thanks so much for being flexible for us as well. So next up, we will be having our Innovation in Social Prescribing webinar. So we will be starting that at 2:15. So you've got around sort of 5 minutes just for a little comfort break for any of our attendees here. And then we'll be starting that session at 2:15. Thanks, everyone. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. So we are now going to start our panel, which is our Innovation in Social Prescribing panel. So if all our panelists would like to turn their cameras on, that would be wonderful. Really great to see you all here. I'll spotlight you all in a second. And your chair for today is Josh Ryan. So I'll let Josh introduce himself, and then he'll introduce each of our panelists. Thanks, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon to the panel. You join me here live in the depths of the Southbank Centre during a absolutely fantastic social prescribing day, and it's great to see so many of you joining online as well. We're here today to talk about innovation in social prescribing, and we'll have a number of things we'll be discussing, but first I think it's time that we get to know our panel. So I think it'd be great if we could go around the room and we'll all introduce ourselves. So my name is Josh Ryan. I'm the head of Thriving Communities at the National Academy of Social Prescribing. Thriving Communities is a programme that supports social prescribing delivery organisations to network and achieve best practice in the sector. I'm going to go around the screen as I can see it, if that's okay, but can we now please go to Jeremy?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jeremy Porteous. I run something called the Housing, Learning and Improvement Network. We are an independent network with over 20,000 professional stakeholders, predominantly championing good quality housing and care for older and disabled adults in the UK. Thanks, Josh.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. It's great to see you. Now, can we please go to Sue?
Hi, Josh. Thank you very much. I'm Sue Rogers. I'm head of practice here at Family Action. So we are a charity that have supported welfare of children and families, so cradle to grave for the last 153 years, and totally embedded in a social prescribing model of delivery. Good to be here.
Thanks very much, Sue. It's great to see you. And Tanya.
Hello, thanks, Josh. Hi, everyone. My name is Tanya Panuco. I'm a program manager at the English National Opera, and I've been specifically overseeing the program ENO Breathe, which is a breathing retraining program using singing for people who are affected by long COVID and specifically breathlessness.
Thanks very much, Tanya. Great to see you. Now, say hello to Alex.
Hi, I'm Alex Mazanovich. I'm a musician in the New Note Orchestra. We are a Brighton-based orchestra that supports people in addiction recovery and people who have been affected by drug and alcohol addiction.
Thanks very much, Alex. And Beth.
Hello, I'm also here from the English National Opera with Tanya from ENO Breathe. I'm the head of ENO Engage here, which is our learning and participation programme. So we thought it useful to have us both because it's both the programme and also how that connects into us as a company.
Brilliant. And last but by no means least, Layla.
Oh, am I unmuted? Yes, I am. Thank you, Josh. Hi, everybody. Great to be here. My name's Layla Shirar. I manage the Social Prescribing Service at the Bromley by Bow Centre, which is a community centre based in East London.
Thank you so much. And thank you again to all of you for coming this afternoon. Now, we're going to kick things off, I think, by talking about health inequalities. We know that social prescribing is key in tackling health inequalities and reaching areas of most need. How do you feel that social prescribing and more importantly, the work that you do can be used to tackle such issues? I'm going to throw it open to the panel. Anyone would like to come in? Jeremy.
It's a really great opening question. I think as I introduced myself, I work in a housing setting, and health inequalities can be demonstrated at first hand where there's also poor housing. In fact, we have a large amount of housing in the UK that is in disrepair or in poor condition. And what that demonstrates is that the link between poor housing and ill health there's an inextricable link. But what social prescribing enables individuals and working with their local communities is to think about not just about the type of homes they want to live in, but also the communities they want to live in and how their well-being can be improved by making some simple adjustments to those homes, including tackling that chronic disrepair.
It's interesting, isn't it? The interventions can be as strong as they can be, but if you're going home to somewhere that is not fit for purpose, you're not going to have the knock-on impact. And when you say that, you know, you're advocating this kind of circular approach, it's what we in the Thriving Communities program referring to as a whole community approach to social prescribing, which brings across people from multiple sectors having multiple interventions, but including things like, you know, money advice, which is something that so often gets ignored, but is absolutely crucial to people's well-being, and especially in kind of the current times in which we're living. I'd be interested to hear from any other members of the panel how you specifically are kind of approaching health inequalities, maybe how you're connecting with communities that traditionally don't connect so well into the health system through social prescribing. Sue.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. I think that you know, there are several elements on there that participate this health inequality. If we take this morning's debates, 4% of the budget is spent on children. You know, there's a health inequality from day one. And also there's the cultural deficit within social prescribing as well. So often we're not always thinking about the cultural requirements of people within that scope of work. And with many of the social prescribing elements being delivered through GP practices and linked through GP practices, what are we doing about communities that probably don't go to the GP and are the most isolated and maybe culturally deficit within that as well? So some of our work, we go out into the community. So we are the link provider from the PCN, but we don't naturally work wholly from the GP base. We go out to where the communities are. So we go to the faith-based groups, we go to the local communities sat within whole communities, and work collaboratively with them to facilitate change and make movement in positive steps.
I think that's really important, building those networks into underserved communities. And it's one thing that I like to think that kind of once you build a bridge and you build a network, it grows and it grows and it grows and it grows, and it becomes more powerful, and it brings on more partners, and we can utilize our capacity kind of more fully as a sector. I see Alex has your hand up.
Yeah, so at the New Note Orchestra, and there were other addiction recovery arts organisations around the country, I think we're very much looking into this idea of, recently there's been a lot of discussion that community and having better social networks is a really good way of supporting people in recovery. And there's a lot of discussion around like addiction is actually like a failure of community for a lot of people. And so within organisations like the New Note Orchestra, we're trying to do really like two things around that. One is offering a new community that people can be part of, which is based around respect, but also based around action, and it's based around art, and it's based around expression. But it also helps people in addiction reconnect to their community in the form of performances, in the form of a lot of other work that we do.
It's interesting, Alex. So am I right in thinking that, when a lot of people say community, they in their head kind of mean a locality, a small area. You yourself, through your work, you're kind of building a community here.
Yeah, that's right. I think especially people in recovery, once they're out of the kind of initial health crisis mode of going through a rehab system or something like that, find it very useful to have a community of people who have got very similar lived experiences. Mm-hmm. And not just that, people who have been affected by addiction in other ways, maybe a family member or friend, mm-hmm. or somebody very close to them who have seen that. I think it's really important to offer a much more positive view of what recovery can mean. And I think part of that is by having a community of people who are, essentially enjoying themselves and living life and being very productive and happy, essentially, in what they're doing. And I think it's very useful and important to offer that as a community. But I think it's also important for our locality. Like New Note is building up a reputation in Brighton, and as being a group that offers kind of quality art, quality music. And I think that's really important to break down the kind of taboo and stigma around addiction, and bring people who have perhaps been at odds with a local community in previous times to then become part of that and an important part of it.
That's interesting, like a kind of a reintegration process almost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting, obviously you do this through kind of harnessing the power of arts and culture. I'd be interested in hearing from the cohort from the ENO, like what does the ENO kind of push in terms of its social prescribing offer through arts and culture? Because obviously you're a very large and well-known organisation, and it's great to see you in this space. Kind of what brought you here, and what is it you're doing?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's really new to us. I think that COVID, as COVID happened, as a company, all of our sort of business as usual was not able to happen. Theatres closed, everything around the country closed, and we did do things like a drive-in opera slightly later, but before that we were thinking about how we could be useful in that time to society. The first thing that the organisation did was our costume team. So we have an in-house costume team at ENO here who create and sew all the costumes that you see on stage. Those staff were all put on furlough as COVID happened, but still wanted to be useful and really were at the spearhead of the sort of scrub sewing endeavour. We were doing that directly for Imperial at the time, but we also felt like there were other parts of the company that could be being put to good use at that time. And that was when the chair of our board here at the ENO, Dr. Harry Brunders, connected us in to Dr. Sarah Elkin from Imperial, and we were considering what role singing could have, and the breathing techniques that opera singers use to consider people with long COVID. At the very start, it was just an idea and a bit of a test and an assumption that we thought there might be something useful there. We brought together the clinicians from Imperial and the singers that we're working with at ENO to sort of meet and to connect and to think about what that overlap might be. I think something around inequalities that's really interesting to us is that of everyone that we're working with through ENO Breathe are people who have long COVID. Long COVID means very different things to lots of different people. The symptoms can be completely different, and how debilitating that can be to people's lives ranges hugely. ENO Breathe is for a particular subset of those people. So you have to be referred onto our program by a long COVID clinic. So you do have to be accessing our support through having gained medical attention. In some places now, we're finding that the desire to be on ENO Breathe is supporting people to then connect into their medical services. And we were super lucky with the amount of press attention that our project got at the time when I felt like there wasn't really much good news stories in the press. And I think we really hit that note of being something positive, and that's why it really sort of got the attention that it did. But I think it's been an interesting thing. We have lots of people emailing to say, how can I get onto this program? And then we signpost them towards their local long COVID clinic to sort of say, this is how you have to get there. Now, obviously that it's not for everyone. And we do have to say to some people that you don't meet the medical criteria, and we don't see everybody that might want to be on our program, but it is something that we are investigating, and I guess we're at quite an early stage of our journey into sort of in social prescribing, but we know that there's a demand for this work, and we feel like there's probably more that we can do outside of the existing program that we have. So it's sort of in our current work to explore where we might be able to use this learning that we've had through this program to start to think about that in slightly broader spaces, whether that's outside of long COVID and still thinking about breathing or lung function in individuals, but also in the more well-being space. It's been really interesting to sort of see, as participants have joined the program because they are struggling with their health, they sort of come through that, they gain the skills to sort of self-manage their condition, but as a little bit of a byproduct, they grow an interest in singing, in opera, and we're sort of interested now to see how can we pursue that and think about some other social prescribing links into our organisation that might be more straightforwardly like visits to our venue in groups, and sort of those more traditional social prescribing routes are sort of at our fingertips now that we're excited to sort of delve into.
It's fantastic to hear you sort of dipped your toe in the water and you're seeing such demand for your services. And it's interesting a point you raised about kind of not necessarily inappropriate referrals, but referrals into your program that maybe isn't quite the right fit. And it kind of brings me around to the crucial role of the link worker, you know, the absolute main cog in this system, directing people towards provisions and activities. And I was wondering if anyone had kind of any experience of their working kind of in new and interesting ways with link workers, and kind of what's happening out there at the moment. Sue.
Yeah, I was just answering in the chat actually. So we do deliver some of our social prescribing digitally. So those referrals may come through GP or through community-based, other community-based assets and partners. And there is a choice program, so we deliver blend. So those 6 to 8 initial sessions with a young person or an adult that's been referred into the service can opt into either digital based support like this via Teams, or face-to-face or place-based. So I think that I think one of the things that COVID has done for us is it's enabled us to be more flexible in our approach and meet the needs of the client rather than having a one size fits all approach. So actually that blend is really good. We deliver parenting programs as well as part of our social prescribing, and we can deliver those all digitally, and we found that that's been a big asset. So we're very open to kind of offering that blend offer of what suits the person and being person based rather than being organizational led.
I'm a huge believer in there never being a one size fits all model in social prescribing. And of course we can talk, you know, about the issues with digital exclusion, but being able to include things digitally gives you access to a whole wider audience, and not just locally but nationally as well. And I think it's really important that organizations kind of take up that mantle when they can. But Layla, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, I was just going to follow on from what Sue's saying. I think COVID really taught us a lot in our social prescribing service in particular. You know, we always knew that health inequalities existed, but of course those were hugely exacerbated during the pandemic. And I think for us as a team, we needed to think quite fast and quite creatively about how we would meet the needs of the local community, the growing demand, the higher numbers of caseloads that link workers were receiving, but not only the higher numbers, but the complexity at which people were presenting to social prescribers. And for us, one of our biggest inequalities was around the area of housing. And we decided to sort of work really closely. I mean, we're quite fortunate in the centre that we had already an existing social welfare team, a sort of debt management housing team that were already established in the centre. But what we did was train up a qualified advice link worker that could manage some of the sort of a spillage of sort of social welfare referrals that were coming into the service. And I think that made us really think about how we evolve the social prescriber link worker role and move more away from kind of like the generalist approach of, you know, taking all referrals and seeing everybody, but actually providing some specialisms, specifically in the sort of biggest areas that we receive loads of referrals, and that being social welfare, energy advice, mental health, and things like that. And I think that's what it's taught us. And yeah, there's been a lot of learning, and I think it is a continuously learning journey. I think we're only 2 years into having recruited our advice social prescribing link worker. So yeah, there's lots and lots to learn, but I definitely think a way forward is by creating specialisms in the role.
I completely agree. I hosted a webinar about a month ago now with a financial advice link worker. And obviously with the unprecedented cost of living crisis at the moment, her capacity was nil, essentially, because it is so needed. We've spoken a lot about kind of how social prescribing kind of begins in the home. And there was a conversation I was having earlier with a colleague of mine where I was saying that I feel social prescribing needs to become kind of endemic in people. It needs to be something that just happens, something that we don't even think about as unusual, something that happens every day. And that starts from a young age. That starts with children and young people. So I wonder if the panel might like to speak a little about kind of what they're doing to help foster that in families and kind of offer that wider support to children and young people. So.
Yeah, so we're very committed to systemic family social prescribing. So we feel that there is, when we speak about, or when a lot of people have that image around children and young people social prescribing, you think adolescent, but actually it needs to start at cradle. So we have perinatal support that works through a social prescribing type model that is all evidence-based, whole family systemic approaches, children and young people approaches. So meeting the need of the whole family, but through a social prescribing type model. And we're very keen to expand that and look at, again, where are the health inequalities for our young people that we could bridge some of that. So an example would be young people coming out of CAMS service that don't meet adult mental health services is an absolute cliff edge of care. But to drop them from a very medicalized model into a GP IAPT model perhaps isn't quite enough for them. So what could we do in a social prescribing bridging model that embedded their learning from CAMS, what works well for them, and support them with life skills and support to wrap around that to transition them into adulthood in a much more protected way. We've also done some services in A&E departments. So the lottery funded us to deliver referral process through A&E, where children, families, adolescents were having multiple visits for kind of non-medical requirement or non-emergency medical issues. And that was really good, with some really good outcomes there. Massive reduction in sort of what A&E were calling reoffenders, but they're those people that you see on a really regular basis. But really interested to get involved and do deliver services right from the cradle. So supporting new families, increasing confidence and competence of new parents, having a real social impact that from birth will have a difference for that child through a social prescribing community-based model.
Absolutely, and this feels like the perfect opportunity to plug NASP's next webinar, which is on social prescribing across the life force, in a couple of weeks. So I hope to see you all there. You mentioned something really interesting there about you had a fantastic set of outcomes regarding what they were calling reoffenders. That is something I think the sector needs to be much better at sharing, because there's so much evidence out there that these interventions work, that it could play very well into a discussion we could have all afternoon, which is evidencing the need for social prescribing and thus the funding position that we find ourselves in. That's a completely different discussion, and I'm sure one we will be having for years on end. But I just thought I'd throw that in there, because we're all doing this work and we're all gathering evidence. I think we need to find a more sort of robust way of sharing it. Anyway, that's me on my high horse. I see Jeremy has his hand up.
Yeah, you were asking a question really about how do we get social prescribing into our DNA. Mm-hmm. I think one of the things that, and as Layla highlighted, COVID has had a significant impact, not just around health inequalities, but poverty, demonstrating the amount of poverty that's out there, and that has then a real big impact on exclusion and inclusion, as well as things like housing inequity. And I see Dan talked about the number of people on waiting lists. But one of the things I think social prescribing is, it's part of a continuum of how we can support citizens build up different ways of being more resilient. And that can be from a housing perspective, around having more active voice in the way the landlord-tenant relationship operates. It could be around prevention, about preventing homelessness, for example. So again, I see that what you're describing, yes, we do need the evidence there. There's a lot of evidence out there already, but we need to join the dots so that those DNA molecules are all part of the whole.
Absolutely, and that's kind of the message that we're trying to portray through Thriving Communities, I suppose, is that together we are stronger, and together we are able to make such an unassailable case for the fact that this works. I've just noticed the time. So what I'd like to do before we sort of finish off is, if you'll indulge me, I'd like to go around the panel, and if you could give me kind of one takeaway on what you think the future of social prescribing looks like. Where do we go from here? I will take hands as you think this through very quickly. I'll say my part. I believe so strongly in the whole community approach to social prescribing, bringing together people cross-sectorally through community hubs, through community connections, and through shared investment. I think that is the model that we need to be moving towards, and it's the kind of the model that I'm certainly championing at a regional level. And if you stay tuned with NASP and kind of keep an eye on what we're doing, I really hope that we're kind of bringing some innovative work to the forefront. I see Sue has her hand up.
Yeah, I would like to see the future to be an absolute cradle to grave opportunity, at place, which is appropriately funded at full cost recovery, acknowledging the requirements of third sector to run these services to a very high standard, that are safe. And the beauty of the third sector is we have so much more to offer than just social prescribing. We instantly connect in to every other service that we have and that we're connected to, and we're already embedded in those communities. So hubs, definitely, Josh, I agree, but with a real fresh approach to the funding streams and the timelines and turnaround of funding.
It's what I often say is that volunteers aren't free. And the more people realize that, maybe the bigger chance we have of securing long-term sustainable core funding. Alex.
Yeah, I think it's an understanding that a lot of mental and physical health issues can be helped and supported with strong community programs, but it's also giving everybody within a community the opportunity to partake in community led artistic projects.
Fantastic, thank you so much. And Tanya.
Yeah, I think it was, so that future that you're mentioning is basically just to echo that point around sustainable funding and having funding that really joins up all those different sectors, whether it's community sector, art sector, the health sector. And I think that's one of the points at the moment with Breathe that we're really feeling really strongly around how do we sustain that program by really having funding that comes from those different avenues. And then the other point is, which is something we've noticed as well with our Breathe participants, is how much they can be amazing advocates once they've gone through a program that has really changed something for them, for their health, and to actually utilize perhaps more those voices of individuals who have experienced those social prescribing programs to be at the forefront of our messaging and what we say, and completely integrating them and their voices in how we're shaping that future as well.
And that's a really great point. I have a statistic in my head. The Thriving Communities Fund, which ran for a year last year, it served about 11,000 people in the end, but about 9 to 10% of those went on to volunteer for their local organisation or delivery partner or otherwise work for them. So it's kind of it's like a stone rolling down a hill, and it's that momentum that you kind of have to keep going.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, two really quick points. I know you said one, Josh, but one being, I think that recognising that the voluntary sector makes up a large number of the onward referrals that we make within social prescribing, so that prescription, and the voluntary sector being, the most at risk in terms of the continuation, a lot of these really important activities and projects that we put on for social prescribing patients. So for me, one would be more support money into the voluntary sector so that we can continue delivering some of those key services. Some of that is already happening in places. I know in ICS in North East London, they've started something called the Community Chest, where they have around 400,000 K, I think, to spend on activities where we find unmet need within social prescribing. So I think more amazing, innovative projects like that. And then secondly, it's not associating social prescribing with the health system. I don't know whether I'm going to get slapped, but but it goes back to Sue's point. Not everyone is going to go to their GP and hear about social prescribing. They're not going to be able to access it like that. So how can we start to train other key frontline workers in the principles of social prescribing, personalised care, what matters to the individual, and start to get other frontline workers to start addressing those social determinants and not it just being social prescribers. That way, somebody can go to their, I don't know, a local children's centre and have somebody that's delivering a social prescribing type approach, or their job coach could provide them with that same kind of approach, and not just having it be social prescribing link workers. That might be controversial, I don't know.
It's certainly not controversial in my mind. I think it's about empowering communities to connect to their own need, and you can't get that intelligence just through the health system. It needs to come from the ground up. That's my belief anyway. Maybe I'm being controversial, who knows. Jeremy has positioned himself, looking at the time, as the last speaker, so it's up to Jeremy now to bring us home. What have we got, Jeremy?
That was not deliberate. I couldn't agree more with what Layla's just saying about, it's not just about health, it is about the whole system. And for me, it's all about co-production. How can we co-produce with our communities a variety of different models to challenge the real individual needs, but also the wider community needs, whether that's singing well, eating well, sleeping well. We need to think about how we use both the social architecture, but also the physical architecture, so we can make the spaces available for groups to meet, for individuals to participate.
Absolutely perfect. So I could not have said it better myself. And by Jove, I appear to have brought us in on time. I'd like to thank all of the panel today. It's been a really interesting discussion. I genuinely wish we had a lot longer to talk this through. I hope everyone has a wonderful social prescribing day, and I will log off from NASP headquarters. Thank you so much for coming, and I'll see you all soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists for joining us. Our next session will be at 3:15, which is our health inequalities live stream. So do feel free to stay on the call or take yourself for a break. And then, as mentioned, we'll be back at 3:15. Thanks, everyone.
Very person who introduced me to this whole concept of social prescription. So one of the nice people you'll ever meet in your life. So we'll start with a level 1 again, please. Level 1. Yeah. Level 3. We'll get to a 5. Give me a 7, 8, 9, 10. Beautiful. We can welcome to the stage Dr. Rana McGill and the panel. Where's the 10? Entire thank you. The whole time. The whole time. I panicked at the moment.
Health and safety, taking my panel the wrong way round, so they trip over the wires. Hello, everyone. Really, really nice to see you all. I know it's been quite a long day, and I know this is kind of the last panel of the day, so I'm really grateful. I'm really pleased to see so many faces still out there in the audience and online as well. Thank you for joining us at home. This is a topic that's very close to my heart. If anyone knows me personally or professionally, I'm someone who loves talking about challenge and life and all the challenges that life throws up and how we can get through those challenges that life brings and what we can learn from other people, what kind of support we can get from other people to actually help us get through those. So when National Academy said to me, do you want to host a panel? What do you want to talk about? I was like, let's talk about challenging times and how social prescribing can help us go some way in tackling some of those obstacles, some of those challenges, and create some ideas. And more importantly, actually think about some solutions. So again, I'm a challenge-based person, but I don't like a challenge without some potential hope of a solution. So at the end of this panel, and because it's the last one of the day, we're going to be talking about solutions, ideas about how we can overcome some of these challenges and support other people to do that as well through social prescribing. But I'm absolutely delighted to have a brilliant panel with me today. We are hopefully still going to be joined by Professor Kevin Fenton. He's been caught in traffic, so he may well enter from side stage. But we've also got some incredible people with me here today. So I'm going to introduce them. I'm going to introduce Nicola Gitcham. So Nicola is the head of social prescribing at NHS England and NHS Improvement. I've also got Christiana Mellem, who's the chief executive of the National Association of Link Workers. And I've got Shiv Sharma, who is one of our participants in our, yeah, you got a bit of love out there, Shiv. Shiv is actually going to be one of our participants in our public facing campaign, which is coming out later this year. We're really excited about that. And Shiv has his own journey actually that he's been through, which I'm sure he's going to share with us. But thank you so much for all being here today. So please give them a round of applause before we start. So just to say thank you for getting involved in the big conversation. As you saw, James, our live scribe, was inundated with post-it notes. I don't think he's ever seen so many. So thank you for all of your thoughts and reflections. He's actually outside now and he's watching this panel, hopefully, and is going to be adding some thoughts and reflections as we go through this panel, but also some solutions at the end. So hopefully that visual representation will be a really nice record of some of the thoughts from today. But to start off with, I'm going to take some of those challenges, some of those issues that you all brought up during the big conversation, and I'm going to start really asking my panelists for their thoughts, their reflections, and potentially their ideas about how we can overcome some of these difficult things that we all face, or we're all supporting people who are facing. So Nick, I'm going to start with you, if that's all right. So I took a bit of a picture of the visual that James was drawing, and some of the things that were brought up there included digital literacy, us not really understanding or voicing the needs of children and young people, transport and infrastructure issues, funding access, lots and lots of things. I'd love just to get your take, first of all, about inequality, what your experience is of that in terms of your work and role, and how you can see social prescribing going some way to tackling that.
Yeah, thank you, Rada. So for the last year, I've been working with the Health Inequalities team at NHS England, and that's been fantastic learning. And I think what's really hit home is for the NHS, you have to look at what is in the NHS gift, so healthcare and social prescribing. Wow, you know, the holistic support and how it can connect people to community support is just needed, I would say, not just in primary care, but across the whole system. But then you've got those wider determinants and why we need to work really closely with all those partners across local authority, VCSC, local communities, and that actually we need to be very strategic when we're thinking about social prescribing and get that leadership really within these new integrated care systems, right at the top, at the board, but also at the place, which is often around the local authority and in the neighbourhood. So I think you have to be quite strategic about it. So it's like acting really locally and with individuals and communities, but really making sure that it's connected up to that bigger strategy to address health inequalities, because that's what the Constitution says. That's what the new legal duties on ICF say, and also it's one of the 4 things that our integrated care systems have. So we have something as social prescribing that's really tangible and practical to bring to the table to support people to make that change. So being really strategic as well as working really locally, I think that's important.
Yes, like you said, there are lots of different levels, aren't there? They all have to kind of align and be working together in order for outcomes to be achieved and for things to move forward. Christiana, I would love to get your take. Obviously, you know, you as a person, but also in terms of link workers, what they're facing, what your feedback you're getting from in terms of inequality, how they're tackling that, what they're experiencing, and some of the worries they may have as well around, you know, difficulties in their role.
Okay, so I think the first thing to say is that social prescribing is not an optional addition. So I think if you look at the primary healthcare definition, so if you look at the WHO definition of what primary healthcare is, you can see it is what social prescribing is about. It's about integrated care. It's about the wider determinants. It's about empowering people to take control of their health and well-being. So yes, we've got a national policy that has enabled us to be able to do that and enabled primary care to do that. But let's not think, is what's the role of social prescribing. Social prescribing is primary care. So what's been happening is that we've not had an effective primary health care system in this country and also globally. And that's the reason why you're seeing the health inequalities. So nobody has really been doing the proper preventative work, and we've been medicalizing people. So I think this is about demedicalization of healthcare, and we need to make sure that we are bold enough to define what we're doing and that the social prescribing link workers are supported. So yes, the social prescribing link workers role is quite complex. So that is about complexity. And if we look at it from that lens, then you can see that it has impact on the systems, then it has impact on an individual level and community level. And it also has impact in interprofessional and intersectoral. So everyone here who is doing community work or community groups or your VCSE, it has impact in that. So it's about driving that cultural shift in what we're supposed to be doing. So we need to acknowledge and kind of like reflect what have we been doing. So we've not been doing what we're supposed to be doing, which is what has resulted in this. And then of course, you then got the social prescribing link workers caught in the middle of all this mess of how we've let people down or we've been medicalizing them. And then they're caught in within that space where people thinking their role is just about individual. No, they are the catalysts of change, that it's trying to uncover the social injustices that have been done to people. Primary healthcare is supposed to be about equity, inclusion, social justice. We've not been doing that. So you can just see the social prescribing link worker caught in the middle without that support infrastructure around them, not feeling powerful enough to be able to drive the change. So everyone in this room who has emailed their MP about social prescribing. So it's not just about us on this panel. We do have a collective responsibility to take action. It's not about just feeling defeated. You are paying taxes. We are in a mess right now where we've got obesity crisis, we've got mental health crisis, we've got health inequality crisis. So it's about everyone taking action. Email your MP, email your integrated care system. They are public accountable organizations. They are funded by taxpayers' money. They do have a responsibility and accountability for us. So as a social prescribing community and everyone here, we should be bold enough to challenge the system. Yes, it's about politics. So you better start emailing your mails, email your MPs and challenge them. What are they doing about social prescribing? What are they doing about link workers? Not moving around with begging bowl. I know people are going to talk about funding. You need to be able to defend what you're doing and make that argument to say what we've been doing. We haven't been preventing people from getting seriously ill. We have been medicalizing people. With social fabric, we've got a crisis. We've got COVID that has made communities to be disenfranchised. And then what we're now doing is that saying all this workload and all this is going on. So we need to be bold enough as a community, not attending conferences like this to seek for funding or what are we going to do, or just listening to us in this panel. So I'm challenging you today. What are you actually doing? What action are you taking to be able to challenge the systems who are supposed to be accountable to the citizens as well?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, like you say, I mean, once you identify challenges and once we see them and once they're overt and right in our faces, we have to do something about them, don't we? And that means action. So action in all kinds of different ways and all kinds of different levels. So thank you for that. Shiv, I want to bring you in because your journey, your lived experience of how arts and theatre supported you through your journey is incredible. And we're really grateful to you for being part of our campaign that's coming out later in the next few months. Would you mind just telling us a little bit about your journey and how you found yourself kind of getting into theatre and how it helped you?
Yeah, sure, Rhoda. Thanks for inviting me. Firstly, yeah, I mean, I'll be quite candid about this without going into too much detail, but I've got my own kind of life experience and lived journey of overcoming issues with addiction and also coexisting kind of mental health issues as well. And it's quite poignant in the sense what Christiana's said today, because I do feel, although I've had so much brilliant help over the years, or had lots of brilliant help over the years, but you know, addressing, say, for example, addiction and mental health solely through like a clinical perspective or through medication wasn't the answer for me anyway. And it was only kind of when I was introduced to like a very holistic approach that I found that my life was able to change. So you know, when I was, I mean, this is going back 10 years ago, but I was, you know, I'm sure social prescribing existed, but it wasn't, you know, it wasn't on my radar. But I was fortunate in the sense of I had other people, for example, social workers and occupational therapists and a great other, you know, team of people that supported me. And addressing the issues with the addiction was one aspect, but it was like taking that whole person approach and treating me as a person and looking at all the factors that were affecting me is where I got the most support. So here, I'm here today in the capacity, obviously, but primarily as a participant and also a facilitator now with Outside Edge Theatre Company, which is the leading theatre company in the country that works with people who've had addiction issues. They were introduced to me in a hospital close to 10 years ago when I was undergoing, you know, medically assisted detox from substances. And I'd never been to a theatre before or kind of been interested in anything, well, been interested in acting or not knew that I was. And through like a community group like that, it was a really big part of my recovery journey. I discovered, well, a love of theatre, acting, kind of creative arts, and I'm kind of involved with lots of other good projects over the years, with Arts and Health London, who are here today as well. But yeah, so that was one aspect for me. So I feel that you know, the whole idea behind social prescribing is absolutely valid and important. I mean, as I say, there was other people there. There weren't link workers as named, but I work for an NHS trust now as well. So fortunately, I've kind of moved forward in my life, and through volunteering and being signposted to Outside Edge and learning and community groups, I kind of got that support. And now, you know, I've worked alongside link workers in like primary care network, GP, MDTs, and like I'm always astounded at the amount of local knowledge they've got. And I think that is the key. I mean, it's great that we're having strategies and stuff like that, but like the people that work in the communities, they know what's available. And, you know, like you've all said, there's so many societal, social, economic factors that affect people, you know, as you said, a cost of living crisis, we've had COVID, all these things, but this is the important time where I feel that as communities we have to come together, and it's taking this, you know, society-wide approach, an asset-based approach towards people. You know, people aren't problems to be fixed, you know, they have the innate ability in them to change. We have to have that belief in them, unconditional positive regard, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I think I don't know if that answers your question then.
It absolutely does, and many more as well. So thank you so much, Shiv, and shout out to Outside Edge, who, like I say, is an incredible charity, and thanks to Natalie for your support in terms of the panel as well, in terms of supporting people who are recovering from addiction. So thank you so much, Shiv. I'm delighted to introduce Kevin Fenton, Professor Kevin Fenton. Thank you so much for coming. I hope the traffic behaved in the end. So Professor Kevin Fenton is a senior public health expert and infectious disease epidemiologist. He's worked in a variety of public health executive leadership roles internationally and in the UK. We're delighted to have you here. I know you're very busy. And I'm also going to say at the start that you have another event to go to at 4 o'clock. So if you need to slip off at the end, please do. It's not because he's bored of my questions. So Kevin, we've been, just before this panel, we were doing something called the Big Conversation, where we were asking people's views, reflections, experience of inequality, and their thoughts around how social prescribing could be one way to help reduce that inequality. I'd love to get your take on that and your thoughts and reflections.
Good. All right. Thank you. And colleagues, good afternoon. I'm so pleased to be here, and do take my lateness as a sign of my commitment to being here this afternoon, because I'm so passionate about social prescribing, and I'm so passionate about the work that you're all doing. I'm the Public Health Director for London, and I'm based with the Department of Health and Social Care and NHS London, and I'm also the Mayor's Statutory Health Advisor as well. So I have a unique opportunity both to understand health in the city, but also to work with politicians and leaders across the system to advocate for a much more holistic and inclusive approach to health and well-being. So you will always hear me speak about those wider determinants of health. You'll hear me speak about the whole person, and you'll hear me speak about inequalities as well. So social prescribing and inequalities go hand in hand for 3 reasons. Number one, you have a unique opportunity to link to and to build upon community assets. And those community assets are fundamental for helping members of the public and communities to be more resilient, to engage with services more effectively, and to have better outcomes. So the first thing that I think you do is to be that link in the community that helps to bind those communities better and ensures assets are leveraged. The second thing that you do is to help those of us working in statutory sector organizations and clinical sectors to understand the real world issues facing communities and to bring them to the core of our planning and programs. So I develop prevention programs for the city. I work with directors of public health to deliver prevention programs. We need your insights to help us to do a better job of commissioning services and to ensure that we're providing the wraparound services that we need. The third area where I think you guys do a phenomenal job and where inequalities come to the fore is that you're able to ensure that the partners that have an impact on the wider determinants of health are brought closer to the health and care system. So whether it's your work with the educational sector, whether it's your work with the finance sector and citizens advice, whether it's the work with other areas which are really fundamental for helping people to live much more rounded and healthier lives and addressing some of those wider determinants of health, you're able to link it, be that link. So on those three levels, I think your role in inequalities are important. And please, when you speak about the benefits that you're bringing to communities, lead with inequalities, right? Because we're coming out of the pandemic where inequalities have widened and more of our communities are falling behind. So when you speak confidently that you're part of the solution in helping us to address inequalities in the city. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Really, really helpful. I just want to, I'm gonna break in a little bit for Q&A. So if you've got any questions for panelists, any comments, we'd love to hear from you. So get thinking about those. If you're online, then please also, you can put those in the chat and we will also try to give some of those to the panelists. I've talked a bit about the challenges and about the obstacles and the difficulties, but I'd like to turn to each of the panelists now and get their thoughts, I suppose, around, I know this is a difficult question, but one potential solution in your mind that is key. Now, whether or not that's a themed-based solution or a practical solution, I'd love to just gather maybe thoughts from each of you around what those solutions are. And James, who's watching our live scribe, is going to be adding those hopefully to our visual drawing from the big conversation as well. And then I'm going to come to Q&A. So, Nick, should we start with you?
Sure. So I think, just listening to what everybody's saying sort of sets out the case, doesn't it? And I think the one thing I would say, I've just been reflecting on how far we've come on the journey of social prescribing. And I do think it's unstoppable. I think there's some challenges to make sure that there's not variation around the country of where we've got great support and leadership and social prescribing and where people have little, but we've come a very long way. But I think the one thing I would say, Radha, is focus. So Bola Olawabi, who I have been working with for the last year, she has a great phrase of focus, traction, impact. See, because there is so much we could do. There are so many challenges in society right now, and we need to make sure that social prescribing reaches people who need it the most. That's why we brought in the proactive social prescribing service specification, and it's really exciting when you hear people saying they've redesigned their social prescribing service to make sure that it really is focusing those communities, particularly in most deprived areas, from particular minority ethnic communities, in inclusion health groups, people that really need this the most. So I think absolutely focus and decide where you're going to focus, get the traction and demonstrate impact. So I think that's, definitely important. And the only way we can really do that is know your data. I don't know whether you look at your services and see who are you reaching and does that reflect the local population, and recognizing that data, public health is great, but we know it's imperfect. So listen to those communities and the co-production work. Sam was here earlier talking about green social prescribing, and just looking at that video that they've done in Bristol and South Gloucestershire and Northeast Somerset, really looking at how they've co-produced those green social prescribing offers with different communities to get some fantastic opportunities and more effective, more popular mental health offers than what's traditionally. They've had much better engagement in terms of their offer and effectiveness.
Amazing focus. I love that. And that's very focused as well. It's a focused answer, which James can, I'm sure, put in this beautiful picture as well. I'm just going to turn to Kevin first, 'cause I'm aware of the time. So Kevin, can I come to you in terms of what's, I know it's a difficult question, but if there had to be one word, one sort of theme of solution to some of these challenges, what would yours be for today anyway?
So mine is going to be, I love focus, so I'll remember you stole that one from me. It's about coordination, because what you're doing is developing a part of a much richer tapestry of community-centered approaches to improving health and well-being. So social prescribers, along with voluntary sector organizations, in London, we have community champions. I'm not sure if there are any community champions here. We developed during the pandemic, outreach workers. There's a whole infrastructure of community assets. And so what I'm keen to see is, with the maturity of the social prescribing program, linking with those community assets to have a much more coordinated community offer to communities, I think is happening. I agree with you about removing the variation, building on best and promising practices, but we need to ensure we're linking more and the assets in the community are leveraged more. So I'd love to see coordination.
Coordination, focus and coordination. Can we make a word out of this? I don't know. Let's see. Shiv, I'm going to come to you next, if that's okay. From your experience, obviously, with your journey and obviously your role now supporting other people, what's that kind of one solution or one thing you think that maybe we're missing, we're not doing enough of, or could potentially help us?
I'll probably use the word focus here, but I'll focus and zone in on like the area that I'm kind of representing today. But like I would say, and I'm sure, sorry, I'm probably preaching to the converted here, but like a lot of them, you will already be doing this, but I will really say about kind of accessing, ensuring that you're aware of local arts organizations and those community groups, which might not necessarily be remembered all the time when we're focusing on trying to solve things like supporting people with debts or employment and, you know, all the other sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, I will just say being aware of like what's going on in your community. There's lots of untapped creative potential in communities. And I just would say, yeah, like, I'm going to steal a quote here if I can, but
please do. We like quotes.
So this is from an acting teacher called Stella Adler, and I'm sure some of you will have heard this, but she said that life beats down and crushes the soul, but art reminds you that you have one. And I think that's, yeah, for me, that's something I would encourage.
That's beautiful. I love that. Thank you so much. Yeah. So localness, community, localness. That's a word. We've made that word up. That's okay. Christiana, what would yours be?
It's difficult to have one.
I know. I ask very hard questions.
So for me, I think the key thing there is demedicalization. I mean, it has to be said, we are drugging people. I mean, do I have to scream? We are drugging people. And I think that there might be a bit of malpractice that's going on where, you know, some greedy people they don't want people to feel better. I don't know. So I do think that we need to acknowledge, yes, bit controversial. It has to be said. There are people that are going to lose out. If people are living well, if we all lose weight and things like that. So I think we need to demedicalize healthcare, because healthcare is very medical. And we do know that 80% is not medical, is non-medical. It's not medical, it's actually non-medical. And I do have a problem. I'm going to poke Kevin a bit. So I think
you ready for this, Kevin? I'm next to you. Don't worry.
I think that public health is a bit downstream. So sometimes it's focusing on lifestyle. And I do think that this is where the social prescribing helps public health as well as helping our health colleagues, because it's upstream. And sometimes what you find is that people that are well off take advantage of some of those lifestyle interventions. And then it is the upstream and getting down to the social and wider determinants, preventing people from accessing that. So I think that there's a thing here about the way we actually see in public health role, the way we're seeing prevention, and stop treating that as a commodity as well, and start understanding the context as well. And I also think that this is something about how we see health inequalities as a deficit model. So yes, you can start from a deficit model, but he's just described how his assets was activated. So let's stop feeling sorry for communities. The other day, I was at a health center and they just put a poster that just highlighted all the health inequalities that were in the borough. And they were saying, you're going to die in 51 years, lots of prostitutes here, homeless people here, excess debt, no GPs, less care with compassion. And I'll just be like, what is that? So if it was a prostitute that walked in there, you stereotype them by the forced to silence. And this is what I'm saying about highlighting these things. We are increasing social injustices that we are supposed to be calling out and empowering communities to take control. So it has to be asset-based. So whatever it is that you're doing, how are you activating the assets? How are you enabling people to be able to take control on the community? So for me, it's also about that power shifting. And we need to recognize some people don't want to shift the power. So it's about us dropping our ego and shifting that 100% to people and communities.
Thank you, Simon.
Can I respond to the poll?
So I was just about to say, Kevin, you have the right response, or I was going to say, would you like to respond to that poke? I'm not sure.
Absolutely, I have to respond to the poll, only to say how much I agree with you.
There you go. There you go. I knew that.
And let it never be said that public health is only about the individual. I think sometimes the way it's framed by policymakers, it goes towards a sort of individualistic approach, but trust me, as public health professionals, we are always pushing back and saying, public health is more than the individualistic approach. It's about families, it's about communities, it's about society, it's about those structural interventions. So I agree entirely with what you said.
There you go. We've got a panel in agreement. How amazing. Now, Kevin, if you need to go, please go whenever you need to. Otherwise, thank you. Otherwise, we're going to now open up for questions and answers. So we've got a nice, got about 13 minutes. We've got hands up over here. So we're just going to get the microphone to you. So if you can hold your question until we get the microphone to you. Hopefully there's a microphone somewhere. Yes, there is. Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you.
Hi again, Aaron, the dancing pharmacist. A more simpler question. So in terms of granularity, I think the best way forward for everyone, for the world social prescribing community, nationally and internationally, really potentially increasing the repository of SNOMED code, literally, because I've been talking directly with the top person. For 7 years, I've been trying to bash my head as a community pharmacist, not getting anywhere. Been working as a PCN pharmacist for the past 3 months. Sent an email to the CEO of SNOMED International. He invited me to the annual conference and he invited me to help create a SNOMED code for health. So I just said to myself, okay, so when I do a database search for SNOMED, there's a lot of condition, consultancy, therapeutic area. But when I was social prescribing, there's only 6 SNOMED code out of the 10,000. I'm like, okay, so if I was able to influence the CEO to kind of create one for Dance for Health, SNOMED code, then we could have every single one of you in this room creating your own SNOMED code for your specialty. Poetry, social prescribing, music, social prescribing, painting, social prescribing. So we are basically the foundation to the UK repository for SNOMED code, which is then compatible for all the countries across the world, because SNOMED International is a 30-year-old organization, and anything that's done in UK is compatible for every country. So.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think you raise a wider point there, I suppose, about social prescribing being recognised and being kind of formalised, just like medical conditions are in terms of coding and records and data, for example. So giving social prescribing that validation and that standing alongside all the other things that we validate already. I don't know if anyone else wants to comment on that, or we want to move on to another question.
Well, Rhoda, just to say that there is a new information standard for social prescribing, and this is some of the things that we've been trying to look at. I wish I could genie up Jules, who's been working on this at the moment, but certainly it's something I'll take back for conversation.
Well, that's great. There you go. Fantastic. We like this. Bit of action, a bit of feedback. Any other? We've got quite a lot of questions. Shall we go? I'm just trying to find. Shall we go into the middle there? Just thank you. And again, if you're online, if you've got any questions, please write them in the chats and we can try to.
This is a question for Shiv. Hi, Shiv.
Hi, Matt.
Hi. I'm just curious if you could talk a little bit about how your lived experience of being someone who received a social prescription, although it wasn't called that at the time. What is it like now to be the person delivering the social prescription as a practitioner? So how has your practice and your interaction with people coming into the outside edge social prescriptions, how does that influence what you do now?
It's a great question.
Well, I think obviously your own kind of personal journey, and it affects your frame of reference or the way you sort of see things. So I very much, obviously my work with Outside Edge, but also my work with, in my other role with the NHS Trust, again, I work as part of a team of sort of multidisciplinary professionals. So everyone sees everything from their point of view, don't they? So, you know, you have MDTs and they're very clinical, but I've been very fortunate in the sense of having been exposed to different approaches. So I've worked in kind of employment support, I've done volunteering and supporting people into peer mentoring, you know, taking participants on trips to the theatre. We came here yesterday, just down the road to the Old Vic, and we saw Sylvia, which was lovely. But yeah, it's very much, you know, using the same thing. It's like a whole person approach. You know, we say person-centered care. How often is it person-centered when we're looking at it from just our discipline? You know, it's going to be natural. If I'm a plumber or something, I want to fix everything with a hammer. They say, I think there's something analogy like that. But yeah, I think it's just, yeah, to answer your question, Matt, I think I've been fortunate because I've, you know, having worked in quite a different array of health and social care settings and sort of approaches, I feel like, yeah, taking that, you know, looking at the person as the person, and looking at, like, you know, we've already said what resources are around them, empowering them, because they're the experts on their own lives, and we're just there to help them uncover that. So yeah.
Amazing, thank you. Beautiful answer. I think we've got time for one more question, so we'll go to the lady at the back in the black jumper. Thank you.
Hi all. So I think one thing we all do really well in prescribing is offer personalised care and really focus on that, what matters to me. I'd love to kind of hear from the panel about how we then marry that with standardization for evidence-based delivery of programs. Obviously, I kind of think that if something is personalised, surely we're having variability, and if it's community-based, it's going to vary on the community we're seeing in each different area. Then how do we kind of square that circle with kind of an evidence-based approach for standardization as well? That makes sense.
Yeah, it's a really good question. Yeah, how do you collate all that data in very personal stories and personal contexts? And yeah, anyone like to take that?
I'm happy to.
Do you want to take that? But yes, you go first.
So, such an excellent question. Because it's personalized doesn't mean that it's not going to be evidence informed. Right? And we need to ensure that in our narratives, we don't say that because something is personalized, there's no evidence to support what you're doing. That's a very dangerous territory to be in. What you're doing, whether it's defining a treatment or a program in response to a problem, you're doing that based on what you know works. You're linking people to effective programs. You're linking people to culturally competent services. That is evidence informed. So please don't think that because it's personalized mean you're losing your evidence. And what I think is key is, as you work together as a community, to share your evidence informed practices. So there's more consistency. I think a colleague mentioned there's too much variation. So referral to citizens advice, referrals to music therapy, referrals to art therapy, that's all evidence informed. So let's keep that narrative together. I think it's really important.
Thank you. And I think just to plug, because I think Marie Polly will probably grab me by the neck if not when I come out. Just there
We don't want that. We don't want that.
There's some good NASP resources on evidence, and I think, you know, that is really critical. I think it's coming from a position of confidence, Kevin. This isn't soft. There is good evidence that this works and why it works and why it and how it helps the NHS. Say, with I mean, I'm from the NHS. The challenges they've got, know it. Use it, be confident with it.
Yes, and we've also got a whole episode on evidence for social prescribing with our podcast subscription. So have a listen to that as well as a little plug of the podcast. Christiana, yeah, we've got just a couple of minutes. Yeah.
I think we should not reduce social prescribing just down to personalized care, personalization, because what I said is that this is about primary health care. So if again, WHO, all the nations signed up to what primary healthcare is about. We've not been able to do that. That's about integration. That's about enabling people to take control. And that is where the personalization comes in. And that's about integrated care. So social prescribing is more than just personalization. It is a complex, it's about complexity. So it has impact on the systems, community and individual level. And if you look at the Medical Research Council guidance on evaluating complex interventions, it will tell you to be careful with the way you're interpreting evidence balance and taking into account all the contextual factors. So I think that the personalization there is about, contextual factors. And just to do a little plug that there is, obviously, we are in one extra year within the NHS long-term plan commitment for funding. So if you are a social prescribing service provider that employ link workers, you better make sure you employ as much link workers as possible, because once that funding goes, the only those that are in post will be the recurrent funding will be guaranteed. So it's very important that you understand there is an urgency now to employ as much social prescribing link workers as possible, because the contract is going to go into the core GP funding.
Thank you, Christiana. Thank you. Thank you. So thank you all so much. So I just want to summarize. So what we've talked about, the challenges, there are lots of challenges out there. Life is challenging at the moment, but we've identified a few solutions: focus, connectedness, demedicalization, and local community. I'm glad I remembered all of those. I just want to do a little bit of a shout out before the end of the panel, just to say thank you to our panelists. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you for your time. And also I'd like to do a big thank you, because this is the end of the panel sessions. It's not the end of the day, but the end of the panel sessions. And just say thank you to everybody who is working really hard in the world of social prescribing, whatever role that might be in, whether you're championing it, whether you've lived it and you're now supporting other people with it, whether you're in policy, strategy, delivering it to local community, wherever you are. I'd like to say thank you. And can we give everyone a big round of applause for the progress that we've made so far? Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Look, we all want to be healthy and happy. That's not an impossible idea, a lie, or a dream, though it may seem like quite an obvious thing to say, whilst we sit wondering whether society would allow us to say we were any other way. You know, that pressure of appearance. Are we allowed to say when we're not okay? Because all too often, mental or physical health difficulties get in the way. Whether it's events beyond our control, personal circumstances, or genetics at play. Because if 1 in 5 GP appointments are for non-medical problems, then this could be a time to explore other possibilities and options, like social prescription, a system that takes a different approach, where they don't just deal with the symptom, but sit with you to trace it, understand the cause, and help create a plan to replace it. Talking about your health, finances, housing, or stress, before linking you to activities that empower and suit you best. What if you were prescribed a social engagement, a social arrangement to get a pep in your step and your feet on the pavement, a brush in your hand, a tune from your lungs, a talk and support to help you manage your funds? I'm talking about a place to feel connected with the community you selected, making your activities more effective, experiencing as a collective, so you are positively affected whilst feeling safe and protected. Surrounded by new people, allowing you to feel part of something bigger than you. We all want to be healthy and happy. And it's not just a nice idea, it's a system that works, that asks if medicine isn't the only option and puts you first. With a wide range of solutions to help you get through, a social prescription can help you too. Thank you. Thank you so much for how amazing you've been so far today. We have come to the end of our panels, but we have a few more little extras before we wrap up for the day. And it's my absolute pleasure to introduce to the stage Dr. Isabel Waxmuth. She's the project manager for health systems and innovation, the World Health Organization. So if we could please start at a 1, make our way to a 5, get ourselves up to a 10. Oh, it's beautiful. And welcome to the stage, Dr. Isabel Waxmuth.
you so much for this so warm welcome. It's such a pleasure to be with all of you, today for this extraordinary celebration, Social Prescribing Day. And I am so touched, really, because, I am traveling over the world, and I need to confess to you, you have very few events like that, so vibrant, so engaging, so you will be back in your own country, for the people are traveling as well over the world, and you will feel alive, vibrant. And I think that it is what the day inspire me, and my wish it will be to see more events like that over the world, in different places, different countries, different communities, and I hope that will happen, specifically where I am working, because I am working with World Health Organization and specifically United Nations system. And sometimes the model, as you know, of the conference, they are not like that. I will really encourage you to continue what you are doing, your extraordinary work. It's very important. And for example, in WHO, what we try to do, you have here about the bench of evidence, to make strong evidence, to be sure, for example, social prescribing will be recognized, specifically with your peer and the people you are working with. But that is not enough. Evidence is, I have been in the field of evidence for more than 10 years, to train policymakers, researchers, people in charge of the implementation as well of this intervention. But what I have learned, it is not easy for general public to understand, what does it mean, because it's very specific language, a lot of jargon. And for example, social prescribing is so important because it's bringing for me the creativity part, of well-being. And it's a beautiful bridge. Social prescribing, it's a beautiful bridge between the interconnection between the left and the right part of our brain, and creativity, and as well, I would say, rational part of what we are doing. The both together, it is absolutely necessary, and I try to do that with the international community, to convince, like you try to convince, people you are working with, social prescribing is important. I try to do the same at global level, and I am so happy because with this global alliance for social prescribing, we are so happy to announce NASP will be considered to become a WHO collaborating center. And with this initiative, we will be able to reconciliate, in fact, so many important, aspects of, it's not just social participation, it's not just community engagement, it's not just patient engagement. It is all these elements together. And for example, as you know, the fragmented aspect of the world have divided a lot of important concepts. Donc, how we reconciliate, in fact, this different aspects make social prescribing real and concrete. And for example, the other things we try to do, it is to value as well art-based intervention. And I am so happy we can work together in this direction, and really create a coherent narrative and express this narrative over the world. And I would like to thank all as well the collaborators. They came worldwide, from the different countries, and they have expressed, how they have been able to put in place social prescribing in their context, in their settings. I think that is extraordinary. Need to be valued and continue, and to have more and more people, you know, collaborate, share, you know, their practices, how they can fine-tune these practices together. Donc I think it is really from this day the way to move forward together. Donc thank you so much for this amazing opportunity for me to be with all of you and to enjoy this day together. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Isabel. And if you have the time going out, please make sure you take a look at some of the art that you've been working on for the day, please. Next up. Wait. We're almost there. Next up, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce Hope for the Future. We're having words from the future generation of healthcare. And they are Social Prescribing Student Champions. And they've devised this especially for the Social Prescribing Show. So please, if we can put our hands together, we don't need a warm up, we'll go straight to level 10 for Hope for the Future. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an absolute pleasure and privilege to be given the space and opportunity to speak to you as a group of allied health students, the future generation of your health service. I want to start by mentioning two names that I know and that I think you should know too. Awar Bishak was 2 years old. He was taken to an urgent care centre with shortness of breath and was transferred to Royal Oldham Hospital, but later discharged. Awab deteriorated the next day, and his parents were advised by the community children's nursing team to take him back to the urgent care centre. He went into respiratory arrest and then cardiac arrest whilst being transferred to hospital. He died upon arrival. It was later confirmed that 2-year-old Awab died due to prolonged exposure of mold in the one-bedroom flat that he lived in with his parents. His father had previously raised concerns with the council, but was ignored. There's Yusuf Mahmoud Nazir, who was 5 years old. Yusuf fell ill with just a sore throat on the 13th of November this past year. His uncle said he begged staff at Rotherham Hospital to treat his nephew's severe throat infection. He said he was told that the children's ward had not got the doctors and not got the beds. 5-year-old Yusuf died just days later. At this moment of uncertainty, where there's much to be said of our NHS, we must ask ourselves, where is the health in our health system? And where is the care in our health care? As a student and future doctor, I have the sheer privilege and responsibility of seeing people at their most vulnerable, their most scared, and their most private, of giving patients the space to speak to their internal agonies, giving language to it, sometimes even offering a diagnosis of it. It was in such moments where I learned that the most healing of medicine wasn't always therapies, injections, pills, syrups, or infusions. Medicine was a drama workshop for the elderly and isolated dementia patients. Medicine was financial support and advice that eased anxiety, depression, and suicidal thoughts for that man I saw in clinic. Medicine can be quite simply, but most crucially, instilling validation, connection, meaning, and purpose. This isn't a singular realization. We, the future generation of the health workforce, are recognizing the value of holistic, patient-centered care, the importance of social prescribing to our NHS.
My name is Katie. I'm a final year medical student. Social prescribing is important to the NHS as, due to our increasingly aging population, it's important to provide social support as well as physical support. Through my work in general practice, I have seen firsthand the positive impact that social prescribing can have on people's lives. For example, an elderly lady who was able to combat her loneliness by joining a local group. I think that social prescribing should be more widely available and signposted in the NHS to enable more people to access these vital services.
My name is David. I'm a final year speech and language therapy student. Social prescribing is integral to the future of the NHS because it allows us as users to communicate what is important to us and what makes a difference to our mental and physical health. It gives professionals that most important power to make people feel heard, listened to, cared about, understood. It gives us the opportunity to explain who we are, what good health and good living means to us, and what help we need to attain it.
My name is Wenton, and I'm a final year medical student. Social prescribing is important to the NHS because, as I observed during my recent GP placement, it can improve patients' health and well-being in a non-clinical way and alleviate pressure on our health services. Be it the father with depression, which has affected his work and led to weight gain referred to a walking group, or the young woman with anxiety referred to group workshops, enabling her to continue her daily activities. Social prescribing strengthens our communities and has far-reaching social, economic, and environmental benefits.
My name is Matthew Hennigan, and I'm a fourth-year medical student at the University of Liverpool. In a time when the NHS is under immense pressure and patient satisfaction with the health service is at an all-time low, social prescribing will be the way that we, as future clinicians, can care for patients in a holistic way. I've seen, even on a personal level, how social prescribing really digs to the bottom of what patients truly need. And it's this personalized care that will allow for patients to be treated in a way that matters to them. Prevention of disease and effective management of symptoms and risk factors are the key components of a caring health service, and social prescribing will allow us to do just that. It's not something of the future. The widespread use of social prescribing is something that's needed today.
I'm Cara, a medical student from Cardiff. As we've heard today, social prescribing is key to the future of the NHS. I think it's very much time for us to be thinking more holistically for our patients, with a movement towards preventative healthcare. I'm involved in a community garden where we are welcoming patients from our local GP cluster, and I've seen firsthand the sense of connection, purpose, and friendship that's built within the group, and how beneficial even just being in the outdoors is for those who are at their most isolated.
Hello, my name is Kirsty and I'm an occupational therapy student. Occupational therapy's ethos has always been to use meaningful activity, occupation, as a therapeutic tool to improve health and well-being. On my hospital placement, however, I saw the logistical difficulties of doing woodwork with a patient who had that passion, whilst I was assigned to assess their mobility, or to sidetrack assessing a patient's equipment needs by exploring how to adapt fishing for them, since their continence issues meant they would need a new approach to this hobby, or a new hobby in their community. Social prescribing, however, could work with these patients on these goals. I hope social prescribing can be a way for us to streamline the provision of occupation to those that the current system and time pressures regrettably prevent us from reaching ourselves.
My name is Zoe, and I'm a medical student. Social prescribing is important to the NHS because it provides better outcomes to patients, treating them holistically, improving their overall health and well-being, and connecting them to their communities. I saw its impact firsthand in my GP placement, where a patient that had lost her job due to her chronic pain was suffering with depression and anxiety for years. She was able to find support and recover through her social prescription activities, including financial advice, exercising with a weekly walking group, and volunteering in a local art class. After 6 months, not only did her chronic pain improve, but her anxiety and depression eased, and she was able to begin working again for the first time in years.
Hi, everyone. My name is Monica. I'm a final year medical student at Leicester.
But for most of my life, I've also been a patient of the NHS too. So when I say to you that we all have the ability within us to nurture our own well-being and create good health, it's coming from a place of experience. It was through my own community that I found things like reflexology, acupuncture, yogic therapy, Ayurvedic massage, the list goes on. And whilst I think that these things might not necessarily fix the problem or cured me, let's say, it did connect me to a great network of people. And these people each came with their own individual experiences of managing symptoms, and they all had tips and tricks, which made me realize how to better get a good understanding of my own situation and how I could improve it. And so I truly believe that patients can take control of their own health journey, but it's a lot easier said than done. And that's why I'm passionate about social prescribing. It connects patients directly to the resources that are already available in the community. They just have to engage with it. It's got a holistic approach, so it tackles all aspects of chronic illness, including the social aspect, which is really fun. And you'd be surprised how many people in life are going through similar struggles, and just having that conversation with someone who's in a familiar situation, even if it's just one thing that you can work on, it's a step in the right direction towards better health.
My name is Veronica, a final year medical student from the University of Bristol. Social prescribing is important to me because I've experienced firsthand how it has empowered patients and activated them to take control of their health in supported environments. Many chronic and mental health conditions can often feel overwhelming and can create the illusion of hopelessness. Social prescribing exists as the hope many patients need to keep pushing through.
Ladies and gentlemen, this year marks 75 years since the NHS was formed, when we decided that illness is not just a personal calamity, and helping to heal is something we must all take part of as a community. Social prescribing carries the essence and ethos of this 75-year-old message, taking us to a future of healthier individuals and healthier communities. As health creation moves beyond the brick and mortar of our hospitals, our hope is to deliver medicine beyond medicines. As the health profession finally widens its focus and perspective beyond the biomedical and into the biopsychosocial, our hope is to not just treat ill health, but to prevent it. Our hope for the future is to move beyond sick care. We admit the sick, we tend to the sick, we care for and heal the sick. Our health system is designed to respond to crises, but not developed with a vision of health creation and disease prevention. Our hope for the future is a true national health service. As allied health students, our promise, our solemn oath is to dedicate ourselves to the well-being of our patients. But what of our invisible patients? Patients who we will never see because they don't have the privilege to even come to our clinic. Patients who don't have the privilege to navigate their health system, communicate their stresses and concerns. People who are the most dispossessed, disenfranchised, and disregarded. By working at the community level, social prescribing makes sure that as our communities thrive, our most vulnerable populations do too. And it's for this we give our heartfelt thanks to the social prescribers, the link workers, the community connectors, and all those who work and support and advocate for social prescribing. You're working to create health in our health system and putting care back in our healthcare so that one day there'll never be another Awad or Yusuf again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow. I feel like the future's in safe hands. Honestly, so powerful. we're almost there. We've got one final speaker for the day. Have you had a good day? Are you leaving feeling slightly more inspired than when you walked in? And I would say when you started, I was like, this is a pretty passionate group. So I feel like we're in great hands. So thank you so much for your support throughout the day. I'm gutted that some of you still think salty popcorn's a good idea. But aside from that, no judgment, apart from for the Tottenham fans that I've met. But aside from that, you've been fantastic. Our final guest we're going to bring to the stage is Dr. Michael Dixon, the National Clinical Lead for Social Prescribing with the NHS. So for the final time today, can we please take it from 0 to 10 for Dr. Michael Dixon?
Well, that's the best applause I've ever had. What an amazing day this has been. Those young clinicians and students we've just seen, you probably thought they looked nice enough, but I can tell you that they are a force to be reckoned with. They've put the fear of God in all the deans of the medical schools already by implanting social prescription into every medical school. It's an extraordinary achievement, and their positivism and their energy is, I think, typical of what young people, young clinicians are doing in the health service and can do in taking social prescription forward. And just before them, we heard that NASP is now a WH collaborative centre. That's an extraordinary achievement in the few years that social prescribing has been going. And I'm absolutely stunned by this piece of work coming out today, social prescribing around the world. Who could have thought in such a short time that we would be here? And thank you so much, all those who have come from abroad and taken time to be here with us today. And particularly to Hamad and also to Bogdan, who have made this possible, and Sunita and her team here at NASP. Because social prescribing is actually quite young. 15 years ago, the then Secretary of State for Health came down to my family practice in Devon, and he was slightly surprised to find patients running the place. They were doing the health clinics, doing question time evenings, running the gardens, taking patients on health walks. And he said, this looks interesting. Why, Michael, don't you write self-help guides in all areas from back pain to stress to migraine to irritable bowel, which we did. But then we thought all the stuff we produce is going to absolutely do nothing unless we can get under people's skin, unless we can motivate them, unless we can make it something that they can use. And pamphlets, videos, and things like that weren't going to work. So we employed Ruth, who was our first, we called her a health advisor and later social prescribing link worker. And social prescription was born 15 years ago. And then a few years later, Marie Polly, my accomplice in crime, and I, after Marie had done some great research in my practice and elsewhere, we were on the train back to London and we thought, why don't we make this into a national movement? And that was November 2016. And now, look what's happened. It's quite extraordinary in such a very short time. And you should all be really congratulating yourselves, because looking around the room, there's so many of you who have been activators, nuisances, and made this happen in such a short time. Because what you're doing is immensely important. We heard from the public health director about inequalities, and hell, the inequalities in this country, perhaps the worst in Europe. It's not only COVID has increased them, we've got the issue of finance difficulties, we've got inflation, we've got gas prices, the inequality is getting ever worse, and therefore your role ever more important. So Michael Marmot at our last Social Prescribing National Conference said that he thought that social prescribing was the most important element in addressing inequalities, apart from government policy from the top trying to address differences in income. So that's how important it is. But as we heard earlier, it's not just inequalities, it's about communities. It's about how can we develop health creating communities communities and societies that make us better rather than, as at the present, make us ill. But thirdly, it's also about some very gutsy human issues. It's about connection. It's about compassion. It's about real care. And one word we heard earlier today, which is passion, because passion is what has made this moment and this movement happen. It's through passion that we've gone from a few to many, from England to the world. And it's passion that will take it that furlong further. Because what I've seen today in this room is, and several speakers have said already, is that real passion, is that real commitment. I mean, I know that those international partners that are here today, they've not been sent by their governments. No one's paid for their air flights. They've come here because they believe in it, and because we are now in a world order where health services are failing, where health services are becoming unsustainable, and where we've really got to go upstream, as we've heard earlier, and start facing the real issues of our time, how we stop people being ill, how we help them to become better when they are ill, and how we make social prescribing a reality. So all I can say is bless you all for what you're doing is so important and so important in making a difference to the lives of our patients, our countries, and the world. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir. There we have it. Have you had a good day? That's been awesome. Honestly, thank you so much for helping to make this event so amazing. The passion, the interaction, like you have been awesome today. Before we wrap up, it's only right that we please put our hands together for all the panelists we've had today. We've got their time to come in and it's been fantastic. Thank you to the Southbank Centre for hosting us. Really appreciate it. It's been beautiful. And of course, to everyone on the NASP team for creating such an awesome event. Thank you very much. It's been beautiful. And of course, most importantly, to all of you. So for the hundreds of you online, thank you for being with us all day. For you who are here physically, thank you very much. We know some of you have traveled across the globe. Some of you have even traveled from London to be here today. So seriously, thank you so much. This has been an absolutely amazing experience and a privilege to be here with you for the day. Tomorrow's Warriors do have a performance in the foyer for you, and there'll be some more refreshments and an opportunity to share your experiences and thoughts with the team. So all that leaves me to say really is thank you very much. Have a very safe journey home, and hopefully we'll see you next year. Take care.